sets for a Sentinel. He is 5-15. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's actually the worst in the entire tournament, which, considering how much impact he used to have on their attack, and being that their attack has always been weaker, now that he's gone missing, they have started to rely on...
Like I said, after Masters Berlin, everybody knows what Nats does. You have people in literally solo queue playing the way that Nats plays. How much of that is down to, Tom, the fact that people have figured out what Gambit do with him?
Well, I think there's two things. One, he's only been playing Viper so far this event, which has definitely been something a little bit weird, although I will highlight Chronicle a little bit later and how well he's been playing. But I also think a lot of the stuff he used to do on the attack was like picking up that poison orb to get an advantage. You can't do that anymore. Or using his Cypher cages in ways that maybe people hadn't done it before. Well, if he's not playing that agent, he can't really do that either.
Yeah, it is the best damn Viper that we had in the entire world.
MVP?
He was showing us moves and setups and little traps that no other Viper ever even thought about. So that clever brain maybe is making him overthink some things, but for me, it's pretty simple. Gambit, they don't really have to reinvent the entire wheel, right? Their game plan was absolutely solid. I'd like to see them sticking to that, stick to their strengths, which is, again, utilizing that clock, run it down, default the map.
Yeah, I think luckily for them, they do have a ridiculous depth in roster so that when someone like Nats is not doing all of those crazy things, you do have players that can take over the game. But they have had to come back from, like, what, 7 rounds in a row from a deficit that would have knocked them out or knocked them down. That is a scary prospect. And
the weird thing is majority of Gambit's matches have started like that. I believe they've started most of, if not all of their maps down 0-5, 0-4, and they've had to claw their way back into the half.
Well, many might be worried about Gambit's shakiness. Redgar still enters the quarterfinals with a lot of confidence.
Hello guys, it's Redgar and I'm the team captain of KRU Esports. If you think that we can win, we will see. We already came back, we can do it twice or 3rd times, so just watch us. We don't know who we're gonna face, so right now we're the cheese kings, you know. We have a lot of holes and you can beat us. We gave you a lot of information, so come and beat us. We are ready for that. Thank you everyone for that supporting. I swear you, we got this, we'll win this, so see you guys.
You gotta love Redgar. Every time I see him on screen, he just makes me smile. He's definitely the most wholesome pro player here.
Yeah,
but
they got a lot of holes, that's what he said.
Oh no. Oh no, Tom. But yeah, he's so wholesome. But you don't expect them to ever back down, right? They have so much confidence. They had the confidence, I think, all year because they know they've been able to do this. And Potter, even when it comes up against X10, you know, that confidence, it could be the thing that carries them over.
Yeah, and it should be, right? Because it's weird. Redgar is very wholesome, but in that server, he's not this nice, wholesome dude. He is absolutely deadly. And I think the impact frags that Redgar has been providing for this Gambit squad has kept them in it. Because as I said, they've had to claw their way back into these kinds of series, and it's been Redgar in those mid-rounds, making those weird pushes that after they lose space, he re-aggresses, catches one, and equalizes things for his squad. So definitely, he's been a shining light for the Gambit squad.
Yeah, well, they're going up against another underdog team this time around. You know, they've dropped a couple of maps already against some of the teams they won expected to. And let's talk about X10 because you've mentioned this already, Tom. Not many people expected them to be here. Not in a disrespectful way, just their group was really tough.
I love this team. Like, genuinely, the fact that we went from Cruz basically saying that they need to work on aim, like communication, like all of that meme, and then come out in a lot of interviews just like, I think Padipam went, yeah, we didn't expect to even beat Vivo Keyed. And now they're like in through to the playoffs, looking to face off against Gambit. And I genuinely don't know what to think anymore because they have overperformed to such a level, especially coming into the tournament. And they were running like Yoru comps. They were running a 4-controller comp at one point. Like, these guys were nut jobs, and now somehow they're in the playoffs.
Nut jobs, yes. And you know what? I think that that sort of unpredictability is absolutely going to go into X10's favor, right? I'm a huge fan of this team right now so far. The way that they're approaching these rounds, aggressive, 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 and they're all dedicated to the cause, right? So I like that style. It's been fun to watch. Can it go up against this huge stylistic difference in Gambit because Gambit is slow, right? They're going to always be ready for these funky pushes that X10 have been putting out to other teams. I think they're going to be absolutely ready. So it's going to come down to the maps. What maps are we going to see that's going to determine X10's game plan here?
It's going to be really entertaining, I feel like, no matter what, to see which one of these teams does decide to shake it up. In the past tournaments, we always talk about Patty. In this tournament, we're always talking about Patty. But it doesn't feel like it's just a Patty show anymore because Sushi Boys, Tom has been stepping up.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree because I honestly think that Sushi Boys has probably been the pinnacle player in this entire tournament. I believe we're actually going to show a little head-to-head potentially between him and Chronicle because that's one of the things that I've enjoyed so much this tournament. These are currently the 2 top-rated Killjoys in the entire tournament. One of them, I don't think, played it up until this event in the form of Chronicle, and has only played a couple of maps, although those maps he was off the charts in ACS. I think he was on like 300, so that's actually been brought down by other agents. And then Sushi Boys, he plays Jet sometimes, but frags better on a Killjoy. Like, it has been absurd how well he has played individually, and then matching that up with their sort of other initiator in Foxy, I think they've done so well to find information, get aggressive, get in their opponent's face, especially on the defensive side. And I think, sure, I do think it's a mismatch in terms of the way they play the game. Like, they're almost playing the way that Gambit want them to. But so many teams have expected it. Envy definitely expected them to do this, and it didn't matter. They still won.
And oh man, Sushi Boys is just a really special player. I think it's very difficult to change a duelist into a sentinel role. Like that duelist mindset, man, they want to get in there. They want to fight. They don't want to back down, and they don't want to be selfless, right? Because when we think about a duelist, they're selfish, self-sufficient type of duelist agents. And for a Killjoy, Sushi Boys, he's got it all. It seems like he's selfish, selfless, and he gives everything up for his team.
Well, I've actually got some stats to back up your point, because you were saying, like, oh yeah, he still wants to play that aggressive role. He still wants to get those opening frags. Well, I think it was versus Envy. Him and Foxy were 22-7 in opening duels.
Jeez.
Now, in the majority of maps, he was still playing Killjoy, and on Split, both of them together went 10-0. That is absurd when you're not playing an agent that helps you in any manner to do that role. That's just of his individual brilliance alone.
Also, their opponent as well, if you take that into context. Yeah, I think the only thing that Sushi Boys has a fault in is that I heard that he doesn't actually like sushi. So I'm a little bit disappointed.
Excuse me?
I don't know if that is a rumor that someone just spread, but I did read that the other day, and I was thinking, like, really?
Next you're going to tell me Foxy doesn't like foxes, and my whole world is going to just melt down.
Yeah, your name is not actually Tom, so that's...
I'm not a Harry Potter fan at all.
Wait, I thought I was Ryan. Am I not Ryan Central?
I thought you were Paper Thin's body double, but, you know.
I'm having an identity crisis here.
I've never seen you and Link or Sassy in the same room together, so
that's true.
We never know at this point. But while the odds may be stacked against X10, their player Cruz is pretty excited and feeling good going into this quarterfinals matchup.
My name is Cruz. Thanamet Mahathananayut. I'm from X10 KRU Esports, and I play the support role. We're excited, and we're all glad that we made it. We did what we thought we could, and it just feels good. To be honest, it's just like a stepping stone for us. As you can see, we don't have like the really double duelist kind of squad, but we're just working on our teamwork, how we trade, and we make it hard for them to kill us one by one. I just want to say that let's have a good game, because the Gambit guys are really nice to us, and I know there's no rivalry between us, but then I just want a good game, and let's make it fun. I would like to thank all the fans, both from Southeast Asia and from NA. I hope it was a good game for you guys, although the outcome wasn't in the NA's region's favor. We're just here to play just like them, and I just hope you keep on supporting us as well so we can make the scene bigger. Thank you.
I don't want them to play against Gambit. I don't want either of them to have to lose. This is going to be the most wholesome matchup ever.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen like two teams more likable right now. But Potter, I want to address something that he said in there, which I thought was really, really poignant, that they make their team, their opponents' lives hard by making sure that they don't get to kill them one by one.
Yeah, and you're just kind of throwing curveballs and disrupting whatever the game plan is on the other side, right? And that's what I love about about this X10 squad is that they're fearless. They are fearless. I think one of their issues, though, is that it is a bit telegraphed, right? Because generally that sort of aggression, it comes as the barriers are going down. It's very much everything's going in, right? All that utility is going towards either mid, maybe an A main push, and it's very telegraphed. And the better S tier teams, they react very well off that sort of immediate information. They just beeline it straight to the opposite side of the site. So I'm looking to see a little bit of a different flavor in that approach, but it still works.
Honestly, I don't trust either Stax or Cruz anything they say anymore. Because Stax, I feel like when we saw him on the first day where he was just basically playing mind games all the way through, and I feel like Cruz was the same, like, yeah, we need to work on all of this stuff. And then in reality, it's like, we got you. we practice this all the time. Now he comes interview saying we had all of this prepared all along. It's like, I wouldn't have seen that coming.
It reminds me of Angel. Like anyone that knows Angel.
I don't trust Angel at all.
You do not
that man is a liar.
Anything Angel says. Like, he will play mind games, but the mind games works out sometimes, you know, depending on which team it is. But we are going to step away from here just for a few minutes, but there's going to be more Valorant chats and action right after this. Welcome back to Champions, everyone. I absolutely love seeing all your tweets during the break. They always make us laugh. It's great. And I want to see them coming. Keep them coming. So, which is why I want to remind you guys at home of our annual Tacti Hunt. Of course, these little guys, I think you guys are very familiar with them already. I know you guys love them. So whenever you see one of these on broadcast, take a selfie, take a picture with it, and tweet it at us using the hashtag VALORANT Champions Hunt and Tacti Hunt. And we'll definitely feature those tweets on the broadcast. I haven't seen you tweet one in yet, Tom. I'm not sure why that is. Have you just been missing them?
What's that about, Tom?
Well, surely, maybe I'm just not very good at the game, all right, Sue? Like, it's hard. Sometimes I blink and then it's already come out. I see people tweeting it. It's not as easy.
You're always behind. You're always behind.
Just I'm not good at games. I always get bullied.
Yeah, I mean, I did absolutely ruin you in the custom by just holding flank. That's how you beat Tom in Valorant, guys. He doesn't check corners.
I'm like the X10 of Valorant. I'm super aggressive on defensive side, and sometimes you get punished.
You really sometimes.
All the time you get punished.
He does not check any corners. You're the only person I know that plays the Sky, but you don't use any of your utilities to check corners.
Oh no!
To be fair, I think
just getting roasted.
I think you were holding the flank with 10 seconds left on the spike. Just
I was. Yeah.
Just gonna hide it with an Odin.
With my Odin and my turret.
Securing the round, man.
Yeah. Of course.
I'm pretty sure the other members of my team could have defused, and Sue would have still been like, I'm going to kill Tom.
That's all that matters.
Well, I want to get some final thoughts from you guys, regarding Gambit versus X10. How much of an underdog do we really feel like X10 is? Are the odds really stacked against them today?
I think so. Just on paper, yes. If you watched X10 this entire week and the rounds that they were able to rally together as a squad, then they're not so much an underdog anymore. But on paper, with the way that both teams are made up, the composition, I think Gambit should be winning this one.
Yeah, I think it's stylistically in Gambit's favor just because of how aggressively X10 like to play. But I also think the other side of it is just, I don't know if they're going to be able to compete just man for man, pound for pound.
Well, thank you very much. Guys, let's kick off our final final matches here at Champions Berlin.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game. This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
It's over! It's done with! KRU against all odds! Send Sentinels home!
Yo creo que la TAM tenía que dar este paso que dimos nosotros contra NA.
Now history is theirs in the making.
Que el próximo equipo que se nos enfrente, que esté preparado porque nosotros ahora vamos con todas.
What a moment for KRU.
Gambit, scary. The pressure is 10 times more than it was at Masters.
I know that every team would like to knock us out from this tourney, but there is no pressure about that. We're all confident in our power. We have to show that we are the best team.
Most fans think EU is gonna win the tournament.
แต่ก็ทีนี้พวกเราก็ชนะแกมบิดมาในซ้อมได้ครับก็ทำให้พวกเรามั่นใจว่าแข่งรอบนี้เราจะสามารถสู้ได้ครับ
You'll see what we come up with next.
We're always training all the time. We're training for that. We're ready for that. We're prepared.
พวกคุณหัวเราะในวันที่พวกผมเอาหาก็อย่ามาเสียน้ำตาในวันที่พวกผมเอาจริงนะครับ
Durka's going to keep creeping behind them.
Oh, he's herding them forward. Flying Stacks gets the follow-up. No way, Durka! The adjustment is unbelievable.
I think we were in control most of the series, ensuring that we make it the least amount of mistakes as possible.
We are here as underdogs, but we know how we perform in scrims. I'm pretty confident that we are capable of winning World Champions.
The crew that Fnatic went up against is not the same crew that they're going to get this time.
Los equipos que subestiman a KRU nos hacen más fuerte a nosotros porque llegan con una confianza extra, que eso no significa nada para nosotros. Entonces, si es que quieren llegar con confianza así, mejor para nosotros nos aprovechamos de eso.
It's gonna be easier for us to win if you keep on underestimating us. So help yourself.
ทุกอย่างเป็นไปตามที่เราคิดไว้ทำให้ทุกทีมไม่สนใจเราแล้วเราก็ค่อยคว้าแชมป์ครับ
Dentro de todo,
We make Fnatic, and we're coming here to smash some noobs.
What a way to end that hype trailer. You know, you're smashing some noobs. Why not? But I do want to talk about the pressure we've spoken about. You know, Gambit winning the last international tournament. They've said this multiple times in interviews. That doesn't really matter. They're not really kind of defending champions in their eyes. They also see themselves as challengers, and they proved themselves to be the best already, Potter, but they have to prove that again here.
Yeah, and you know, maybe that is the mentality that you want to have, right? Because they always say it's not the journey of getting there, right? It's staying up there. It's staying at the top, being number one when all eyes are on you, and just maintaining that consistent form. So maybe if Gambit changed that sort of mindset and have that different perspective, that'll help them.
Oh, I'm excited. I've just seen the maps come up. It makes me happy every single time that we get to go into the map select. And especially with these two teams, I feel like, at least on the bans, Potter, I feel like that stage of this is going to be fairly obvious.
Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward. But, I mean, maybe X10 throw in a weird curveball, but they have been consistently banning out that bind.
Yeah, they've taken away that.
The thing that I was going to say is, especially when it's not looked great for Gambit, I would have actually quite liked to see them float it, because I don't think Gambit are going to pick it first time around.
No, they wouldn't. But, you know, on the side of Gambit as well, they don't play Haven unless it's a best of 5.
And they have to play it.
Yeah, and in this tournament, they can ban it again in a best of 5 as well. So we might never see Redgar on the Reyna ever again, which is a bit of a sad thought. But it'd be interesting to see, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming, because especially I don't think X10 have ever played this map. So that is definitely a bit of a curveball. It's something that we have seen a little bit from Gambit, but in tournaments, I don't think we're really going to want to talk about too much. So realistically, this is going to be a brand new playing field for both teams.
Yeah, brand new. And again, this is one of those weird curveballs that a team like X10 can absolutely be in the position to throw, right? I mean, again, a little bit less pressure on these guys. And you know what? I like it. They're testing the waters and they're saying, this is a brand new map. Nobody has the meta down on this map yet. Let's do it at 50-50.
I think coming through for the pick, I would expect, well, I was going to say I'd expect the Breeze, but I guess even though we haven't seen Ascent in this tournament from Gambit, it's one that historically has been an incredibly good map for them, and they've already been able to see what X10 do on this map. So the fact that this comes up as a second choice isn't overly surprising. But I do feel like X10 showed some good things on that map.
They did. It was versus Envy just recently, a couple days ago. And yeah, the second half was a bit of a blowout, and that sometimes happens after you lose the pistol and the bonus. But that first half, guys, that first half was so close. A couple of different kills, and all of a sudden, that map is entirely different.
Yeah, moving forward, I thought that also the pick was going to be Icebox coming out from X10 as well. So the fact that they've actually gone in for a fraction now means that this leaves the likelihood of the ban coming through on the other side. So I am starting to worry a little bit looking at this map pool that it's going to end up incredibly good for the side of Gambit, because I was expecting them to pick Breeze. Now they're going to get it as a third map and then have Ascent as their second. I don't know if I see X10 taking this.
Yeah, you know, that's such a good point. hopefully X10's Fracture is like god tier, better than Fnatic's, because as you say, Icebox and Bind, these two maps absolutely had a lot of holes in Gambit's plan. So, I mean, for X10, again, I like the curveball. They don't have a blueprint. What are they going to bust out on this Fracture that's just going to be so much better than Gambit's?
But that's the other thing. I feel like there's no way that Gambit, especially the composition they were running previously, it was a little bit weird, had a Brimstone in it. So I don't even know how much you've then learned off Gambit to actually try and counter them and come up with a few ideas. So it's a very big risk for X10. What I will say, we've gone into every single matchup not expecting them to be able to win it. So why would we doubt them now?
I mean, same with the other teams, right? We've doubted, a lot of people doubted KRU. A lot of people doubted Secret as well, but we're going to take a quick break here, but stick with us because Agent Select is on the way.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Man, better be careful of me. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces.
Welcome back, everyone. The map vetoes are in and the players will be taking the stage shortly. But I do want to quickly address a little bit about that fracture because more often than not in these underdog matchups, we talk about how they need to come out strong and they need to take their map pick. So fracture, Potter, if X10 aren't able to take it, will you be concerned about the rest of their series?
Absolutely, absolutely concerned. I'm most curious what these compositions are going to look like, right? I think fracture, there's just so many interesting topics and discussions you can bring up about the map. Can Killjoy still be relevant? That ultimate certainly doesn't look like it can be a lot of the times with the breach counter. So there's so many different looks and different approaches that these teams are bringing to the table. You mentioned Brimmy, Tom. I'm actually low-key hoping that they bust out Brimmy again.
Yeah.
He just brings such a different flavor. Right now we're seeing such drawn-out execs because those smokes, the wall from the Viper, it takes forever, right? Brim, bust out the iPad, it's down instantly, right? So it's just a different flavor. I hope we can see Brimstone. I'd like to see how they approach it with someone like that.
His orbital strike would be pretty scary as well, considering how compact some of the sites are. Like, it's possible that maybe this is a Brimmy map and we just don't know what's going to happen. But realistically, I think Breach is highly likely. We've seen so many teams playing it so far. I've also enjoyed watching some Viper. I think the pit, especially because you've got so many avenues of attack, to be able to just lock one out completely can definitely help you quite a lot. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get from the compositions. But realistically, they could throw anything in and I'd probably go, ooh, cool, let's see what that can do. Except Yoru, maybe new Yoru.
I'm down for Yoru. Well, thank you very much, guys. A semi-final spot is up for grabs here. Let's welcome X10 and Gambit to the stage. While both teams are fighting for a semi-final spot here, will the fairy tale continue for X10 or will the big bad wars of Gambit come and give them a rude awakening? I don't think I have never described Gambit as big and bad, but they kind of are, Tom, in this matchup.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like at times Nats is a stone cold killer, like man with no emotions coming to ruin the day. But no, honestly, I feel like this matchup is one where it's very difficult not to like both of these teams unless you are a fan of the teams they're eliminating along the way. Because that's all it's really been. Like, most of the fans of other rosters would have expected X10 to be long gone and their team to be in the playoffs. And for Gambit, they're the team everyone has to beat. So you almost have to try and make them a bad guy at this point because they are the champions of the last Masters.
Yeah, and as we mentioned for Gambit, these guys just have to come out swinging, have that consistent form, and have a good start for themselves. Because, look, you give these X10 guys an inch, they're absolutely going to take a mile, especially Sushi Boys and Patafan. They've been fantastic in that server so far. I'm a little bit surprised to see Patafan's entrance be a little bit less energetic than what I'm used to seeing. But
yeah, he did say that he wanted his hair to be the energetic element. He didn't want to give it too much.
Not jealous at all.
You could dye your head. There's no rules against painting your head.
I'm gonna tat it. I'll just make it pink.
I mean,
pink.
If Liquid wins the tournament, you can do that, right? Isn't that what you said you were going to do?
Thank you.
Actually, I do want to talk about N real quick on your screen here because I feel like he is so underrated when it comes to the top coaches. He doesn't really get spoken about enough. But in this game, if they want to kind of shut down any of those aggressions from X10, Tom, N would have done a copious amount of homework here.
That's the thing, though. This is the sort of map that I feel like he'll have done homework in general, but you can't have done homework on this team. You couldn't do homework going into this event on this team at all, let alone on Fracture. They've literally never played it.
And he'll find a way.
The other way around. He's just been watching them. He's flown all the way out there, and he's just watching them through them. Guys, they're playing Fracture. I've got a good vision on this one. Like, yeah, maybe if he is that good a coach, then yeah, they should keep him until the end of time. Thankfully, we can
locked in a KO on Fracture Potter.
I love KO on Fracture.
What?
I love the pop flash. This.
We got Brim.
We got Brimmy, we got KO, we got Breach.
Woo!
We've even got a Sage. Sage is pretty unorthodox so far on Fracture as well.
Yeah, these are definitely some very interesting comps. Even just talking about KO in general, like Foxy is not normally the one on this team that plays it. They've had to do it because Cruz is now on Breach, so it's clearly something that they've tried and tested even on other players. And yeah, I like the fact that we're getting a raise from Defo, because that was one of the things when watching Fnatic especially, where you saw how deadly that agent can be. I will say it was in combination with Astra though, so I want to see how they're going to combo it with a Brimmy.
That's going to be so interesting. I'm glad we brought up the Brimmy and they've actually busted it out. I mean, when we watched Fnatic do their little B split with that tower heaven, that was all kind of timing with each other and spacing. With the Brimmy in play, you don't really have to focus so much on that. His orbital strike is going to take care of half of that site, and the rest of the Gambit members can keep their crosshairs on the others, right? So this is very interesting. I'm excited to see how they're actually able to put it into play and execute.
I love this raise change. I think this raise change is going to make a big difference. But before we hop into the game, I want to hear some predictions from you guys. Anyone is willing to go against Gambit here? Anyone?
No.
Nats.
Hey, can we just watch Panda Cam? I don't want to watch anything
I believe her name
was so nervous.
I believe her name is Adela. I did ask Nats about this. Yeah, I think that's Adela on screen. But yes, Gambit all the way, or are we going to have something different here?
I think it has to be this map for X10. I just don't think it's going to happen.
No, the series.
Yeah, I know. That's but like this map, they have to win even to have a chance.
Okay.
But I don't think they're going to win.
So you think Gambit 2-0?
2-0.
Ooh.
I'm going to say Gambit 2-0 as well, but look, we said that this map pool doesn't favor X10, but at the same token, Breeze and Fracture, they're kind of an unknown quantity. They are large maps. An aggressive team like X10 can absolutely step on Gambit here if they allow them. So there's a weird curveball opportunity here. I'm going to stick with Gambit though, 2-0.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say 2-1, but I'm not going to tell you guys who because we don't have enough time.
X10, obviously.
Let's throw this over to Pansy and Hypo to get us into Fracture.
With absolute honor, and hey, we've seen so many upsets already this tournament. I think it's a safe shout to go for Gambit. I think that's a very reasonable choice. But even stylistically, this matchup, I think Potter kind of lent in towards it. There is a world in which it can happen. And if it starts to, I'm all aboard it. But what do you make of this comp coming out? We've got, Fracture coming in. There's a lot to be discussed.
I mean, I love seeing Viper on Fracture, so it's interesting we see neither on either side, but it's the Brim that's the sticking point for me. Again, it's how much that's going to enable some of this site control, especially on the attack. But just one word from Potter, curveball. And I feel like that's what X10 are going to lean heavily on. We're looking for this defensive aggression again with a double flash, including the KO. I'm expecting something a little bit fruity out of X10.
And if I hadn't seen their victory over Envy, maybe you could have had to have worked harder to convince me of the chances, but I've seen it with my own eyes, and I think it made a believer of a lot of us. So we dive into this. Let's not waste any time, as we do have Gambit starting things out on the attacking side, and actually it's Nats to draw first blood as well.
Spike down, B.
A bit of a push through actually here. Patty and Cruz trying to double down on this aggression. Defo let's hold him back. Nats actually want to pick it up, and Chronicle with a pinch from the other side here. Sushi Boys try and find something on the backside, but him and Scary left to try and recover this pistol round.
Oh, and a clean start is perfect. That's what the doctor ordered. A little lineup here could be nice. Let's have a look to see if that does find where they need.
Spike plant.
For now, the smokes go in. So once again, more being presented in front of X10 to try and make this even trickier. The three in the post plant comfortable. Heal gets invested as well. Because now the two are trying to find the optimal timing. Maybe wait for that smoke to fade, and here's that pixel shown. Lovely shot from Defo. It looks like the follow-up probably going to work out quite well. The crossfires have not been dismantled, have not been dismembered. And it will be scary to have to face the music.
Yeah, there was even getting it done. Nope, Sadov's going to deal with it. And comfortable. Again, no real surprises of, again, a couple of early kills coming through, but Gambit find themselves an opportunity to get through. Again, I'm looking for lots of variation here on the side of X10, and particularly in the use of KO. Obviously there we did see a little push out from B main, but pressure on both sides of the map as well. You can see there Fox actually on this replay. Try and get something done elsewhere. And again, I think the important thing that a map here, if we talk about curveballs, this is kind of uncharted territory, right? For Gambit to an extent. I don't want to talk about the Red Bull performances. I know we already talked about that, but on the side of X10 also, excited to see what they can do to kind of lean on, I guess, the previous momentum, right? They're brimming right now.
And I'm actually quite glad that we've just kind of checked in, even observer-wise, on Nats and Chronicle. Considering the games that they struggled in against Vikings, where they dropped a couple of bits and pieces, oh, that's not good. Actually, Chronicle's been found. They had some really rough games in a 3-play stack trying to fight down against Shados, but he has support. Redgar's got his back. You can hear the Bulldog just growling behind, as now there's still 4 standing against the 2. Now, Patty does still have a little bit of damage in this, but they're already considering. You can see Defo just slipped across. Should be okay. Good trade for Patty. Any more would be great. That's when I start really paying attention, because you've chipped away a little bit more than they'd have wanted. 55 HP. And there's a very real possibility of him being able to at least get one more kill here.
Again here also, not sure if Nats even caught a glimpse there of Patty. Shados and Redgar will pause for a moment up in tower. And that ping came through, but not in the right spot here. Not sure if they're just waiting on this heal to make absolutely sure. Again, on damage control almost. Leaving Patty guessing. Just staring down Nats, doing what he does best. Redgar will spot him out. Third and round, some key early ultimate progress there, but 2 shields will need purchasing again. So in terms of damage, again, extra kill would have been nice, but forcing a bit more of a purchase out from Gambit here in the bonus. And again, this is the round you look towards X10. I'm looking here, it's leaning one way pretty quickly, but whether or not they continue with this early round pace. A little bit of an adjustment, actually. You got Sushi Boy over towards A. You can see lots of utility invested on both sides here. And look at this 4-man push, Lauren.
And look at those damn good-looking skins as well. All rifled up, all ready to go. Look at the damage coming back on through, though. They need to keep this clean. If you're an X10 fan, you're looking for that to be the case. And so far, comfy. I like the aggression. Now, the reply back will probably facilitate at least at bare minimum a plant. I feel here. Actually, no. The Spike's going to struggle to cross. And that's going to be denied. Chronicle still standing. What is that? Chronicle. Easy now. Oh, he's read it well. He's read it so well. Chronicle was already looking towards tower. And Foxy has no idea. Oh, Chronicle might just do the unthinkable. And has he?
He's expecting it as well.
He's predicted this so well. The man is in just complete, full-on brain power mode. He's reading everything. But now the timing's a factor, but he's got a lot to play with here. Hasn't recovered a gun yet. There's plenty down, but maybe feeling that taking this space was more essential. He's cleared, and now this is when that internal clock's going to tick and going, okay, maybe on the flank, maybe I need to look back towards tower, back towards this way. And he gets the rifle as well.
This is the thing now. Cantina Generator pretty much... Sushi Boy's got good timing on this, though.
Rifle out, there it is! Sushi Boy. Just about taming what could have been a nightmare scenario for X10.
And this is the problem, honestly, a round like that, it starts fantastically for X10, but it's so difficult for that to be your win condition in some of these rounds, to continue this level of aggression and this kind of eagerness to find this first blood. Again, kind of stop things before Gambit can get set up accordingly. Again, X10 win that round, but it cost them an awful lot. Patty already on the Blade Storm, though, and that's huge in this round.
Yeah, it should help even things out, and again...
these sorts of rounds, I think if it goes to a brawl, a bit of a scrap on these site entrances, that's when X10 can cause some real problems for Gambit.
And I'm going to say it now, I can hear them behind me. Already, that round, they are pumped up. That is a really good look from them coming into this flawless Prime Gaming round here. And what a way to assert dominance. Right back in after a very sketchy round, almost losing out to a Sheriff. That's one way to get your mental right back where it needs to be. That is really, really critical to these guys. Give them that confidence, keep them building, especially for an underdog. You look at it on paper, it's a lot of that affirmation, knowing that, hey, yes, we can go toe-to-toe. We've already taken down another heavy top-tier team. We can keep doing this time and time again. It is just 2-2, but they have humbled the money from Gambit. You're seeing a bit of a Shiko with a touch more in that Spectre on Chronicle, but otherwise, that's about it.
See what the plan is here. Not greeted with anybody on the side of X10 towards Hall or Door. They'll drift back over. Nats, again, no real information towards the setup on B at least, but as we can see on the minimap, it's 3 players stacked. Actually, 2 walking underpass here. X10 a double walk in this.
They're getting a little weird with it, but the problem is these these sheriffs are still so dangerous. Maybe this isn't the round to be doing it. That's a rifle to be had, and it does look like it's going to fall into the hands of Nats for now. Tries to tap away to get Foxy, but he's not going to be able to find the connection just yet. But as this death stack, that's a big tick in the box. They're going to walk away with the rifle, but do they predict the players already watching this fallback? Cruz is right there. You can see he's ready for this one, and now Cruz going to try and set this up. He wants to get it done. Lovely
Beautiful
control. He is so poised for that. Didn't overextend, falls away, 30 HP. Anything more is ideal, but Patty's got his back. The swing from Tower puts him down to 2, and all the threats that Gambit were looking to try and find have been somewhat quelled, but not completely. Redgar still has that rifle, and Shadow still on that Spectre. There's still potential for this.
Cruz is going to find another one. Shadow's actually front of the headshot. Patty.
Time.
Nice little swing out there, and a crucial round, I got to say. That
huge.
That swing back from that aggression through underpass to set up accordingly on site and pick up a couple of key angles made it so difficult. That fault line completely shuts this down here from Cruz.
And I love the control on that. Not just the wild spray, keeps composure. Again, this is really nice to look at. It just shows that they are really in the right mentality. They're not playing like they're underdogs at all. It's not just cheese. It's not just these looking for kind of squirrely ways to do it. It looks just like really good Valorant.
Like I said, the bigger positive is seeing X10 adjust. If they do lose somebody in this early aggression, it's that kind of mid-round adaptation where they can then set up, greet and execute from Gambit. Ooh, hold that thought again. We're getting an aggressive outside B main here.
Start. Oh, and
straight
Patty.
Away.
The backhand is swift, and Defo is going to be reeling from that. Redgar took a little bit of flak damage too. The rest comes out, but Cruz is right there. Shados is the one to tilt it back at least. Oh, I thought that was on the money.
Defo's lucky.
Very lucky boy. And Nats, does he have any bit of that luck up his sleeve? Because he's about to have a lot of players coming his way. He only gets a 1-for-1, so let's look at what we have here. It's still going on. What a bloody battle between these two. It's unrelenting aggression. Scary needs to be on point, though. Keep his composure as best he can. As Chronicle now is going to try and join Defo. 29 HP in a dream for Scary. Ults across the board.
This is a really dirty angle to hold as well.
It's filthy. It's absolutely filthy, and I love what he's up to. The wall goes down, and now the 1v2. He's going to try and find one. He gets it, but the second evades, and Chronicle brings life back to Gambit here.
Again, the choice to go for the gravity well there, I think he's potential, actually, if Chronicle stacks up there and they try and double swing. There's a world where he gets both of those.
I'm just not used to seeing Gambit in this kind of brawly style where they're having to meet them in this sort of aggressive manner. And I love the fact that X10 are pushing Gambit to this, making them play outside of their usual stylistic approach.
And actually, the second part to that is actually how willing X10 are to kind of double down. Like they find an opener, and then there's 2 or 3 other points on the map where they're still pushing. On defense, by the way.
Yeah, just to clarify. And that's big info found. Nice little start there for Foxy. Going to be happy with that. Going to fall away. But it's not going to be the entire picture, of course. We know Fracture by now. We've seen it a fair bit in this tournament, honestly. It has been doing the rounds. And Chronicle looking to be precise as he works his way forward. But it's the main pack over here that's trying to draw a great deal of attention, see if he can maybe capitalize on that timing if they do turn away. But it looks like they're going to fall away from this.
A couple of tools at Gambit's disposal as well. Showstopper, the orbital strike. See on the flip side. A couple of ultimates for X10 to throw in this round if they choose to. Drifting back towards bench here. And again, actually the weaker side of the setup from X10 just by a head count. Again, playing a little deeper now, and this is, again, switching up a little bit. They're just going to kind of play contact on site. These Sushi Boys tucked up into tower. Again, almost kind of giving them entry at least here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, now that
forced out by the lockdown.
It's one of the brilliant things, I guess, of having Bramy Boy. But a lot of utility invested into this now. They have to make the most of this one. You can already see that X10 are on the back foot slightly, but the hits still not come through. We're down to 14 seconds. They need to make this land. 10 seconds now. Redgar on the drive-by does well, but Scary lives up to that name, causing problems. 6 seconds now. It's only Patty alive, and I don't think he can really deny this. The spike goes down with 1 second to spare, and Gambit, that serene style, that diligent approach. But Patty's considering it for merely a second. I wonder how long he lingers.
I think with the operator here, it's, again, there's no chance of him swapping out a weapon. Very difficult for him to find anything on the way back in. You can see him backing away now, but it's interesting there. Again, yes, it runs so late. We're used to seeing Gambit play that sort of round, but it's now where X10 show nothing. There's nobody kind of aggressively peeking in these angles towards Arcade, you know, and nobody towards Underpass, and that's where you give Gambit the time to set up. The orbital strike is all that's needed on the way in there. Yep. Comes down to a couple of other gunfights, but I'm almost kind of thinking, you know, X10 towards the back end of that round. There's no kind of fact finders out towards Dish, nothing towards main, nothing to kind of confirm this lack of presence anywhere on the side of Gambit. And you let Gambit shift walk around the map for 90 seconds and it becomes a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, it plays too nicely to Gambit's style. It gives them way too much. So I would like a little bit more of those fact finders, as you said. It's hard to say though, because we know that also Gambit are great at holding those defaults, which normally does catch that. It is the kind of Sophie's choice of things. You can't. There's no easy way to do it, and that's the reason they're such a high-tier team. However, we dive back in. We have to now look at the purchase on either side. Pretty solid. Still enough for X10 to get a really nice buy behind it. Patty maintaining that operator, so he gets to bring it into this round. And already a clear lean towards this B site at the very beginning. Last time around we did see that, but you wanted aggression towards Dish. We were already getting that too. I think Foxy has just gone walkabout, so they're already going to lean over that additional player. They've seen plenty of utility, and Sushi Boys is trying to keep this together. There's the swing though. 2 players tucked by the box. This could be problems. He actually gets away unscathed, and the lean's coming in, and as is that flank.
That's just going to send one down. It does find Scary. Trying to hide inside the smoke here. Lockdown invested as well. Will be dealt with straight away, so no threat to Gambit here. They're able to set up on site.
Planted.
But actually a nice swing out from Sushi Boys there, but Defo can find 2.
Yeah, Foxy's got to be careful. He was a little unaware. All that utility and no intention behind it at the end. That tower swing was great from Nats. And once again, Patty's put in this position. He was a little not hesitant to hit these rotations, but now they want to get that operator away. Good luck. Patty wants this. It's his baby. He's not going to give it up. But already you're seeing Gambit now starting to exude a little bit of that dominance, but he's still putting on a show. And the time. I mean, he switched up to the rifle. He's going for this one. And have a look where Nats is. Oh my. Hi, Pog, are you kidding me right now? Patty, you could do this already. The flash, he doesn't actually eat it that much. Oh my god, Patty can sit this. He can absolutely sit this. There's no time left. And I don't blame him, because Nats, if anything, was the one who wasn't there in time. But Patty could have done some more damage with that, and that has to be a wake-up call to Gambit. It ain't over till it's over, because that man almost just clutched out against them.
He really did, and that's the thing. Some of these players on X10, they're not afraid to kind of do the unexpected, right? Do the almost illogical in some senses.
As soon as he drops that op, I'm all aboard.
I mean, the only thing that changed there, if he sticks for the first half, that's around 2x10. So Gambit got to keep that in check for sure. You see him just second-guessing himself a couple of times there, and
I can't blame him though.
No, you really can't. Again, you expect there the flash comes through main. There's going to be a swing from tower.
Yeah, be tower wherever else.
But Nats was straight away for that. I think actually as the first op kill came in, he was straight to Dish. Then Defo kind of overpeaks a little bit on top of that wall.
Fine lines here. But hey, this is the level that you kind of have to start looking at with these players. The fact is that this happens in games that have been around for like 10 years where every player's meant to know better. And again, it might be a little bit of a reminder and it'll kick up the butt for Gambit. They're saying, all right, let's stay on track here. Let's make sure we do not drop any of this. Cross the T's, dot the I's, stay composed. Because I think everyone coming into this who's watched Gambit leading up to this point has looked at that group stage and probably not had as much faith in them.
I wasn't sold.
I think most of us were somewhat similar.
You look at some of the map losses back at Masters 3 and you think, actually, yeah, fair enough. But some of the losses here in terms of just dropping maps have looked shaky.
Yeah. So again, you kind of want Gambit to make sure they are really doing their due diligence, because you need to see that from them. And for X10, if they keep finding these little ways, these little moments, trying to exploit it to get around it, it could be something there. For now, though, we sit at 5-3. And Gambit's adjustment has been great, and they have finally got the money down.
Patty again on the blade, something you hear it popped off the rip. A little quicker actually an approach from Gambit here towards A main. Foxy and Sushi Boys. Nats
Look at
in
this
trouble
pinch.
here.
Yeah, Nats is in a world of trouble. He's got players left, right, and center. Sees the shoulder, going to get one, but it's a trade out. And that's going to be a rifle now, pretty much up for grabs. And you know these boys will fight till the death. Shade also catches the first glimpse. It wasn't as clean as he would have wanted. Going to have to fall away and respect that, but Defo still being pretty much the safe pair of hands. Really putting his foot down in this one as we are down to Patty and Sushi Boys to try and make something of this, but going to drop out the weapon. Not as clean and as simple as Patty would have liked. A nice try, but Gambit maintain 4. Keep everything tickety-boo.
Next round again, you look towards the ultimates here for Gambit. I think we're one away from the showstopper again. I'm not sure if it's the Roll of Thunder or the Orbital Strike actually on the horizon. Actually, yeah, 3 off the showstopper. So again, this is still around again on the buy round here. There's not an awful lot behind this, and this is where it becomes difficult for X10 to maintain this level, I guess, of proactivity on the defense. But I'm looking towards Foxy here again,
yeah.
In terms of that, the cooldown and utility, making absolute use of it, because the only 2 fact finders they have really is Foxy and Sushi Boys, right? Everything else relies on pushing, you know, finding out what the setup looks like.
And it looks real quiet. So instantly you have to be looking to the other side of the map. Both extremities, at least on the top side of the map, have now been pushed out on. You've got to be able to try and extrapolate the information from that, because Gambit now, I think, have kind of put it together themselves as they've sliced through the... What is this round going on? Defo going to lead the charge. Cruz actually could catch the cross. No way! Defo, so sharp on it. And he still does well. Foxy trying to do some damage, but it's all effective trades for Gambit, leaving Sushi Boys the last one alive. And a 1v3, Spike going to go down. And he ain't that close by.
Planted.
Gambit just walked through sand, up ropes, walled off spawn, and hit B.
Yes, they did.
And X10 are like, oh, well, we all push bridge, so, okay. Really, really weird round to watch on the minimap there. But a quick response, I think, on the back of Nats finding a little bit of contact in underpass. Sushi Boys again, we don't can find any damage here, but at this point with the round deficit doesn't make an awful lot of difference, because it will be saving and Gambit should be sitting pretty comfortable. Chronicle will find it. Again, now we're starting to see Gambit get a little bit better in terms of, I guess, their understanding of X10 and where they're pushing. If they feel no contact somewhere, then they're probably going to have a window of opportunity to slip through in this sort of round here. I mean, you can see straight away the response here after that first blood from Nats.
Not bad at all. Gambit now stringing together 5 rounds on the trot. And a nice little mid-call maybe off the back of that, as you said, Nats contact there. I like that. Just some nice, quick kind of fluid calling coming out from Gambit. Looks to sit with them well. And the proactive X10 still trying to make something happen from this, but I feel like Gambit really got a good notion of what's going on. Let's see how this kind of fares this time. A little bit of a switcheroo. At least they're going to be able to fall back here, not overcommit to that flank. And the other side of the pack for X10 should be able to clear, but you're right. Look at keep your eyes on it.
Site.
Yep.
Again, now that Tripwire being dealt with, Gambit are anticipating this push through underpass again, but I mean, there's a glaring hole in the defense here for X10. Gambit, unfortunately, on the back of being noted towards A hall, have drifted back this way. So Cruz himself at a pretty tricky spot here. He's got to go huge if he wants to stop this advance.
It's a lot of pressure on one man's shoulders, and he doesn't even know it's happening yet. He's got his back to the enemy, not a place to be. The footsteps are surely going to be heard. Patty might be able to get there in time. He is going to at least get one, but a quick trade out as Cruz does get to keep his life, try and sail on forward. But Nats is so happy to greet it with the adjustment on the third. Finding so much work for himself. Oh, the timing is nasty. 1 HP. You're lucky to be alive.
Comes down to a 2v2 though. Sushi Boys will fall, and just 1 HP in the dream for Foxy. An awful left. Yeah, okay. Well, he needed to find that one. He didn't. It's 8-3. And again, coming into the last round here.
Last round.
It's going to be pretty tricky for X10. Didn't actually keep note of any ultimates here. I think there was a couple, 1 or 2 away, but it's just... And again, you can see here the way Cruz has to play around Arcade. He's got to worry about tower. He's got to look back towards site. There's all of these points where X10 have no information on. And like I said, you allow Gambit to shift walk around the map for that long, they can be anywhere. And they will be.
Yeah. They've found what works. They found that sore spot and they're just pressing on it time and time again. Defo up to a quick beginning. Oh, it's brutality from Defo. Straight away in there, just rips the head off of Sushi Boys. Foxy's with a great flash. Oh my, Defo still takes him down. Feels like Gambit can't put a foot wrong. There's Patty, Cruz, and Scary still trying to find any success for themselves, and Nats waiting, poised, calm, collected, and unnoted. He knows what he's doing. He still gets one, and step by step, they just get worked away at.
I love that little attempt with the bait on that Sage wall coming up, but Spike is planted. Rolling Thunder available for Cruz. That's just him and Patty here on the way back in. Only one member on site again. Gambit adjusting on the back of that ultimate.
And there's the commit.
Stuff it, there's so much. There's a huge gap to close.
It really is, and it's going to be quite fast. Patty going to at least step towards it. Shados is there, Defo is there. Gambit looking to maybe reclaim a little bit of that inhuman capability that they have. Looking like they don't bleed blood, looking so refined in how they like to approach the game.
I mean, I've got to say, this is probably the most composed in terms of an attacking half we've probably seen out of Gambit here at Champions. Again, the biggest test would have been the test of that default, especially on a map like Fracture where there are so many pressure points, so many opportunities for these flanks. So you look towards Nats to be the one to kind of keep that in check, and Gambit adjust accordingly and find a really good grasp there.
They do, and I'm quite impressed by Gambit coming out and looking like this, because I think throughout the group stage we were a little bit hesitant on how they'd been running through this one. So again, for me, I think this is a good kind of confirmation of how they look. However, I want to see what the desk has to say about that first half.
Yeah, Gambit showing so much discipline, but you and I were talking about it during the game. It felt like the pushes and the defensive aggressions from X10 just sometimes fell down to luck.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like considering you have a KO in your team, it seemed like most of the time they had no idea where their opponents actually were. Like I wanted to see that knife come out a little bit more for information usage, and it seemed like a lot of X10 defensive side was purely based, as you said, on risk. Like, let's just push somewhere, hope they're there. If they're not, then they didn't seem to have a plan then onwards of how they would then retake ground or even retake spots. It's just weird.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been the X10 game plan this entire time on defenses. As the barriers go down, they either do a 4-1 push or throw utility and figure out what's going down. Gambit had a pretty simple response, but a response nonetheless. It was the 4-1s, right? Just leave Nats in the back line and have the trips up. And look, he's always good for one. He didn't have those breakout highlight acing every round type of games that we sometimes see out of the man himself, but he was always good for one. And that's the most important aspect of this, because eventually the defenses, they just start getting bogged down, right? Anytime they're trying to push, one of them gets taken out. A 1-for-1 trade is never in the advantages of the defenses.
I mean, it just feels like, you know, we hear about Cruz saying that they want to disrupt their opponent's game plan, but Potter, so far, Gambit are the ones that are just able to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, you even saw it in the round where it just coming down to the wire. Gambit once again using the clock as their best friend, right? I didn't think they would make it into that B site, but eventually it came through, right? The orbital strike towards that tower area, the breach ult to follow through right where the player would be kind of funneled into because of the orbital strike. So a lot of layers and good looks here for Gambit.
Yeah, I think as well, the thing that's a little bit of a shame is the rounds where X10 did get the rebright in the early rounds, they were really close. Like, there were a few players left alive. There were opportunities there. I'm hoping that when it comes to their attacking side, we're going to see a little bit more of that KO.
Well, let's jump right back in with Pansy and Hypok.
Let's do it. 9-3 is the scoreline if you're just tuning in, and there's a reason they're Cinderella stories, they're fairy tales. When you start believing in these regions, you hope that maybe that success can continue out of the group stage with these deeper runs. But the Iron Giants of Gambit might have just awoken, but a good start for Sushi Boys could get them right back on track. Shados just a little too quick on the trigger, and it's a 1-for-1 trade out.
Big gap towards B right now, though, and you see straight away X10 going to capitalize on that. Redguard has to respect it for the time being. A little bit of pressure actually on the backside of B main here from Defo potentially, but see the firing squad lined up. Shados and Nats looking to stop any further pushes.
Spike planted.
See here, Defo. Does he get hard cleared here?
I think the answer is quite resounding. It's a no. Defo gets away with it. Catches Cruz and now going to work them down to 3, trying to keep their back still himself safe. Oh, Defo, I thought he had another. This man has been just a safe pair of hands, and he's been succeeding in a lot of the fights. The wall going to try and facilitate the cross. That was a little dicey, but it's fine, as Gambit are looking in fine form and a little too thick to quit. Foxy is in trouble.
Try and find this here. Nope, Shadoff's going to close it out. The defuse comes through. Gambit find their 10th. And again, it's interesting to see Gambit's willingness to kind of address A-Hall so quickly there. You see Redguard leans away from it. Defo's able to roam for 15, 20 seconds or so. And again, anticipating that B hit coming through. The setup, it's almost like Extend unable to kind of capitalize on that aggression because there's nobody on site. Gambit just play deep enough to mitigate all that risk.
Little force buy coming in. How do you feel about force buys?
I mean, this scenario, yeah.
I
get it again. It's SMGs.
Yep.
Mostly you're going to be up against. There's a Bulldog in the hands of Redguard, but
little armor difference. Defo just fed himself to the wolves. Flies on in a quick meal. Redguard though gonna have to try and back away. He's caught in no man's land, and yeah, this buy's actually caught them off a fair amount, caught in unpredictable positions and spots they didn't want, and the pace, they have to keep this up. You're right, the flank will come into effect eventually, but let's see if they get that spike down uncontested. For now, it does seem as though that's going to be the case, and Foxy's on the case. Shados, Chronicle, Nats, all going to start cresting that corner, outdone by one, and now the 3v3.
Crew's going to have an opportunity to play inside the smoke and have a really good engagement here if anybody does take the road, but looks like Gamma going to force their way through on ground level. The wall, actually, Investor is going to cut off generator here. Batty has to deal with that quickly, this flank.
If he can get the timing right, if Sushi Boys can keep the attention. Oh, he just slipped through. Shados still alive, but only for so long. The force buy desperately trying to work out for them as it does convert with 3 standing. X10 give themselves a window of opportunity.
Like you said, Defo, like a lamb to the slaughter there again. Not necessarily a misread, I think just banking on the fact that there is no buy coming through. The fault line was fantastic, but with this many SMGs in close quarters staring him down, no real opportunity for him to capitalize on that. And now, see what they can do with this. They can build a little bit of a buffer here. Again, not many rounds to play with Gambit on double digits, but see how far they can take this.
It has to be step by step. It has to be every single round on this turnaround if they want it. Foxy is going to be the first to get truly tested, and that's not what you want. It has to commit. And he still gets away with one, which is actually quite impressive. On the other side, the purchase for Gambit is a little here, there, and everywhere. Got about all the things from underneath the kitchen sink. You've got a Sheriff coming out, a Spectre, a Classic, odds and ends. Now the Spike Plant comes in, just adjusting for the utility to try and supplement and support. Patty going to watch that drop down in case anyone gets a little ahead of themselves, but it's not the case.
And here, want to see good damage control on the side of X10.
Dim beacon down.
To hold on to these weapons. Redguard looking as if he's just playing Exus here, but a couple of zipline rotations coming through. Potential to backstab A main here. I mean, Cruz has got to be careful. You see he's potentially set up for a fault line, I guess, towards drop. Yeah, again, we just want to hold him. Actually, wisely enough, X10 exited elsewhere.
Chronicle, does he catch anyone? Yeah, nice work from him to at least get one. How much do they get away with? Bit careful now. Yeah, actually, very clean from X10. That's great. Ticking the box right there. This is the building blocks that could close the gap. But it has to keep happening. It can't be these one-offs. It can't be odds and ends. The buy is going to come out eventually for Gambit, and this is the one we need to pay attention to. This could be the big round, and it's not a perfect purchase either.
I think as well, we making the comparison to defense, it's much easier for X10 to maintain this pace on attack, right? And again, if they get a couple of, like you said, the building blocks, the foundations to find some pressure points, it's harder for Gambit on these buy rounds to play so aggressively. You know, things like the fault line set up for Defo. Wouldn't expect to see them every single time. Actually, Patty straight away, look at that.
Defo,
ruthless.
Just being the backbone right now of Gambit, catching a couple of these moments and really quelling that early aggression. And oh, Foxy, what? How are you so good at adjusting to that? He was in the middle of nowhere, he had no right, and neither does Shados. The flash couldn't have been better. The follow-up does not happen, though. And another bloody battle between these two as Redguard is chomping at the bit just around that corner. You know they know he's there, though. They're clearing this and they're thinking, well, it feels like there could be someone on the case. There's that door open. Redgar says hello, and Nats finds Sushi Boys. It's going to be on Scary now, and he's got so much to get through. They jump in the corners. He knows he's pinned in. And Gambit get back on track. The rifles get upgraded, and they make it to 11.
Really, X10, one feasible round here in terms of the purchase. Again, we'll have to see actually what the knock-on effect of that bonus round was. Let's see actually. Ultimates online as well, but Patty just so desperate to find that first blood. But hats off to Foxy, like you said, actually just comes through here as soon as they feel that pressure towards Hall. Foxy knows that there's probably going to be an opening there for him to find it. It's actually not as bad. Actually, on the side of X10, it's only one Spectre, and like I said, a couple of ultimates online.
Now, I do want to open this up to the bigger picture, though, because I think the death started quite well, that when we look at this map pool, there's potential for X10, absolutely. I think even if you looked at like the Envy map pool, you'd still probably put it with them, and obviously X10 outdid them, but let's kind of call it what it is. Fracture was quite a big win condition here, I think. There was at least a big opportunity.
Absolutely.
And now we're starting to lean towards this being closed out potentially by Gambit. They've got a nice buffer right back on this. They should be able to build, keep that money away from X10, which now becomes an issue purely with the amount of rounds left.
Yeah, and I think as well in terms of the mental, I don't think X10 are probably a team that are going to be knocked by a big defeat here on Fracture. Again, they come back in blank canvas, really map by map, and we saw that particularly in the MV series. I think was a really good example of that. But you got to say it's. I don't want to say it's pinned on this one map. There's still a chance.
There's always a chance.
Tom was leaning a little heavier in favour One Direction, but
he likes One Direction.
He does. Huge Harry Styles fan, actually.
Yeah. He's got the posters. He
never stops talking about it.
No. It must be upsetting with his lack of hair. He always wanted that. Main speak. Oh, Defo's right back to business.
What?
He got the dink. He thought he'd done it. Cruises on 7 HP. Well, I guess they get another bite of the cherry, and Gambit. What is going on in this round? What is happening right now?
Now Foxy, he's got to hold on to underpass here. Redgar will be able to escape, but the res comes through, nullifying that kill that X10 did find. Cosmic Divide goes up as well. Everything thrown into this round.
It's going to be 12 otherwise. It's got to be now, or it might just be never. Scary going to try and clear a little bit of safety for himself, give himself a bit of area to play in amongst. And where are they off to? I'm looking at that zip wire. This actually could be insane if this works out.
No
Foxy,
way.
what have you got up your sleeve? Is that a rifle down as well? That could be a nice upgrade, because he's only got the Spectre right now, and this could be huge for him. He decides not to do it. He's seen everything. We've seen this before. Glimpses of the past. Remember the Fanatic game. Can he do what he needs to? That's one down. He can clear, he can confirm. He knows where these players are. Brilliant information now relayed. The gap going to close in, and time being bought here. They have nothing in this one. Scary is there. Shadows. Wait, what is going on? He needs to get the diffuser down, as he does. And X10 give themselves another round. That flank by Foxy's was fantastic.
Beautiful stuff, but everything thrown into that round will make it very difficult. Again, only one survives coming out of that, and we know already with the one Spectre purchase there, potential to see a knock-on effect there in terms of the finances, but again, Gambit play that around the res perfectly. They can be aggressive here. They know the potential they can find a player or two on the extremity plates. It is. That was the one I was talking about the other day.
Yeah, no, I see it now.
It's not cheap.
No, I can imagine it's not. So let's talk about what this has done knock-on-wise, because it's taking the money away from Gambit now. Swings and roundabouts between these two. He wants to post this, and it might be the right destination. Right to the pocket of Scary, and that's now, I think, a rifle down if it can be recovered. Sushi Boys is just praying for timing, praying for it to be right. He only gets one. Quick trade for Nats, though. And now the advantage in numbers at least sits with Gambit. 2 rifles now on the deck as well. Foxy, oh no way! He couldn't even turn around in time. Redgar gets the freest kill of his life. And now Patty and Cruz put in a bad spot here. Can they make anything out of this one?
Actually, 3 rifles in the hands of Gambit here, so...
Last player standing.
Shados, man. Deletes Patty. Wow. That's just Cruz left.
And I don't think he's loving this one. Absolutely not. All that utility being poured in. So many obstacles in the way. Do what you can. Can he deny it, at least for now?
Did he get half?
This is good for Cruz. He's giving himself some time. The flag, oh my word, Cruz! It's game back on! Maybe, just maybe, there's still some life in it. The time is there! And by the absolute tiniest of margins, X10 carry on.
I mean, these aren't comfortable. Again, you talk about repeatable successes here.
Oh, we're not
these
even,
are coming down right to the wire.
Absolutely not. A 1v3 post line like that. You had all the utility put in, these sort of freebies coming out for Gambit. Yeah, okay, just do that time and time again. Look at this work coming out. Cruz, though. What an absolute man made of ice right now. So calm in that. Oh, there it is. That's the calmness. There it is. That's the composure right there.
Again, actually, yeah, looking a little, I don't want to say frustrated, but almost wanting to close this out.
They do look a
couple of rounds ago, right? There's would have been the expectation with that first half. So here again, X10. There's so many bodies behind us, only Sushi Boys elsewhere. And Gambit this time playing a little deeper, respecting this almost. Fox is ready to enable Patty here, you can see inside on the X-ray. If anything gets detected there, but Patty straight onto site here. Zados will find the opener though, traded out. Chronicle finds two.
Down, B. One
yeah, this is
remaining.
looking like 12 is now beckoning. Scary in a 1v4. Gonna get one, you're gonna prove me wrong again. Surely not. Scary, just how much more can you do? Smoke goes in, and he edges closer. Redgar is on the other side, but timing is everything. He has to back away. The steps get noted. Yeah. It looks like Defo is very much watching this, adamant that he will not let go of that. Picks up the spike, and now they know he's got to be there. Surely they've seen that vanish. Yeah, they have now. Those shots are going to confirm it. 25 seconds. Can he get around towards that A side? Is he going to go for it, or does he try and double pump? Let's see what you got, Scary.
I'm looking at the minimap here. Defo hasn't confirmed the spike being taken here.
Surely.
And again, Gambit can wait. It's a 3v1.
I'd rather than play
argue
safety
that
on.
should lean
10 seconds left.
in their favor. Again, they can wait out the spike plant.
But he can get into a dirty little post plant,
yes.
right? Like he's got so much time to play with. He doesn't necessarily know that, so I wonder how far he explores. But he has plenty of time to try and do something, but they're staying as a pack. All three players together. Scary on the other side of this corner. Here's one, takes one, and tries to back away. They're going to try and close the gap, though. They want to get as close as they can to the Scary on the swing. He gave it everything he had. 3 kills, but Redgar prevails, and it'll be 12 on the board for Gambit. You can't say that X10 aren't trying.
They get one that comes down to just one left standing in this round. And again, Scary plays that perfectly. He has to look for a kill. He has to kind of stop them before they can make use of this head count. Or the man advantage, I should say. And Chronicle, though, just beautiful hold by him.
God tier from him there. Very sharp. Timeout.
Again, I think now with these being so scrappy back and forth, yes, there's a little bit of a loss bonus, but the economy's got to be struggling on the side of X10. And then you think back to that round where everything's invested just to get one more on the board.
But it's trickier, right? Because we've just had 2 rounds, but one actually worked out. It was a 1v3 and he pulls it off. And that was another situation very similar to that. And it was down to a 1v1. It was as close as you could get. He did everything right. I don't think you can really question how hard he had to fight in that one, and it almost worked out. I don't think anyone can say they are not giving it literally everything. Like, bear in mind that round had Chronicle picked 3 up on that side push. That normally, the percentage chance of them then turning that around is wild, but 7-12 is not highlighting how close some of these rounds have been between these two.
No, that's actually on the flip side of that, Gambit. A credit to them, they withstand a barrage of utility after X10 creep closer and closer inside those smokes you saw in the previous round.
That is not looking healthy.
Odds and ends. Pots and pans, as Sean would say.
Not sure what that means.
I think everything but the kitchen sink, pots and pans.
Is that what you got in your kitchen?
Don't do much cooking, so.
Fair enough. Back in we go. 12-7. Gambit do now have map point in the pocket. Now they just need to get across the line. Defo, can he keep that composure that has resonated so well with him? Look at everything being poured at this man, and he still stands. Oh, he refuses to relent. Defo standing up to the test this time. finding that balance. He's been over-aggressive, and this time it's looked just right. But these boys have clutched out so many times before, so I feel like I can't say it yet until the final man falls. It's down to Scary again. A 1v4 presented and only a Spectre by the side. And sadly, it looks like it's done for. He gets put to the grave, and 13-7 for Gambit comes across the line. That, however, was a very close game in some of these rounds. Gambit, though, had a couple of individuals really find their form. I've got to say it, Defo to me initially, safe pair of hands. Second half, excelled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, in this, he's kind of switching off the jet. He has to still maintain that level of pressure or, I guess, control in these opening engagements. And he did just that. Redguard with some great enablers, great setups for him. But again, Patty, man, he gave it everything in that first half. Again, there was a big gap on the scoreboard. Just was how much X10 were trying to build around him, how many times he was the last alive, still keeping X10 in some of these rounds. Now, I think we think back to some of the discussions before this map started. You think about how actually stylistically this is a very difficult matchup for Gambit. And again, you think regionally some of the teams they're tested by, it's actually a good look to see Gambit pile on the pressure and meet a team toe-to-toe.
And that's something I hope the desk will expand on, is kind of the stylistic expectation of Gambit and where the downfall can be, and somehow like maybe X10 can actually exploit that a bit, push them to play out of their comfort zone potentially. And you're right, they did actually find this, and this was again one of those moments where they almost clutched this out. Like, how many of these rounds were so close? And what a wake-up call for Gambit. They have to now stay sharp in this. You give that a little bit of weakness, you know that vulnerability will be found by X10. But again, it was the map going Gambit's way, and now we have to look towards the rest of the map pool, which I think if most people aren't, you know, huffing the copium, it does now swing towards Gambit's favor.
It does, yeah. Again, whether or not X10 are going to be able to pull something out of the bag, how much is, I don't want to say, steam is left in the engine, so to say, sure. But it's tough now to look at the rest of this veto and not lean in Gambit's favor, I think.
Yeah, I'm a little saddened it wasn't closer in rounds. Yeah, I feel like there was a bit of fire coming in for X10 there, but it was quelled eventually by Gambit. However, 2 more maps potentially. It could go all through. We'll have to see what X10 have, or it could be the 2-0 for Gambit. We're going to head to a break, and when we're back, the desk will talk you through it all.
X10, they threw a curveball in the map vetoes, but in the end, it wasn't a problem at all for Gambit. I'm back on the desk with Potter and Tom. Some flashes of brilliance there from X10, but wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't enough, and unfortunately so, right? Some fantastic ideas coming out for X10, but it seemed like each step of the way, I mean, let's just think about that last round. Defo getting breach stunned right at that box, right underneath the tower. How is he not dead? How does he get away with 3 kills after that sort of encounter? So that sort of a curveball, as we've been saying and putting, coming out from individual reactions, those are superstar moments, and I'm glad it was Defo that was in that highlight.
Yeah, I think as well, if I'm looking at this map in general for X10, I don't think it's one one that they should be playing too much anyway. Like, at least for now. I think they've got a lot of work to do, because compositionally, I don't think it looked great. Like, I don't think the KRU really had any impact that I can think of. Maybe a decent pop flash every once in a while, and you can sort of see that on the scoreboard at the moment, that it did kind of come down to those duelists. But if I look down the sort of players on Gambit, I can say Nats, he definitely had impact. Like, I'm talking about those lurks, using his utility for information. Chronicle had a damn good game, and although I won't say that all of that just came down to Brimstone, I don't think that was the biggest thing. But I kind of wanted to highlight Shados a little bit, because I feel like a lot of these Sage walls that he was using actually became like sort of pinnacle points in the round. Like, you saw the deep one that we saw regularly towards Generator, where you look at those retakes, like the one where Paddy Pan's like finding all of the kills. It made all of those fights really awkward for him to take, because he then has to use the time to get back into the site. And we saw those on most of the takes from Gambit, where they put them down and it just wastes a hell of a lot of time. And you think about how many rounds came down to a couple of seconds. I think it actually made a pretty big difference. So I would actually like to see X10 either like work on this composition or rework it completely and come back in different.
Yeah, and those few seconds that you're talking about.
Hey, Tens, will you dye your hair again, or no? Just wondering. I probably will, yeah.
First half, I believe we had at least 3 of them.
I played better when I had white hair.
Clutch 1 versus 3 with that breach utility. It's just used to perfection. Foxy flank, yeah. So again, moments of brilliance for X10 coming through, but just that extra layer, that little extra oomph coming out to get some rounds on the board, to have a little bit of momentum going into the second. It seems like that's what these guys are missing.
I mean, Gambit, we know they're super unforgiving. You can't make mistakes around this team. They'll just punish you hard. We spoke about Defo already, but I do want to take a look at the comparison with Patty as well, because Patty had a lot of impact. At one point, he was 13-4. And he's been one of the more consistent players too, just in general, possibly in this tournament.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And a little more quiet, I think, coming out, but definitely not quiet in the server, right? He's just so carefree, it seems like. And of course, it helps that he's on the jet, but I love seeing that no fear style coming out from Patty. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to convert some of those rounds that he found those openings on, but yeah, defo diff, I guess.
Yeah, he doesn't even really play Raze. I think that's one of the things I want to highlight with Defo, is that he has been almost the most through and through jet that we kind of have in EMEA. He has played it in the past.
I think one time is all I remember.
Yeah, it's been like a long time, and we haven't seen it consistently. So the fact that he's come in on this map, 330 ACS, didn't really look like he was uncomfortable at all. I saw a few tweets here and there, like he's been working on his satchels, and that's a big thing for them, because that's always something I've worried on other maps, for example, like a Split, where I feel like that Raze is so much more valuable. If he can bring that in elsewhere, hey, that's a pretty big agent to have under your belt.
I mean, we had a lot of pretty accurate shooters, aimers on that map. Let's take a look at
nice transition.
Shooter Boy, Sushi Boy in the aim lab shoot around. Okay, this is a different look. But is he trying to bait us into something?
No, surely he's warming up, because he's gonna bust out the jet on Ascent.
Yeah, because like why else would he be doing this?
You know what? Maybe he's just warming up his entire mouse pad. You know, he's gonna use the entire thing to be able to warm up in this manner. But yeah, I mean, maybe that might be the exact curveball that X10 need. I mean, their Ascent, their defenses, they looked good. It's just that, again, a little bit telegraphed. So hopefully with maybe Sushi Boy on the jet instead this time, that might be the difference.
If Cruz has gone into that interview and said, yeah, we don't really play double duelist, and then throws out a double duelist, I'm leaving. Like, I'm just saying that. I even said it after that interview. Like, he's someone I do not trust when it comes to those interviews. So if they come up with a double duelist now, I'm going to be frustrated.
We have been burned before, and they are aware that, you know, we have the aim lab shoot around. So I feel like if it's any team that's going to troll us a little bit, maybe Sushi Boys is the troll here. But you guys have mentioned Ascend already. Let's talk about this next map. Here's a fun stat. Let me whip out my fun stat of the day. Both teams have only ever lost this map 5 times. Only ever.
That is quite interesting.
Yep, and for Gambit, it's
into regions as well. Like, a Gambit are in such a tough region. Obviously, everybody knows that now. But yeah, I think that their Ascent, especially the defensive side, has always been phenomenal. One that's incredibly tough to break, and that was actually the strength we sort of mentioned it in the pre-show. That was the strength as well. For the side of X10, is their defensive side was good, their attack was a little bit shaky.
Yeah, a little bit shaky, and you know, The casters, Hypok and Pansy, they were wondering what the game plan for X10 was going to be as they stared me down from across the room. But X10, their defense is, as you mentioned, Tom, it's weird, right? Because it seems like for Gambit, they're going to be able to react appropriately. Anytime that X10 try to push that B main like we know that they will, Gambit, surely they just beeline it straight up cat into tree room.
Well, as you guys can see from the Prime Gaming agent select, we got straight up jabaited by Sushi Boys.
Yeah,
he's not going to be playing on the Jet, but also Nats, you spoke about before. Nats has only played Viper so far in this tournament. In this series, he's only playing Cypher.
Yeah, I'm the biggest fan. I think everybody in the world is the biggest fan of his Cypher, and I think especially on his A-site defense of this map, you're not getting in. Like that's why their defense is so good. They can just leave A completely alone to him. He won't die, and he'll take 2 kills with him every single time. The main thing I want people to focus on, though, for X10 is their mid-hold. They had 3 dynamic changes to their mid-hold when they were playing this map previously, all surrounding Paddy Pan, but all in completely different ways, be it with bait setups, with pop flashes coming out from KO, be it with a Cypher cam, peeking down mid, and then having a cage for Paddy Pan to exit when he aggressively peek cat. They have so many niche little ideas, and I want to see how many of them Gambit are actually ready for.
Yeah, and it looks like Sushi Boys was trolling us. Yeah. He's not going to be locking in that Jet, but hey, his Cypher, if it's even half as good as his Killjoy has been throughout this tournament, then, shoot, X10 should have some bolstered defenses. I am wondering what kind of looks they can have with just the 2 KO flashes. I think the distance on that is kind of tricky. It'll be interesting to see how they utilize it, because the setups you're talking about, Tom, in my mind, I'm envisioning that sky with those cages.
Yeah, no, it definitely, like, the way that they were doing the flashes was basically just like bait and switches.
Okay.
But we'll see how it works, because then they lost the rest of the map. Their mid-hold was great, the rest was a little bit more shaky, and MV capitalized on it.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on X10. They have to win here if they want to stay in this tournament. Over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Time to deliver for X10, and they are walking into one of Gambit's strongholds as well. This is a very tough spot to put yourself in such pressure, but they have risen to the occasion in the past. They have beaten teams fabled to go the distance, and, well, they have to do it now. They were looking super clutch before, but look, the desk was saying it a little bit about Nats on here, a bit of a specialist. I don't disagree. So it's going to be tough, but hey, they've made it this far. They're in the quarterfinals here at Champions. You don't get easy opponents. That's as simple as it is. So let's dive into things that we already see. Of course, Gambit on the attacking side and X10 on the defending side.
Actually, quick piece up towards middle here, and actually potential for Scary to fall. Cruz will at the same time.
Look at this crunch.
Gambit not messing around at all, but Sushi Boys finds 2.
Oh, if only he got that third, that could have been really quite something. But it is down to the 2v2. Patty up against Foxy, and, well, make it just Foxy. Timing's not terrible on this. He's a little ahead of maybe expected time.
He might even find this kill.
He does actually. Okay, gateway open. Can he find Defo though? Defo has been filthy in map 1, and he's looking to get a little dirty here. I don't think Foxy saw the tip of that pistol then. Oh, this timing is just unbearable to work around. Foxy just trying to work it. Oh no, Foxy, what? Okay, I guess that's one way to do it. Foxy, you're a madman. Yeah, just enjoy that for a second. Defuse is all yours.
That's so tough as well. Def has to smoke himself off to avoid the recon bolt. Then there's a shock dart that comes through. At that point, he has to commit to holding one or the other, right?
They're one of the most clutch sides, man. I swear. It's like they don't know when they're done.
Beautifully done there by Foxy, but against Sushi Boys, finding 2 crucial kills to almost slow this down a little bit. Or at least even things up just a little ahead of this spike plant coming through. Foxy actually.
That ping.
Really, really well played. Like I said, some tough decisions for Defo to make in that 1v1, unfortunately. Leads to his demise.
Right here.
Again, another quick piece, a similar setup actually initially from Gambit, and they're straight up mid once again.
If you're going to tell me Gambit going fast straight up the guts, they're not backing away, they're not playing their passive approach they normally have. They are absolutely trying to just tear into this. Now, keep in mind, this is Frenzies and Classics and maybe a Ghost or 2 for good measure, so it shouldn't account to too much.
Spike down, B.
Foxy Should be able to clean up last as he does too.
Hey.
Remain though, that's good damage.
I mean, Gambit have drawn blood in that round. Force out a couple of purchases on the side of Gambit. Sorry, on X10. See actually what the knock-on effect is there. See a little swap around of pistols. Looks like KRU's just going to roll through with a Ghost Patty on Sheriff. See what Sushi Boy settles for. But again, a much quicker look there from Gambit. Again, I think maybe just dismissing that round. Almost want to get it out of the way, see what they can achieve. And probably more than expected, to be honest with you.
They caught a glimpse then. Patty and Scary, this is a mid-crunch. You can see a lot of utility now going to be put towards this. Foxy playing to similar side, sprays in wildly, but look who's going to try and chase this down. It's Patty with a bouncer! Catches Chronicle on the top side of mid, and now there's 4 alive, and look at this play coming out from him. He's still going to just keep going. That's going to be, I think, a rifle picked up as well. That's not bad at all. Good little upgrade for him. Foxy with the right timing, predicting it well, sprays in again, hoping for something to happen, and it just doesn't. Defo quiets him quickly, and the site is theirs.
Yeah, actually, the early information that X10 should have had a good understanding of.
Spike planted.
Still left Foxy last to hold down again with this purchase and a couple of pistols and whatnot dragged through. X10 just looking to keep it honest, I say. See already Patty and KRU setting up to play for some exits here. Actually, got to be careful here because Scary, I think, going to try and hold them here if they do opt to exit through spawn. Faster actually doesn't catch Scary, so Diligent here with the utility, uses the cage there just to negate any of that pressure, and actually Gambit will have a pocket to play inside of because of the spike plant and the position. That's actually Patty that falls chomping at the bit to try and get in there and find an exit.
So they keep all of them, yeah. Good stuff from Gambit. Nice to see. And I do want to highlight this again. I have to kind of go back and look at these first couple of rounds. Now, this is a little bit more towards a tradition of what we'd expect from Gambit. But coming in today, I was, in the thesaurus, piling through, looking for patience, looking for how they're going to approach this. And the pace change is pretty notable here. Now, be it just because of its X10 or however you want to look at it, this is a different look to Gambit. So I want to see if this continues or if this is merely how they wanted to play out a couple of rounds.
I think in rounds like that as well, on X10 side, it's almost going to feel like we roll the dice, we spin the wheel, we push somewhere and Gambit aren't there, then they have a real opportunity to create a weak point. Their defense again, though, look at this. That's straight down towards bottom mid here. No pressure on the side, but again, it's only one member really holding on to A site here, and that's Sushi Boy's inside tree. They'll set up a little utility from... that's not where that was meant to go.
Take flight.
But this is interesting. Again, now we see them swing back over after this initial exchange of...
And I mean, the thing that's just scared me, though, is that Foxy just got that kill on Redgar, who was literally sat to catch that. They're doubling down on this too. There's a lean back over. I'm looking at this because this is where the spike is.
Yeah.
If there was going to be another pick of a frag there, that could be a completely different look, even with that intention shown towards A. It could account to absolutely nothing. This could all be a bit of a bait to try and draw the attention back here, like, hey, ignore that maybe you saw a player and hopefully not the spike. But Foxy isn't falling away from this. He's still just kind of jiggle peeking that corner, trying to get that information. There it is.
30 seconds left.
Confirmation too, even goes for a second. That's pretty bold. He does have support there, and wait, he takes the fight too. Man is feeling a little frisky today. And the 4v3 favorable towards X10 KRU's. Again, these boys are brave to be peeking out like this. He's on an island, and now let's see if Nats can catch that flank. Gonna try and dice up middle, get around the back of them as the site is now under control. Nats can call this out. He knows two players are gonna be coming down this way. Surely he saw them, but Sushi Boys just puts himself on the line. There's Nats making his appearance. He knows there's one more. He's 100% assured. He's just gonna sit this down. He finally gets off it. Nats drawn in, has to now pay attention, gets one turns. Where is Patty? Trying to bring that ult in. Patty just swings it out, and Nats will greet it with a smile.
The red ball clutch from Nats. Again, Patty a little disconnected there. Scary actually gets the half through, which is the right decision there, but unfortunately not able to buy enough time. And again, just that Fox early swing out from B main there. That's in rounds where we know Gambit are going to kind of sit a little deeper, spread a little thinner on their default. That's where you look towards both Cruz and Foxy to make use of things like the 0 point, the recon bolt, and kind of double down on that information, right?
Yeah.
You know, Gambit in these slower rounds just look for map control. They look for a weakness somewhere. See, pop the Blade Storm. That's actually Chronicle catching it. Wallbang actually through the top box there. Patty feel it still in some of these rounds, Lauren.
Can't slow him down. The amount of faith he has in himself. Oh, you can see as to why. Patty with perfect connection. Sushi Boy's on the other side. Got Scary by his side as well. They know the mid control. He tries to turn and just chase down the Jen. He's done it. Sushi Boy's great work there. Now the ult's going to be an issue. He can't get away from it. Chronicle going to do well in this regard. But it's into a 3v2, but the purchase, look what remains. Yes, Patty got the upgrade, but the others two are a little less than ideal. A Sheriff and a Marshal. This ain't the Old West. Chronicle going to catch the cross. He's going to be fine now. Door gets shut, and in the post plant we go. Seekers, I think, just got invested. They did, and it does give away where Patty is. Shados deals with it well, and we're down to 1. This is the Gambit that is hard to break through, but Foxy, he finds a step. Wait.
No way.
Foxy? They're just doing the dance on the site. This is madness. Foxy needs to keep composed here. Chronicle's just trying to play the time. Play and roll the dice.
Foxy.
And Foxy's outdone him.
The absolute gall on this man to pull the owl drone in that scenario, commit to the tag. Absolute. I got really worried the first time we pulled it out. Really, really worried. But the reposition there actually favored him. It gave him just a little opportunity to find that.
I have to say, there is something about watching X10 that they play sometimes the lowest odd percentage, it looks like, and they win it out. Like, I don't know how to explain. Look at this. He comes in with a Sheriff. I'm like, all right, fair enough. And then gets away with this, gets the tag off it, and just closes down perfectly. 20 HP conversion there from them. And again, on the other side of things, I feel like Gambit, you're a safe team to look at, right? They win the rounds they're meant to, quote unquote, if you can really kind of work through that. But this is such an interesting matchup, 3-2 scoreline. And this puts it right back into Gambit's court saying, okay, well, look, we've dealt with you now. What else do you have for us?
And the same questions arise. I think in my mind, it's can X10 keep up this level of pressure, particularly in the early round. Obviously, Patty, a key component in that regard. Much slower on both sides, actually, here. Nats drift into a similar position as the previous. Defo now. And again, Foxy, again, once there's no real pressure here through B main, X10 are always curious to explore.
And I like it on at least one side of the map, right? Like, I feel like as Gambit have kind of demonstrated they really do want that mid control as kind of a high priority. I do not mind the extremities being something that then gets answered back by X10. Keep some of the map in your favor. For now, it's a look towards short, but they hit the brakes. 3-2 split potentially towards A. I want to see if they can land this. There's still obviously that player on the site, and I'm looking at potentially Patty going walkabouts in middle. No, he's going to tuck himself towards market. Has to stay patient now.
30 seconds left.
Again, just dealing with the spy cam has drawn an extra body on the side of X10 towards A site, so the heavier of the setup here, the Skyflash probably going to confirm things here. Cosmic Divide will go up. Shados will open things up here onto site.
That's scary. Caught in the side of the head. Nats is going to fall to it, but it's Patty just making a show out of this one. Again, against the odds. I don't know how they do this time and time again. And Shados put to work as Defo waits to see if anyone dares come out, but it's all about the timing, and it ticks on over.
And again, just one kill.
They clean up.
One kill changed that, and it's the spike being dropped in the open there. Patty, again, the only one not to rotate. I think actually Foxy still beats him towards Garden and all the way back towards Heaven, but Patty, again, they feel a lack of presence on the side of Gambit, and that kill there on Redguard. At that stage of the round, it's devastating to Gambit. And again, they have to wait for the Cosmic Divide as well at that point. X10 don't even need to beat. You can see Patty demonstrating great discipline there, not giving away another kill.
Get out of my way!
And here we go again, Defo trying to be the game changer here. Going to try and lean on him very quickly towards market. No one around this time, but it's Sushi Boys waiting on the other side of this. Just going to spray in, gets one. Noting Shados, and this is comfortable. This is lovely stuff. 4 alive. And it's everything that X10 need, and they are starting to really carve a lead into this game.
Again here, looking for Gambit, maybe an adaptation here at least. Again, mid's not working for them. X10 are leaning so far away from it. And again, countering that kind of lack of presence by, like you said, focusing on the extremities, right? Finding potentially, you know, Redgar or Defo, who's played pretty deep towards B lobby as well. Again, same default here from Gambit. You can see the spike just sitting outside B lobby. They'll explore mid a little bit. We'll have to see.
Look at the
this time
difference,
he had to push though through A main. Look at this.
Massive presence. 3 players walking this. And they've actually gone pretty far ahead. They're going to... I don't know if Patty's going to commit any further. Because I guess they're going to expect the lean quickly to come out on the other side. So you can already see that rotation coming through. I think it's Foxy's who's leaning back towards CT. Yeah, he is. As Nat's going to put up a little bit of utility towards middle. But again, this just keeps Gambit being pushed away from comfort. They somewhat dismantle the default. This is very impressive from X10. Is Patty now going to be the one to be the center of attention towards short? Oh, and the timing could not have been better. Catches Nat's predisposed. The flash, he eats it, but there's no one to follow it up.
Here with the spike. This side again, I think X10 with a decent read. You can see already the rotation coming through. Defo gets right onto site immediately though. Sushi Boys will win out though.
Yeah, this is insane work coming out from X10. Yes, Chronicle's still alive, but only for so long. Sushi Boys is still doing damage. This is incredible from X10. Not many teams can break Gambit like this. Their default has echoed through the scenes. Everyone knows it. And I've got to say it, I guess you've got to get a good start on this half because you know that Nats will come into his own. They've forced the timeout out of Gambit. And suddenly, all that confidence from map 1, all those clutches that were so near and almost, you know, almost across the finish line, they're starting to come through. And honestly, it's not even just clutches, Hypok. It's the entire look from X10.
It is, and it's important to note there, it's just particularly this round where Nats is again looking to come forward, and I think X10 have learned from that. Come through, we'll try and find the spy cam, try and feel a trap buy or something, and bait that rotation out. But X10 straight away, they sense that. Patty actually dips back into short to deal with Nats. You know, it's obviously the Aldra and another player behind that. Now, the problem with Ascent is that pressure on Catwalk or towards Tree almost means nothing because you can get so quickly back towards Market. And Cruz is pivotal in that regard. He has to hold on to that Market cross. And I'm actually really, really impressed so far. I said before, map 1, the biggest test here will be Gambit's default, right? Particularly on Fracture because there's 18 different lanes to attack.
Sure.
But here, X10 are demonstrating perfectly, again, making use of that kind of 30 to 40 seconds that Gambit like to sit. They like to play a little slower, but they can't deal with kind of these points of pressure that X10 are creating.
I think I'm really enamored with how they're playing. There's something about it because I think firsthand we've cast a lot of Gambit, right? Especially from the region we're in. We see Gambit on here looking, you know, flawless on it, looking really strong on it. Yes, a couple of losses here and there, as the Death said, but I'm glad that they then expanded into out of how many times they played it, because it had been something that Gambit have always looked quite comfy on. Now, in my mind, seeing X10 just bound back like this, maybe this changes some of my expectation. Now, it is only 6-2. This can drastically change going forward, but the bare minimum, we know this is going to be a weaker buy coming out from Gambit.
So I know Marshall, a couple of sheriffs as well across the board here, but Foxy will wait out the initial utility, respond with an owl drone. Shadoffs actually finds an open onto Cruz, but Patty
quick trade,
quick to find a response.
And I like the way he's juggling the rifle away, so he's making it harder for them to maybe recover that and try and work from it. You can just see him switching between the Phantom and the Vandal because he wants to bring it back to an area that's not going to be so easy to collect it from after, obviously, Cruz was picked up earlier.
Again, Spike not committed on the side of Gambit. They're just going to try and find another opening here, but a much slower round once again after that initial trade from X10. Again, let's look at what Gambit have got. Yes, they've got control towards Market. Again, with the Cypher leaning towards B site here, don't expect X10 to get aggressive. They want to set up these ratty little setups, the traps for Gambit to... Absolutely. Again, in the late round, we know that Gambit, that's when they switch up the pace, right? They try and hit fast.
And this is getting to that time. There's the first key piece of information now garnered. Can they find a way to dispose of that? Patty is closing the gap, and he's actually just fed Nats completely on that. Oh, this is all falling to pieces! 10 seconds now. What has just happened?
10 seconds.
Gambit just pressing down hard enough and getting the response they want is scary now in a 1v4 4, 2 rifles recovered, light armor there, ults available. This is not looking nice at all. And the second you get complacent, Gambit will be right next to you. And I love this as well. 2 different layers to this. As soon as the corner gets swung, he gets one. And there's Nats on the follow-up. It's a thrifty round, and it's Gambit to convert it. 3 rifles going to be converted as well, taken into the next. Give them a bit of life back into the buy here as well.
Again, after the timeout, a little slower, a little more composed. The thrifty round obviously being the big benefit here. Give them an opportunity to follow up on that, almost get a round in hand with 3 surviving in those 3 upgrades. But again, I look towards the buy round now. What's the adjustment on the side of Gambit? Again, actually a little heavier towards tiles here, and potential again for this mid-piece to come out from Gambit. And X10 playing much, much deeper. You can see the double stack. Pretty deep on A site.
Here.
No real attempt to find any information outside A main. Again, Gambit running through the checklist, dealing with some of this Cypher utility.
Defo! That shot was crisp. And that's what they've wanted, that first pick. Now they can start trying to pull these rotations, potentially get them out of sorts. That's a dreamy start for the Gambit side. And they pause for thought, see if anyone's going to get a little over-aggressive, try and even this back up. But X10, they do seem to have composure, and let's see if they can keep that in check.
I've got your trail.
He's Foxy now. Again, he knows there's going to be a player tucked outside B lob. The Seeker's invested, and straight away you can see how many went towards A site. Gambit he's trying to swing all the way through market.
He has to fall off from this. Keep a little bit of presence towards CT, but you don't want to risk it. The rotations aren't anywhere nearby. Nothing much to report either. Not too much chip damage, and again, Gambit, that one pick and the back of the Seekers as well coming out is everything you dream of. Now, can anything deny this? For now, not really. Actually, I think they're just going to be forced so far back here. Time being bought perfectly by Gambit.
They're a man advantage, but again, it's going to take a lot for X10 to crack through onto the site. That's all confirmed, but again, no real precision to that information.
Redgar going to play that so well. And it's all looking great for Gambit here. Just keeping that backline, sitting super deep, not allowing any quick picks, any easy frags. Yeah, Scary finds one, but it's all tradable, and it's all Gambit. Finding momentum now, having to carve it away from X10, who really did get off to a banging start.
We'll bring it within 2 rounds now, and again, coming out of the timeout, I can see the same from X10 here.
I feel they do need to address some of this mid-presence, though, because they've been losing this now a good couple of times.
Yeah, you say that, but again, it's almost like with some of the baits that we saw from X10 in the early rounds and how deep they were willing to explore towards A main, you can almost kind of expect that, right? Because you know Gambit, they're going to work mid slowly. Again, they'll move up, they'll tuck Nats in somewhere, we'll try and get a deep spy cam, the Owl drone comes out. And again, it's that 15 to 20 second window where X10 were particularly good at finding really beneficial information elsewhere. We're talking about the extremities, B main and A main. Obviously, and you look towards Foxy and particularly Patty earlier on in this half. And now I think actually, like you said, it's becoming a little worrisome that Gambit now not just exploring mid, they're doubling down, they're following through on that pressure.
Yeah. And again, we've seen
space, I should say, the freedom that they're given.
Exactly. And again, I think I want to see if they have the adjustment on X10 to see what their plan is to try and deal with that. Because, as I said, initially, yes, exploring it is fine. I don't mind that because at that point, X10's answer was still very key in working, having playing in the right place. But a couple of times now they've started to struggle with dealing with that maybe B crunch off the back or wherever they've decided to go. But at 6-4, we come back into it. The buy is good enough here, so X10 can put whatever this tactical timeout's been into practice this round.
We've seen him flip back towards a similar setup earlier on in the half. This time actually was Scary, looking like he's committed to pizza, so maybe they are looking to address that now, Lauren. On the back of
but the issue is
Cruz
Gambit
well, they've lent elsewhere, exactly, yeah. Again, anticipating that switch up on the back of the timeout, it's actually really fascinating.
But that's the nuisance of these timeouts, that sometimes you're going to be sat there like, you know, it gives all that advantage to Gambit. But now they still have to try and make it work towards that A site if they do want to go for this. There is still that late mid pressure coming out between Chronicle and Nats. Somewhat, I don't want to say 3 players, maybe somewhat 2 players dedicated towards mid now. Falling away, ping comes out, Nats has been noted and then some. And it's going to be this A piece where it looks severely like it right now. Pattypan waiting on the other side. He's going to put himself in a pretty brave angle, gets himself out of danger, but it's Foxy to open up the account towards Chronicle.
That's a really early rotation comes down.
Oh, that
body's
flash!
on the line here from X10.
What a flash through the smoke. The little underhand gives them at least a fair fight and the timing worked out, but it's a 3v2. Divide goes up, and Scary going to put himself on the line here. Body on the line, and he wins it, looking for the follow-up, gets it. That's X10 right back in this one now.
It's absolutely beautiful. Again, on the back of just the Owl drone, tagging Nats. Immediately, that rotation comes through. And like you noted, again, at that point, they can get a little aggressive, right? Flash out the smoke look for somebody looking to capitalize on the Trailblazer actually dealing with one of the trap wires. And so well played by X10. Again, yes, the sacrifice being they give up one part of the map, but right there, it's how quickly they can respond to what Gambit show, right? They catch the last one, who is usually the first one to entry tree, right? Nats has been that entry point for Gambit a couple of times.
Now, this is where that mid adjustment, I do want to see if it gets tested. It looks like Gambit might have been looking to go back towards this, and we can see the Cruz is actually willing to take a fight on it for now. And he does have the player by his side tucked towards Pizza, but a quick adjustment up towards Cat, leaning in through short, smoke, tree, all going to be coming on through, but you can see the setup here. They're trying to get ready for this one, and Hunter's Fury actually could be pretty big here. Patty going to get a quick frag towards Shados, but it's traded out by Nats. Now, the site isn't quite under control. Yes, Defo's there, but it's tentative. It's a little cautious. Nats turns the flash, goes back in for the spray. He doesn't get it, but Defo does. That's 2, and Gambit now have some control on the site.
Actually, Chronicle will find another. It's just Foxy left, who was desperately trying to do some damage with the Hunter's Fury. The sacrifice being they lost sight for it. Chronicle will find the final kill, and 7-5 on the half here. Gambit actually
switching sides.
Getting a couple more through than you would have thought in this one, especially with how it went in the early rounds.
Yeah, Gambit's ability to bound back and find a couple of new looks here shows once again their diligence, their depth, their pedigree coming into this. But I have to give it a lot of credit to X10 as well, coming out here and looking definitive in the way they're playing. And I'm really liking that from them. I want to see more of it. But the question is 7-5 enough for us to keep faith going forward? And I guess it's not really on us to decide. It's going to be on the desk. So let's hand it right on down to them so they can talk through if this has been enough to get them back maybe on the side of X10.
Thank you very much. Guys, yes, 7-5. It very nearly could have been an even bigger lead for X10. That pause coming in. I was saying this to you guys during the map, but the famous Gambit pause where they seem to solve everything when they run into problems, Tom, was really important.
Yeah, N definitely looks like a little bit of a scary guy, so maybe if he told me to do anything, I'd probably fix all of my problems, but I also think it's some of the pace changes from Gambit. That was the thing, they were so slow in those early rounds, and you could almost see it on the side of X10. They had utility in place. I think Sushi Boy's setups, whenever they walked in, they just got absolutely owned, and even in the last round, you look at the difference. They find out the information there's players in mid, they instantly go towards Cat, and it's a completely different game because they didn't give X10 the chance to have those players stacked up as they did in most rounds.
Yeah, and what close clutches that it came down to as well. Man, what a funky round. It was so early to round 5. We talked about that pistol round, clutch being so wonky, even in round 5. This was that pause that you're talking about, Yunsu. It did come right in the nick of time because Gambit lost 3 rounds in a row after they lost that weird 1v1 with Chronicle in a site in round 5. So definitely X10, they put up a hell of a fight, and I don't know that they've actually had this dominant of a first half coming into the second half for them on a sense. So this is a completely different look for them. I think their attack has been a bit of a struggle. They have been a little bit more of a stronger defensive sided team, but if anything, X10 are throwing new strategies out anyway. That A hit in the last round, beautiful stuff from X10.
Yeah, the worry for me is, as you said, it's been shaky on one side with X10's attack, and I would personally say that Gambit are the best defensive team in the world on this map, so they're going to have to do something impressive here soon.
Yeah, 7-5. It sounds like it's going to be enough for you guys, but let's hop back in and find out with Pansy and Hypog.
Let's do exactly that, and I want to talk to you about the composition because Nats, this guy, has made a name for himself, especially here and a couple of other maps. Do you think what they have in maybe, I guess, utility and approach, in the style that X10 bring out, do they have enough to break that?
I mean, it's a tall order, but a lot of this depends on Cruz, right? I mean, the 0 point absolutely pivotal in terms of shutting down a Cypher setup, and like Tom said, one of the most infamously strong teams on the defensive half. Again, there used to be a big disparity, actually, between the two sides, but seeing something a little weird here.
They've walked middle.
They've walked mid, and X10 have walked A. Spy cam here will confirm, well, they should already know at least. Spot a lot of bodies here, but again, Sushi Boy's potential to get pinched here.
Yeah.
He's isolated.
But he's going to have seen 3 players, so again, a weird bit of information, but information nonetheless. Foxy going to maybe try and re-explore a little bit, get a deeper post plant, and Shados, I think, is going to check on this. Yeah, there we go. He's seen a little bit of this, and look at the patience is his virtue. And he works out so well towards this one. Information, I think, pretty decent there actually for Cruz. So I wonder how much he's actually worked out from this. But it is all 5 on the play back in. The flash going to start things off. As time going to try and be bought. There's the flash again. Paddy's going to eat a fair amount of it. Comes out of it well enough for the fight. But it's Defo from above. Cruz with 1. Shados with a trade. It's all looking golden until the end. Nats is just fine. Diffuse comes through. And Gambit get the first round of the second half.
And just a really, really proactive push through mid there. Again, it's almost like the stars align. 4 on A site and 4 creeping mid on the flip side for Gambit. Again, you almost think there's a chance where it's almost too late in the day, right? If X10 are a little quicker to get on, potential there to run the clock down before Gambit can kind of stabilize or regroup. But again, you look toward that kill from Shados, and at that point it becomes so difficult to hold on to sight. And a sigh of relief, actually, there.
I think a bit of this will be. Gambit haven't been super clean. I think that is something that they have looked far more human, and I think most people have probably lent towards that. I think it's a fair assessment. So for them, good start in the second half here. Takes a little bit of that pressure off the shoulders. Let's see if they can now define much more of this. Buy back in as well coming out, so do note that on the money. Defo. Now we're going to have to fall away to a deeper angle. And he's going to be warded away.
Very slow in approach here. Actually, the only one probing on the side of X10. Foxy take flight over towards A. And then there is 3 members of Gambit on that side, but kind of cool. I think only spots 1 on the back of the owl drone. So can Gambit hold tight for the time being. So now there's lean towards B main with Foxy actually hitting this rotate. Chronicle and Redgar got a lot to deal with on the way in.
Chronicle's not going to stick around for too long, though.
I think they're both suppressed off that as well.
Yeah, it actually did get Redgar. You're right, and now here comes the hit. Patty going to try and close the gap, and Chronicle's on the swing. He's been dealt with by Cruz in the quick follow-up. That is, the timing was absolute perfection. And that adjustment wasn't far from it either. We're down to just Nats here, and he's a mile away. But I love that spacing. I love that timing. That's just, you know, you feel like they've drilled that site take so well. Everything accounted for just fine. For now, they get to sit through with 4 and they convert back into this. This is something that we've seen teams now really get into the swing of. If they see the potential for that force buy, they will lean into it now.
Yeah, I love it that they show 1 to the owl drone, the tag comes through, and it's kind of within 10 seconds or so, they're considering pushing through. And just in case, you know, Foxy finds somebody in rotation or any other indicators across the map, but X10 put a round on the board on the back of this purchase. And actually, Cruz 1 away from his ultimate. And again, that leans towards some rounds where X10 become deadly, right? It's that death ball. It's that very aggressive stack bodies. Exactly. And that's where you then got to question Nats and his ability to hold on to a site, right? If there's no utility for him to play around, it comes down to, dare I say, putting in a one and done spot, which Nats is renowned for being good at. But
sure, but this is also the evolution of the game. When we saw Nats at his strength, we didn't really have KO in full effect, right? Like,
there weren't many people playing Cypher as
exactly.
Well.
So it was a whole different game. This game has evolved so quickly, and the players now need to keep reinventing themselves to keep up with it. And I wonder if
cage triggered.
Cruz will be enough.
Sushi Boys and Nats on the same sense today or
yep,
something.
It seems like it. It happens. So 4 plays stacked towards the B site. And Nats with the Spectre left to his own devices towards A. So let's see if they can feel out the stack and if they care for it or if they're going to try and lean away from it.
X10's just absolutely silent right now. Not giving anything away. Again, it's actually a 4-play stack from Gambit on B side again, so they don't want to make any noise, don't want to show any utility here. Chaos considering sending a few warning shots through. Now with this drone coming up mid, it should clear out actually on the back of that as well. Going to give X10 a lot of space to work with here.
Ball's about to come tumbling down and the site's about to be taken, but I'm a little scared because there is that stack in somewhat still place. So let's see if that damage can come through for Gambit. Actually going to work on in as quick as he can. It's going to be Fox by his side and everything's going well. This is clean from X10. They play the stack and they walk away the victors, and Nats is irrelevant to how these rounds have been going down. Rinse and repeat.
I mean, they were basically eliminated Nats in 2 rounds now. Again, this one a little weirder with the stack and obviously the purchase to be considered there, but again, is that something Gambit lean towards in the buy rounds, right? Is put Nats on an island in a position to kind of anchor the entire half of the map here. Actually will be suppressed and noted.
You felt just like,
okay.
Okay, go on Nats, let's see what you got. I don't think they're that bothered. I think Foxy is the only one they probably not want to lose at this point. Yeah, done for. All good. He still got Cruz, but it's all good.
Still finds 3 there in that scenario.
Just don't go near Nats.
Yeah.
It's a good
Nats
strategy. How did you anti-strat Gambit? Just saw where Nats was and didn't go there.
That's another one for the list now, is that the 100 Thieves strat was avoid CNED.
Yep. I'm down. Like, that's honestly a pretty decent idea. Yeah, see, they're chilling.
Chilling?
Yeah, that's aren't you like that when you're calm? 9-6 though. If this buy round goes wonky, because you'd surely think, oh, they're trying to just navigate around Nats, maybe we're going to hit that adjustment with him, but I want to see how they approach with the utility as well, so I'd love you to keep your eye on that, because I want to see if they try and adjust off the back of having that KO in play. However, the first challenge will be Defo, and he's dealt with what? Sushi Boys just slices through Defo, and away we go in the site, and it's all there. There's information aplenty. Nothing left to the unknown.
Again, that's the sort of death ball round I was talking about on the back of that ultimate. And you see, actually, Nats was playing all the way back in spawn just to try and counter that. But Gambit, yep, don't fancy this one. This is X10 on double digits.
And he's stuck on the Spectre still.
Yeah.
I really like what X10 are doing.
I really do. Again, now they've swung back towards the other side of the map after showing slow presence towards mid and B in the previous. And Gambit now are the ones that have to keep second-guessing themselves. These adjustments and the defensive setups, they need to keep innovating, basically.
And it's easier said than done, because I feel like... I know we don't have, like, target picks and bans, but I feel this is pretty targeted, right? Like, this just feels like they've absolutely seen, yeah, Nats, this is his. Let's just work around it. Again, it feels like he can't get away from this. Does he get to keep what they have? That's one removed. There's only... Oh, that's... I think they walked away with... Was it 1 rifle there or 2? Didn't quite catch the end of that.
I mean, we've had a few weird instances of attack comes to a defo.
He's quite good at this game. Quite good.
And again, it's... Yeah, now we see Gambit.
You have to.
Pump the brakes, call a timeout, because there's a little disconnect here. Something is fundamentally not working. Actually, conversely, you can say X10 is just doing everything right now. It's difficult for any team to really adjust to what X10 have achieved so far in this attacking half. Again, it's after a pistol round drops, the round 2 force comes back in. It's almost like you're on the back foot. You can never really get started or get comfortable in their defensive half.
And I don't think I've seen someone push Gambit like this, at least in the way of, like, you know, creating discomfort with Nats, who's really good at finding that next layer to it. We've seen none of the other players really finding much stopping power on those B pieces coming in. That Ace, again though, I would say, like, everything so far, you know, the force buy worked out really well. That was fantastic. The timing, the spacing was great. obviously the ult being invested as well. Like we've seen a lot of the kind of hard to counter pieces coming out now.
But you don't have them every round,
Exactly.
right? And
So
that's when
this
it
is
comes back
where-
to that innovation. Again, X10 have to keep kind of being slippery, or almost, right? It keep Gambit guessing and almost bait them into exploring parts of the map and overstepping the mark and all those things where you do then start to lean towards Gambit potentially making a couple of mistakes, right?
I want to see if they go for not necessarily a slower default, but just try and go exploring. Try and identify where players are, try and get a feel for it, see if they can bring that KO to the right place. Let's see what they do here. And aggression is the name of the game from Gambit. Look at this play up. 2 up short, 2 pushing through on A. Shados. Oh no, he's absolutely eating it from Scary. Now, yes, the mid play comes in, but it's going to be noted. The spike's been dropped and Defo ain't stopping. He's going to try and push further forward. He takes the fight, he loses it. Foxy's there, and now Nat. Oh, and it's the player you didn't want on the other side. He's giving you that KO. He's got your number. And speaking of numbers, X10 are up to 11 right now.
Yeah, getting a little worrying. And you get worried when you see Gambit try and do something like that.
Desperation isn't attractive.
No, it really isn't.
As a life lesson.
But again, it's this X10 kind of just leaning one way, and it's opposite ends of the extreme as well. It's either super aggro or it's super deep. Again, Scary there. He's the contingency, right? And that's something that you credit in a team like this with the way we've seen him perform and kind of be unorthodox. Those are the things that are actually the second positives to pull out of a roster like this.
There's something in the air in this tournament. There's something about it. These underdogs keep seeming to have their day, but they're not across the finish line just yet. They're tied up in maps if that's the case, if they do manage to get in the next 2. Let's see what Cruz has for us now. He has been tailor-made to counter Nats, and it is very much a set piece. The flash to try and counter, but the Albarone goes in, and they've made at least a little bit of progress towards the site. Nat's going to do what Nats does best, though. Let's see if he is in his element at the moment. We see the Seekers come down as well, but it's still Cruz to find Shados. Nats is still standing and still alive, and this is why you do not go near Nats on this map. You avoid him at all costs. You do not take that fight. He's still doing damage, but it is a 3v2. Can Foxy and Sushi Boys do something, though, to try and bring this back? Chronicle denies it, but where the hell has Sushi Boys just come from? Chronicle just thought about it, though. That is galaxy brain work from Chronicle to turn, pay attention, and keep in mind the flank.
And that's crucial. They got 4 more rounds to find. 3 survived, 3 weapons saved across. See if X10 now switch things up just a little bit. And again, it's like Nats, when you're watching him, it's almost like the game slows down, right? There's like 10 seconds there that feels like an entire lifetime that he's able to survive on site there after there's a dash through, there's a flash, there's obviously the fragment coming through as well.
He's on like 240 hertz, I'm on 60. The game's different for him. The buy's still good though, and I want to see what else they've got in mind.
It's
this
all
isn't
in again.
Let's just run it down again and again. Can they break the will of Nats, who has been this immovable force? But the unstoppable object is on the way, and it's Paddy over the top! What a beginning for him! Tailor-made, we said it before, and Nats is going to be feeling this pressure. And Gambit need to have his back, and they are being removed one by one. Spike goes down, the ult gets popped, the tags come in, but they have not found a victim. It's on Chronicle, Defo, and Redgar. Now, Chronicle did well last round. We need a bit of that magic, a little bit of that spice to come back out. Defo not finding the connection. And I'm going to be honest, you might want to keep that up. You might need to back away. This might be 12 on the board.
There's a Bulldog and an Operator. You can see already Redgar will submit in this round here. That's beautiful. Again, you're not used to having to see Gambit, you know, put a second layer behind Nats. There's never usually a requirement to have a contingency to Nats playing on a site, right? And right there, Patty. Call it lack of respect, call it confidence, right over the top. And it's the one that just makes it so easy for them. I mean, Shados, there's not an awful lot he can do in that scenario, right? No. He's smoked off. What he's do? Pop flash out. Nats has got both of his cages. It obscures all the vision on site. Beautiful from X10 there. Just no fear whatsoever.
Full faith in the plan in mind. And
yeah, well,
yeah, all right.
There's a contingency,
all right,
by
there
the way.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, you die inside of smoke.
Oh, this is what I need today. I was getting a little down in the dumps after map 1, but A little bit of something to bring in here for map 2. 12-7. Map point now for X10. This could take us to a third. This is a quarterfinal if you're just tuning in. And already playing ahead of it. That's a good little trade out. KRU will take that every day of the week. There is still Nats and he's still here. Now he's been finding it a little tougher to find some of that brilliance that he's known for because he has been shut down, pushed around and bullied. But he's back to the wall. Can he do anything? No. Sushi Boys dicing him up. It's down to a 4v3. The divide's still in place and the spike going down.
Again, beautiful. They find the first. Nats has so many things to deal with there that he's not able to find a clean engagement even on the back of his spike hammer, trap wire, nothing. This Fury will come out here from Foxy as well, just a little ahead of the retake. No tags found.
Redgar taking the first few steps. The flash to the corner doesn't get much, so they know it's not going to be occupied. Defo going to start building into this. The late lurk up middle from Scary, going to be the nightmare. KRU's on the back lines, detects them both. He knows what's coming in. He's going to shut down Defo. Scary follows up into Redgar. Oh my word! You talk of dreams of greatness. It starts with a blank canvas, and X10 just got it. They've now opened up map 3. This is the unknown. Breeze is going to be coming up soon.
To say that X10's only hope was to come out and win Fracture, and they put on a performance like that on Ascend, you can see it there, feeling it now.
They're loving it.
And again, these guys, in terms of the performance so far, there's nothing left to prove, right? These guys are just, they're playing for it. They're gunning for Gambit right now, and again, Gambit, a couple of these rounds, they're beginning to sweat, right? They're looking a little rattled in terms of some of these setups, and I'm terrified now for map 3, Lauren.
Nah, I'm loving it. I'm there with them. This is what I want for a quarterfinals. I want Gambit to be tested. And you know what? I don't know what we're going to see. It's going to be more map 1 where Defo's going to pop off and, you know, those individual clutches don't quite come through for X10. A couple here and there, sure. But is it going to be more like this? Tailor-made poison to Nats. These boys were so ready to deny him on this map. And I don't think any of us saw it going down this way.
No, absolutely not. You can see just, again, this credits some of the preparation, right? And again, you have to play fearlessly against a player like Nats. And
full faith in the plan.
Full faith in the play. And again, they have to build around it. That's what I was saying. Some of these rounds are going to look like that death ball strat. And actually, X10 looked fantastic doing it.
I'm just... I absolutely love it. I'll take upsets all day long. I don't care if it's NA, EU, I could not care less. More of this, please. And, well, Breeze as the final map here. We said it map 1, that was the opportunity. Map 2, no way. And map 3 won't even get there. Oh, here we are. And every underdog seems to be having its day, so who knows what's going to happen. We're going to head to a break. When we're back, the desk will talk you through everything that just happened and what's coming up.
What?
Oh my god, I'm not trolling.
Here's a question. Whoa, how fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking?
Yeah, look at these cute little cheekbones. What the fuck? Look at these cheekbones.
Yeah, with you. Jason, what the?
What? What? The female was too stunned to
Yeah,
speak.
you literally saw the camera shaking. That was not me.
That's because the ground
Diary boy.
I was standing up.
Oh my god, Ty.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. X10, they managed to take a center over Gambit. I'm back on the desk with Tom and Potter. It's going to map 3.
I can't believe it either. I can't believe it either. And, you know, Gambit, I'm a little bit worried, Yinsu, Tom. I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to see those weird desperation play tendencies that we saw in the last series, especially on buying those weird pushes, right? Round 16, I have here, question mark, question mark, question mark. What the heck is Defo and Shadows doing? I don't know if they felt like they had to take that duel at A main, but they already got, the jig was up. The KO knife came in. X10 were completely aware of where their positioning was going to be, but they took the fight anyway. Jet has a dash. There's a flash. They could have gotten out, but they chose to take the duel. They get wiped out for it, and that's an easy round on the board for X10, and that just kind of slowly starts this possibility.
But still, we got a game on our hands.
But that's the crazy thing. I feel like they forced Gambit into a position where they had to begin taking.
Thank you, Pragmatic, for the $7. Trying to match that to X10 energy. Hope they win it all. Have a good day. Thank you.
Coming out to plays like that, and then you got this man just
he shocked on it
some of the most ridiculous
wins.
clutches for so many reasons, like literally almost killing himself, running in. I think I was in the same boat as Hypok when he's using his drone in the middle of a 1v1. You just think you're absolutely mad, but you're managing to make these clutches work every single time. And that's the thing. The last map, when we were talking about the rounds they managed to win, we were highlighting clutches as a big aspect of it. I think in some of the early rounds, maybe you could say that again. Towards the end of this map, they were dominating.
Yeah, and there was a different layer as well for Foxy particularly, right? Because we talked about X10, their weakness may be the telegraph pushes. Foxy, no telegraph plays at all. I mean, towards that B main, he found the timing. The communication was coming through from his teammate that A main was under contention. He pushes, finds the timing, and gets a pick off. These sorts of moves is what's going to get rounds on the board for X10.
It's weird but wonderful stuff we are seeing. But, you know, we spoke about teams being able to counter Nats, and we saw a great play here, Tom, that did just that.
Well, this was literally one round after they got shut down by Nats on the site. They just instantly KO knife him while he's in his can, by the way. So he's just watching, he's like, all right, no one here, I'm dead. Like, they just didn't give him a second's notice, and I think that's what you have to do with a player like Nats. The difference is, though, and this is something we've highlighted a lot with X10, is the synergy between their players, and just, I feel like the second Cruz calls something, the whole team is on board. There's no doubt, there's no hesitation, it's nothing. It's like, right, Bud, Paddy, I'm going to need you to dash into the site and instantly kill Nats. It's like, cool, let's go. Straight in. And that's how they've been doing it all the way through this matchup. They just seem to have faith in each other. And a team like that is dangerous to anyone in the tournament.
So dangerous, and not to mention the dangerousness of Cruz's assists. He had 19 assists. That's one more than the most kills in the server on his squad. 19. The closest was Foxy at 18 frags. So Cruz, he's all over the place, just teeing up his teammates, and it's beautiful for X10.
It does make you think what would have happened if he played the KO back on Fracture? I don't know.
But then then do they need to have someone else playing a breach? There's so many questions to be asked if you remove one piece.
True, but let's look forward, not backwards, and look forward to Split, the last map. Now, both of you, you know, probably didn't expect this map to come up, especially given the fact that X10, they lost their map pick on Fracture. What are we thinking here?
Is it Breeze?
Ignore me. I thought it was Split. Ignore me.
Okay,
it was banned.
I wasn't going mad.
Thank you,
I don't trust myself sometimes. But yeah, we're going to be heading into Breeze.
Yeah,
this is a map that previously didn't exactly go well when it was played up against Envy. I think that this, even though they got more rounds than they did versus Ascent, I think this was definitely the shakier of the two. And I don't think we really saw that impact of the KO as we have done just now. So that's going to be one of my major focuses. On the other side of things, Gambit, 13-0. That was the last time they played this map. So they were looking pretty good on that attacking side. Let's put it that way.
A little bit good. You know who else is looking good, Tom? I just saw a Paddy fan over here busting out moves on the stage, waving at me. I mean, dude, this squad on X10, they're not on a stage at a gaming center. They're at the club. You guys saw Sushi Boys, that movement with his feet after that map. These guys are feeling good, guys.
Yeah, they're having the time of their life, and that's exactly the kind of mentality you need in order to beat a team like Gambit. I mean, look at the caliber of teams that X10 have taken down just to get here. Having said that, though, Tom, we can't ignore how good Gambit have been on Breeze.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think also just their third map always seems to be better. Like every single one of their series has gone to 3 thus far, and they've managed to close out every single one of them. So it would still be silly to doubt them, especially the last time. But at the same time, when you win a map 13-0, what are you improving? Like there's not really going to be much that you learn from this one. Whereas on the other side, a loss to Envy is going to have given this squad an opportunity. Now they lost Ascent, they came back, they beat Gambit on it. They lost Breeze. They're looking to come back and do it again.
Oh, man. I'm becoming a believer. Not only am I seeing Bree... Firstly, I did not think we would be here on the third map. I don't think a lot of us did. But if you think about it, again, Breeze, the way that this map is laid out, this is Padafan's backyard, man. He's going to have a fantastic time. And again, what we highlighted in the pre-show, that stylistic clash of differences here, Gambit is going to be very back. They're going to be a little bit more patient, a little bit more disciplined. That plays right into X10's hand because of how it's laid out.
Also in terms of agents as well, you know, we spoke about not seeing Nats on the Cypher in this tournament, but here is where he's going to be going back onto the Viper.
Yeah,
yes.
Viper. So it was Chronicle actually switched onto KJ, and that's where we get the Redgar Sova after normally seeing Chronicle on it. So it's where they've had some recent agent swaps just to try and, I think, make people just feel a little bit more comfortable in some of their positions. And for Chronicle, he was lights out in that matchup, and it's where we're going to see Sushi Boy stick things out on the Cypher. Now, in the last map, especially on the defensive side, he was one of the players that impressed me the most. I think he actually did a better job locking down sites than Nats did, and if I'm giving you that compliment, you've done incredibly well.
Yeah, and it's so important to have that Cypher be so strong. On Breeze, you need either the best Viper or the best Cypher on your squad to be that anchor, because again, this map is so large. You need to be able to pre-rotate. You need to be able to leave your one defender at the site and fully trust and depend on them to be able to have that information come across so you can get the rotations moving. So definitely, I don't know what to expect, man. Sushi Boy, you're right. Sushi Boy's Cypher is looking banger.
I mean, how much does it swing the odds, do you guys feel like? You know, the momentum is on the side of X10, but Gambit still the favorites to snatch this series?
Yeah, I think it would be silly not to, especially just with the way they've been able to dig themselves out of holes in this tournament. The only difference is I don't believe what they've been saying about, like, there's no pressure here. There's a lot of pressure. You are the previous Masters champions. Last time, when they went through that run at the end, they were already qualified to this event. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Gambit right now, but they do seem to thrive under it.
Yeah, they do indeed. We're going to head into Agent Select. Now, once again, but the Primary Gaming Agent Select, expect that KO. Yep, that KO is out. And Shados has moved onto the Reyna. This is the first time he's ever played Reyna on this map.
Yeah, also Chronicle is no longer on that KJ and gone over to a Sky. So they are looking to play, I would say, a lot more aggressively on this map. Like, this is looking like they're going to almost want to do what Scream does when he plays Breeze and just out-frag his opponents, which, considering X10 like to scrap, that seems fairly risky.
Scream DOS.
Okay. If that's where you're going, fine.
And I like the Reyna pick coming out. You know, Breeze, again, it's a large map. Reyna, she can be that lurk. She can be on her own. She doesn't have to be with the squad at all times. And we talk about Reyna, the utility, the kit. It doesn't benefit the team that much. But hey, if you can be on your lonesome, again, create that disruption across the map, that's where this Shados is going to shine.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to see what he can do. But this is map 3, guys. There are no more second chances. Pansy and Hypok, the winner, will be going through to the semifinals.
This is looking like it's going to be a bloodied battle between these two. This composition from Gambit, Hypok, this is telling me some scary things.
It is, yeah. I mean, one thing to say, Shados is, in my eyes, been one of the most self-sufficient Skies, right? In some of these positions where you put him, you know, where he has to clutch up, he has to take a 1v3, 1v4. So, again, big expectations from him on the Reyna, but I think he's capable. Now, actually, Tom makes a really good point. I think this composition also leans in Gambit potentially leaning away from some of that map control, playing a little more aggressively.
Take it in. 5 more seconds and we get underway in map 3 of the quarters here for the VALORANT Champions. It's going to be X10 on the attacking side, Gambit on the defending side. It looks like X10 already has a plan in mind.
So actually, the Aldrone going to confirm Nat's location. Shados again. First point of contact, but he's actually going to be suppressed there, so he has to get out. No opportunity to dismiss out that one and done spot.
I like this take so far from X10. I want to see if they can... They're over pushing this. That's a little risky. Yeah, opens up chances for Gambit, who'll thrive in that. They'll take that with both hands. Now the spike is down, so it is a post plant. Cruz and Foxy, though, this is sharp from Gambit. And you have now got Gambit looking a little mad, a little dangerous. Cruz, it was a nice try. There was maybe a window of timing for it to happen. But 5 still stand for Gambit. And if this is what it looks like when Gambit get mad, I'm worried for everyone else.
Yeah, and again, that leads into the more, if they do want to lean a little heavier on aggression here, that's when it gets scary, right? Yeah, again, you poke the beast and Gambit will strike back.
Hey, we've seen the kind of weirdness from them, right? And I say weirdness in a nice way? I don't know how to describe it. In that Envy game, right? Roll your mind back to that grand final, and they just unleashed, right? Like, it was the weirdest scene, and Envy could not handle it. It was almost impossible to predict. It's something that Gambit have occasionally done when the chips are down. When something's happened that's put them out of sorts, or maybe they feel it's the best possible situation. So we come back in, and the force buy once again comes out.
Again, if they can find a little success here on the force, that actually goes forward. Cruz will deal with it. That will create an opening here, but Nats snake bite down again. Extend locked out for the time being, allow time for this rotation to come through. When we come back, but actually,
they're quick enough.
Yeah, they could potentially find a little space back towards mid.
Now this is the problem though. Defo, oh my word, he actually doesn't get what he needs. And they haven't seen the full picture. They're going to go back. But Defo, I don't think he knows if they've gone back or not here. They're looking for maybe either a double pump or a pinch down middle, but Defo going to try and re-explore this. Steps might have just been heard though. And they're tucked in that corner just on the left here. They've got to check this diligently. Chronicle does. And it's scary though to find 2 in the end. But look at what's left. The HP Hypoc, it is super low.
Yeah, it's a 2v2, but this is heavily in favor of Gambit to close this one out with Nats really just
they're so paranoid.
One-shot opportunity on both players here.
That's the first bit of information that has been relayed. Now, Sushi Boy can get towards the side, but Nats was just hunting down his prey. It was scary. 21 HP.
30 seconds left.
And the notion of his position will be kept in mind. He's still got about 20 seconds to play with, so he can do something with this maybe. But it's all in the unknown now.
Again, taps the orb, again, wants to make Gambit believe he's still committed to A. And timing's going to be awkward there. Yeah, he's going to have time for the plant, but...
They're not going to be that close by. Post plant's going to be the bit that's going to be interesting. Does he feel like he's gotten away with as much from as he actually has?
Well, no snake bites again. He's going to have to try and play this aggressive and with both members of Gambit. Maybe. He could come through elbow here and maybe catch some time in as Gambit cross, but yeah, it's so awkward.
It is going to be about timing. And it looks like Gambit are being very smart about this. Scary. Did he catch a glimpse?
It's an open plant for her here, yeah?
Yeah, this isn't bad, actually. So he's trying to work this out. Redgar and Nats trying to clear this. Does he peek on the first? It is going to be held down. Oh, this is a really nice idea. What a good attempt. But Nats just better right now, and that's 2 on the board for Gambit. But we've seen these clutches, man. Some of them do get converted. Some fall to the wayside. But there's always danger with X10.
Again, it comes down to a post-plant scenario. Again, so they get the second objective there, but unfortunately Spectre at that range is so difficult for him to close this out. And Shados already early on demonstrating a willingness to greet X10 at the front door. Again, actually, even though he did fall, a lot of crucial damage early on there that made it a little easier for Gambit, considering the forced purchase.
That could be, what, a fair few rounds in the hole here if you're looking towards X10. 3 marshals, 2 sheriffs. And on the other side, you have got the upgrades now starting to filter through. Defo got his rifle. Shadoff, same thing. The rest all sitting on the lighter purchase with the full utility, heavy armor, all the goodies and the trimmings surrounding it.
Defo leaning away from it a little bit. Nats actually will catch the cross here by Scary, and the counter peek there for Defo a second as well. Patty will fall. Just Foxy and Sushi Boy is left. Try and recover something or at least achieve something in this round, but Defo looking sharp here in map 3. Finds his third. Chronicle. Not expecting that one, but Sushi Boys doesn't find it. It's a Prime Gaming flawless here in round 3 for Gambit.
Stay
Again,
keen.
5 alive.
They don't have to be good.
It's a
to be
really,
dangerous.
really good cushion now for them to build upon this, especially with that round 2 force.
And this is potentially the, not necessarily final evolution of Gambit, but it's one that's very hard to quantify and handle. Now, the early punches have been favorable to them, so keep that in mind as we go forward, but they're looking good. They're looking confident, and we're getting Defo kind of finding that sharpness to himself again. And we saw making a bit of a debut on map 1, I'd say, more than map 2. But already, we now need to look at what comes back here.
This is a scary thing, man. They're 3-0 down, and
They
there's
don't
just
care.
smiles, man. They're laughing.
And look at the pace on them. It's going to be another brawl in middle. Cruz takes the head off of Shados, and now the battle begins. Defo with 2, the adjustment sublime, and he still wants more. But this isn't being unanswered. It's still a 3v3.
And that's actually fell behind Defo there in double doors. As Redgar will also get picked off. Defo and Chronicle, the last 2 standing for Gambit here. Cruz and Scary. A little beaten, a little bruised, but 2 ultimates available, and the Viper's Pit being the crucial one here. If they can get free access to A site and get set up.
I think Chronicle should be able to get an upgrade from this, so it will be potentially 2 rifles on this retake, but the ult goes in as well, just to make sure safety on the cross and the post plant. Make sure no danger happens, and yes, it is now 2 Vandals being locked in for Gambit. But they have no idea what waits on the other side here.
I mean, the null command available as well, so whether or not X10 want to throw everything at this, which you did see a couple of times already in this series. We'll send a flash in.
I don't think he got anything for that then.
I don't think he did, no.
And the second. So very little actually revealed on this side, so they're going to have to find out with a gun at their side. Chronicle can only get 1, and Scary is there. X10, they win the battle in middle. With the war yet to be decided at 3-1. This is the first on the board, but it looked okay. But Gambit, again, they will keep finding new ways to approach this.
We will. Again, Shados, I don't want to say overzealous, but demonstrating he's happy to contest X10 and need this early round map control. Again, they're brimming with confidence right now.
And how are you meant to ever break that? Like, the mental game is impossible.
It takes so many rounds to chip away at that, yeah.
Oh, and we've got to walk as well. That's actually pretty imperative, and the shot goes astray. So now they're going to pick up the pace, it looks like. Really hit this B side, put Chronicle under all of this weight, all of this pressure. Paddy going to try and close down on him, but it's going to be Sushi Boys to find it. Shados makes it to the site in time, but Scary doesn't care. And now Defo, joined by Redgar and Nats. That op still in play. You're always going to be considering that save if that spike plant goes down this early. Oh, they're getting wrapped on in mid as well. It will eventually get there if they do try and come back in.
Timing going to be crucial on that flank, and yeah, Gambit, they will peel away. Give the operator a big consideration to make there.
Have we got a game on our hands?
I think we did about halfway through map 2. Yeah,
fair
this
play.
is again another round where X10 just looks so comfortable in that death ball approach towards B site. Unfortunately, there's not an awful lot for Chronicle to do there. He's kind of stuck in on back pillar. X10 put their second on the board now. There's opportunity here. Defo could potentially throw the operator across to somebody else, play the Blade Storm. So again, probably still a fairly even round here. See here, the utility usage is perfect there too.
It is.
This is the freebie that we saw, yeah.
You take them every day of the week. But to be fair, even beyond the utility, the fact is they fight as one. There is no way to fall back from half of these angles. Their spacing is great. They are really applying pressure.
I think Tom said it best. It's the faith, it's the trust in each other. It's so visible in some of these rounds.
It's something you dream of as a player, to have this much cooperation and consideration of your teammates every single time, that you're always going to have someone there for you. You're never on your own in this. And for now, though, big moves by Defo to start with. That's a lot of space now cleared. That's big information.
Yeah, it is.
But does it get almost destroyed? It might do. He's caught in no man's land, and all that information, all those rotations they might have had faith in, now need to be considered once again.
Next time we'll swing back this direction, see if they can find this kill. Defo still holding it again. Confirmation Extend have drifted back this way. I think only 2 players noted at least. The Seekers will be invested, but that's all the way deep on B side, so they won't learn an awful lot from this, Lauren.
No, but Defo's going for a double dip on it, but Patty's threaded the needle, and I really like this for him. A little further ahead than maybe they expect with a jump up. The timing could not have been worse for him. Qualified Redgar, but it's Sushi Boys to find one, so it's traded out, and the spike plant is more than enough. But let's see what the position is in the post plant. They're peeling away from the site.
They are. Scary's got both his snake bites left, so again, with good flank control here, it's an opportunity for X10 to run the clock down. No flank coming through from Gambit either.
No. It's all one direction. Relax, Tom, we're not talking about you. Sushi Boy's working through Tube and gets the reveal. Now can apply pressure from the back lines. There's the swing from the first defender, the first bodyguard on the case. Redgar gets the trade out. Foxy peeks back in, and there is that real back line to this. The time buyer is Scary. Brings the rifle in as well. Oh boy, do we have a game. X10 are here to play.
It's a beautiful round there. Again, at that point, Defo confirms the information, but it equates to nothing. The hold is a little weaker towards A side. Shados actually picking up the operator, and again, actually the one thing that kind of keeps him in check in terms of the early round, he has to play up towards Nest. Defo's the one that goes hunting. Like I said, Scary at both snake bites, because there's nothing drawn out. There's no utility invested in the early round from X10 there, so a very, very comfortable post plant.
They've broken the money. And I can hear it behind me, the call. Big call, quick calls being made. The push out from A is coming in, so they're going to do a lean towards that B side. Now, this does play a little more into the hands of someone like Nats, right, who's lingering in this. They need to be they seem really aware of this. He's going to try and find the timing. Has to make a desperation play. Still gets away with murder. Somehow still stands, and I don't know how, but he's doing what he can to buy time for his side. Patty does not mind at all, though. Up and over he goes. Still danger as Redgar and Shados find it in the thrifty round.
I'm not even sure how that flipped back in Gambit's favor, but Redgar finding headshots with the Guardian, certainly a factor. I have no idea how Nats just found that kill with the Bucky. It seemed like he was like 10 meters away. A pre-patched Bucky there. It was a left click as well.
Redgar's looking kind of on it right now. Okay. And that was the play from Patty up and over the top. You know what? I love watching these two teams play, and I didn't think I would stylistically. I thought it could.
It's a big mismatch, right?
It is.
It's
it really
is a very big mismatch.
But now we've seen Gambit out of their comfort zone, and also I'd say on especially map 2, X10 a little out of what I'd expect from them. They played this really nice game of chess between each other.
I think it's safe to say again, map 2 was probably one of the best applications I think we've seen of KO here at this event. Certainly, Cruz was, I mean, borderline iconic, you could say, Lauren, in terms of the performance there. Not sure if Potter would agree with that statement, actually.
Yeah. I feel like when you're talking about like, an iconic moment like that, it does take the Dest and bring into agreement on it as well. So we'll see if they do agree. Potter's hard to please, though. You know, like, look at her. She's staring us down now. I'm getting nervous. I gotta focus back on the game. I can't look behind me. And looking behind my expectations coming into this game, I'm a little ashamed to say almost, I really didn't think we'd see Gambit pushed into this look that they do occasionally bring out. I didn't think it would be map 2 that got converted, but it does seem as though we get a couple of upsets.
We do love upsets.
Technical timeouts and upsets.
Hand in hand.
One and the same. Right, we go back in 4-3. And Gambit get a bit of a gifter on that one, but Shados feeling a little bold, feeling a little brave, but he did have the backup of Defo, so I don't blame him. And what's the plan to navigate past this?
So holds on for the time being, actually not spotted by the outrun until now. Has to be the one to deal with it.
I like this progress being made on the other side, though, by Sushi Boys. Yeah, that just caught my eye, and I love it. They punished Nats on the rotation, so now they can kind of lean back over this way. There is a player in between it, though. You've got to look towards now Chronicle, who could potentially be a thorn in the side, but he's just about here in the steps. Yeah. There is the big audio cue. Patty's thinking about it for a second, and Chronicle is quicker on the trigger. Gets Patty, and now buys some time for these rotations. A player now slipped towards CT as Chronicle. Sushi Boys does find Redgar, though, on the flank, I guess. And now in the post plant, we're in a 4v3.
An awful lot for Gambit to use it. Foxy, look at it again, man, in this flanking position. This late lurk coming through. And he has the Hunter's Fury, so he's a key late round, or I guess post plant component here for X10.
Yeah, massively so. Even if they get a bit closer on this, he can still hold his nerve, steady the breathing. As yes, the rest of his team are in trouble, but he knows he's the backbone to this, the back line if called upon. Scary gonna try and put himself there, holds it well enough, Foxy by his side, and there it is, X10! These boys are finding so many moments, punishing Nats on rotation. When do you get these sort of scenarios on Nats? I've never seen him call out of spots or kind of overly reading rotations. That's credit to X10 massively in this.
And look
at this! Smooth as anything.
And that entire round on the back of Sushi Boys really. Again, it's pressuring the weaker side of the setup from Gambit, and but the rotation comes through so quickly as well. It's really difficult to recover from that sort of death as well on the side of Gambit. See it again.
Pace.
Another one. It's going to be a quick hit.
Yeah, Pace, big change on this one, and Defo and Chronicle going to instantly turn the screws, make it hurt this time. No reply, no entry. Chronicle, this is his. He will not relent on it. Shuts it down, sends him back. Gambit, quick reply.
And again, a good adjustment there. They read, obviously, with the Viper's Pit, they can lean away from A a little bit, and again, anticipating that null command coming through. They set up, and that's it. It's Cruz that falls first. Again, not a huge factor, considering Chronicle's able to just swing through. And Patty, unfortunately, nothing left for him to do in that scenario. Very back and forth, though, here.
Yep.
Three-man mid-piece here from X10, actually. This could be really interesting. Defo and potentially Redgar noted. Actually, Redgar all the way back in Nest there.
Oh, Defo. This has got to be his. Yeah, that is teed up for him. Exactly what he wanted. So this mid-presence could now be denied. Defo is getting to absolutely run rings around X10. The cross was being held. It's all perfectly positioned from Gambit. They know exactly where they were coming from. Even look at Redgar, expecting that next layer. These boys are on it now. This is a sharper side. As Foxy, you got a 1v5. Show me what you got.
In that late lurk position. Does have the spike, but he said there's 5 members of Gambit to find. And whether or not he's given more than one 1v1, he's given the first, actually.
Have I told you the story about Foxy's 1v5?
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, but this is when it started, because he picked up... It was the other round. 6-4.
Boxing screen down.
Close. Now, Scary back on the Viper's Pit. Foxy, Hunter's Fury available. And Gambit look much, much more comfortable here when Shados isn't kind of looking to be, I don't want to say overly aggressive, but sure. I guess there's no way really to describe it. But right here, again, she would even say out loud, but if they come out with a favorable first engagement, that's when it becomes more difficult for X10. So they can't pile behind that pressure or follow up on that first contact.
The disparity in money can't be ignored. 3 Sheriffs, 2 Marshals. Light armor between 2, and then you've got full purchase, obviously, for Gambit. Well deserved off the back of the work from Defo, I feel, finding a lot of success. And I still find it so interesting with Defo, because he was never much of a highlight to me online, but he gets to LAN, and this is a different player altogether.
Really isn't. Again, it's in the scenarios where here this game's going to slow down a little bit. That operator becomes huge in terms of keeping X10, almost keeping them honest in the early round. At least they have to figure out the setup. They almost can't just go, balls to the wall and charge down one side.
Look at Nats just sitting, anti-flashing. If anyone's going to come through, going to peel away for now. Be a little cautious of middle. And Shados making sure he's kept safe for now. And now the reveal. Nats wins it. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. Again, we look at the amount of damage done, the possibilities of it. If it gets any more dangerous, that's when we can start paying mind. Anything under 3 is good damage done. Doesn't look like Redgar wants to let that happen. Scary actually does get it. So now down to 2. Defo and Chronicle. Rifle now picked up. Ult invested. We talked about these clutches, Hypoc. Is this going to be another one?
Potential effort to get it done, but actually peeks a little ahead of the Viper's Pit. Maybe trying to catch one member of Gambit off guard, but Chronicle wise to it.
Round in the half.
X10 now. I mean, this is huge. We always talk about the difference between this 8-4 and 7-5 scoreline. So X10, again, Viper's Pit invested. Hunter's Fury still available. On the flip side, nothing except for the Empress on the side of Gambit. Again, a much heavier lean here. You see on the minimap, Sushi Boys towards
Double
bottom
up?
mid, and yeah, actually the double up Redgar. Again, he's controlling deep within halls. I think that's a little bit understandable, but Shados again tries to find something. He's punished.
And Nats does something similar as well over towards Elbow, but it's all traded out efficiently and effectively towards X10. Now it comes down to Defo, who stands tall on the first challenge. Chronicle out, down and out, down to 2. Defo, it's on you if they keep coming this way, but they're not. Keep your eyes on the man on the screen right now. Sushi Boys has been finding every weakness, every vulnerability on the other side.
And he's so quick to react in this lurk position, right? It's fine to kill, and look where he is. 5 seconds later, he's pressuring towards spawn for X10.
But I like this mid lurk as well coming down, so they're holding both avenues to make sure this plant is at least bare minimum safe. Now they can fold in a little bit. Foxy can kind of play with the others. Now Redgar's going to at least find out where one is. Pops the cage up on the other side to give himself a little bit of safety, but you can see he's not all that safety, but there's layers. As you said, you don't get a fight on one, it's all of them. And now Defo, this is your time to shine, baby. That's going to be impossible to do, and Sushi Boys has given them another round there, finding so much room for them.
I gotta say, and actually, Sushi Boys, in terms of those 5 rounds that X10 did find, which is 2 or 3 there, that he's the key stakeholder for X10 in finding some success.
Okay, and this is now really coming down to the wire. This is a close enough half that it can go either way. I'm happy enough with both teams, what they provided, that this could be, honestly, on any of them to take either way, though. But I don't know how to call this anymore. I just want to watch this unfold in front of me. So what we're going to do is hand it down to the desk, who can be the ones to tell you which way this should go.
Thank you very much, Pansy. And Hypok, Sushi Boys, he's playing like Nats, more than Nats is, which is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's been one of those maps where it's been kind of weird in terms of how it's been going, because you've had those sort of pace changes, those initial 5-man stacks that we've seen from X10 where they're just running into the site, and then just moments after that they start leaving a man behind, and that man behind managed to catch Nats with his pants down, managed to lurk through sites and take so much control. So I've been really impressed with how they played, especially considering they had a 3-0 deficit to start. They brought this half back. The only problem is having such a strong defense for Gambit, it worries me.
Yeah, I think the pace change is the biggest pace change is the biggest point. Flank of the Molly's, right? And it just seems like Foxy and the rest of X10, they've got.
Here's a question. Whoa, how fast?
Only, but it's somewhat of a decent half, I have to say.
The worry for me is I think it was their defense that really struggled last time when they were playing up against Envy. Now, we've already been proven wrong when it came to Ascent, that they can definitely adapt and evolve their setups, and I'm hoping that's what we're going to see once again going into the second half. The only thing is as well is that Gambit then had an unreal attack when they played earlier, so it's in their court.
Well, Gambit, they can secure this if they come out with an unreal attack, but it's not all over yet for X10. Back to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Have to see how badly do X10 want this. Can they really go the distance, or do Gambit crush the dreams now? 7-5 on the half, and we leave in towards this one, leaning in towards a stronger half here for Gambit.
Absolutely, coming off a previous 13-0 where it was the attacking half. Actually, straight away, look at this. X10 has 4 will push through cave, so they're going to have this information early enough. Sushi Boys in a position where, I mean, what he finds is a bonus, and he will find Shados immediately.
Get away? He's actually gone away to CT. That's insane that he's been able to stay alive. Now you look across further afield. Foxy got Nats after the pickup towards Cruz came in, so it is a 4v3. The spike is still yet to go down, waiting for that to be planted, but they're actually trying to fold towards CT. Sushi Boys is not necessarily ready, but he still stands and gets one. Sushi Boys is just constantly exceeding expectation, and Foxy, he's going to hear these steps, he can call this out. Dog's going to reveal position, he has to try and get away in time. Loses the capability on that, and now the play. Gambit are trying to get a little dicey with this, trying to do any damage they can. Shot in the back though, Spike goes down, and it's down to just Chronicle with 3 HP. What has just happened?
X10 absolutely fearless push through AK. I don't think anybody stopped running. And again, it was a quick piece from Gambit to try and get on. Like I said, Sushi Boys, in that scenario, a 1-for-1 trade. Yeah, you talk about it not often favoring, but here, I just don't understand. It's such a fumble for Gambit not to force their way through and find that kill onto Sushi Boys because the control towards B main and window comes so early from X10 because that flank is so quick. The Gambit are struggling to find a comfortable plant position.
I'm a little nervous now. But again, it's Gambit that compose. They are the absolute embodiment of being cool under pressure. You're seeing them put to task now. The walk up tube 4-1 split. Gotta be careful on the other side. These haphazard shots down tube might get you a little more than you expected, but Patty's gonna be at least trying to fill that gap. Crew's there on the other side. Do what we're seeing on the other half, and there's Patty getting contact. So now they've got an idea that this maybe was the plan in mind. He's just going to sit behind that doorway, chill out for a bit, and just assume the angle. Even if he gets cleared, it should be tradable. He doesn't need the help! Patty with 3 and confidence starting to absolutely brim over the top for X10. It's 7-7. They are right all even.
Yeah, we talk about this is the difference here, where it's tied up straight away on the back of a comfortable pistol and round 2 here. The Prime Gaming flawless coming out in round 2. It's a really, really good building block here for X10 to get something going in the second half.
You're expected to be semi-finals, grand finals, right? Deep run.
Gambit is sweating. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still seeing X10 dancing on the stage. It smiles in the rounds they lose. Like I said, they're playing with absolutely nothing to lose here. They've already proven themselves, right?
Yeah, beyond belief. And now we see once again Gambit looking towards his pace. Shados at the front of it, trying to be the tip of the spear. Foxy on the other side, Sushi Boys is there. Now the buy is substantially better with Gambit, so keep that in your mind. The rifles are out, but Foxy finds the timing and finds 3! What is going on between these two? How are they making Gambit look out of sorts? These guys are normally so refined in their approach and everything accounted for. And now it's Defo and Chronicle. Maybe feeling a little worse for wear as the spike is left deep within the territory now of the defending side. And they look towards mid as their potential way forward, but it's not completely unguarded. You still have Cruz sitting a little deep, keeping it in mind, and Sushi Boys. Just keeping information now free-flowing. Does anyone lean into it yet? Sushi Boys trying to be calm in this. Cruz closing the gap. It's going to be Cruz on the flank, but he gets found by Chronicle. The spike is yet to be recovered, though.
That's a really late investment of the wall here, which is going to be huge. But Defo's going to find Sushi Boys. It comes to a 2v2.
Yeah, and these two are purely on spike duty right now. Foxy going to be looking in, doesn't quite get as full information as he would want. There's always a threat and there's always a danger, and Foxy now needs to be on red alert. Gambit are working as a pack, 2 of them now working around. Chronicle beheads him, and Scary's going to be sweating. 10 seconds though. Scary peeks out the unbelievable Gambit. Digs so deep for that round.
And that's after Foxy goes huge for X10. Like I said, actually, you talk about some of those rounds in the first half where Shado's showing he's not afraid to go toe-to-toe. X10 meet them at the choke point on B site. And somehow, Defo and Chronicle claw their way back into that round, Lauren.
And look, I'll take a step back from being the caster that yells a lot. That was still a bonus, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, still kept it in check.
Look how pumped up they are to convert a bonus.
Yeah.
Well, not even, actually win the round they should. And the damage, at least to the money, is towards Redgar. Look towards it. Light armors galore. They're feeling the pinch a little bit on the other side. Rifles around. Patty's unleashed down middle. Now, I want to see how Gambit address this. This is on them to try and deal with, but I like the walk on Tube. This could be nice for them.
It's going to get out pretty quickly towards Switch here. Nobody playing stairs for X10. No trap wire.
Do they have no idea?
They have no clue.
Oh, this could be a disaster. Wait, Sushi Boy just got Defo. There we go. That's the damage from the backlines we were expecting. And they're deep behind enemy territory. But the spike is a little isolated, so there's still danger. But Shados again threading the needle. This man finally falls to Cruz. But Chronicle on the trade out, and mid is now up in the air. But it's a lean towards the B site. And rightly so at this point. Can they deny anyone on the way?
His cross?
I don't know if he can. I don't know if he's willing to go deeper on this angle just yet. Yeah, the flash is going to keep him at bay. Note his presence, and the spike will safely be planted.
Spike planted.
Very scary, though. Beelining towards elbow here, just past cannon. And that's now this late lurk from all the way back behind bridge. It's going to be really difficult for X10 to figure this one out.
Yeah, but that's so much information relayed now for Gambit. They know there's nothing mid, there's probably nothing CT. All eyes draw towards this. And the timing actually worked out well. Redgar called upon, but you've got Nat still in the back lines. There he is. Comfy work in the end for Gambit, but let's talk about how that started and how they got behind enemy lines there, because that was essential to this round.
Again, Patty straight down mid, with fearless with the operator. The first round he's got the operator online, but again, just a little bit of a gap in this defensive setup from X10, and Gambit exploit that. They're up halls so quickly in that round, Lauren, where, again, at the point where there's 3 people on the A side. Nats doesn't even need to over-invest in that. It's one kill, get out. He has full control of that rotation. And yes, luckily, actually, a little bit of a push towards Cable, a little bit of pressure towards Shop. That's how they're able to, I guess, pick up the slack on that flank. But again, it's the post-plant setup, even with Chronicle. I guess, yeah, it's fair enough. The trade comes through. Nats is in a position where it shuts down, obviously, any re-entry towards B site, but...
Now, let's talk about layers of adjustment, right? So you just get exploited on tube. So you now have to address this, right? You have to either put the additional man there or put utility on it. You have to do something about it. Now, obviously, if you're Gambit, you'll go, we're not going to go near there. We'll go to the other side of the map. So I'm a little interested to see what the buy's like, one, coming in for X10, what the adjustment may be, and then the answer back from Gambit.
Yeah, I'm looking at the minimap right now. I think the adjustment is to send 4 people into cave once again. As you can see here, we're back in game, and the stars align, because Gambit, I mean, if this is going to be a quick piece towards B, they're going to have a very, very comfortable setup here. Nats one away from the Viper's pit again, if he's the one to either pick up that orb or find the plant. Whether or not they invest that here, but again, X10 have looked scary on the retake. They look scary at finding unorthodox kills in spots you wouldn't expect them to.
But I actually don't really mind a stack and a risky play on a round like this. It's fine by me. The ult does actually, I think, get invested there for Patty, so I'm kind of curious by that and see if they can actually bring that to the plate, because at the moment the closest play they've got to, I think, is Foxy towards top mid, and you're right. Nat's hyper aware of the timing is unbearable. That is so unlucky for Nats to turn around like that. Maybe hearing a step in middleweight. Patty's just found Redgar, and we're down to 3. Shados, Defo, and Chronicle. Chronicle is at least going to stop the rot for now. Defo tucked towards the back of the site. You can see those knives just grazing by. Just a shave at this point. Patty still finds Shados. It's a 3v2. The trades, where are they? There they are! And now the 1v1. Foxy up against Defo. Defo trying to slip around, find the timing, find the frag before the ping. And now he's tucked in the corner. He's got the rifle by his side. Tag comes in. Rifle comes out. And the round goes to Gambit.
Defo bailing Gambit out of that round. Like I said, the flank comes so quickly, and I mean, even when you were saying it, Nats had a really good read, picked up the audio cue so early, but it's a little bit of a bait almost there. The charging through cannon just makes them consider the possibility of somebody being a little deeper already. Like I said, X10 deadly on the retake in a round that they shouldn't be finding that many kills. It shouldn't have come down to that.
No, but it is 10-7. And at this point, in this sort of game, I think you're just going to take any round. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll be cool with that. Buy comes back in Gambit doing not necessarily the same piece, but a little bit of a mid lane towards this as well. Seeker's going to come down, reveal at least a couple of positions, especially Patty's here, so keep that in the forefront of your line. But actually, Foxy gets away with murder around the back there. Seekers didn't give away the full picture, but he knows he's getting closed in on. Chronicle going to get a little bit of chip damage. There's 2 players on the other side of this. I don't know if he's aware of it. Now he is. Where is that spike, though? Look towards the A site.
And that's had Viper's Pit, so this is all a bait and switch here. Cruz here early enough to potentially find it, but Redgar actually gets the better. He finds a second as well. Foxy will fall. Viper's Pit down on site now. Gambit have themselves a 4v2 post-plant. Patty and Scary. They even consider going for this one, because this is Gambit onto 11. You can see already Patty looking as if he just wants to play exits.
And what fine margins this game has been. Already, you're seeing it so apparent. The timing on those rotations back towards A. Let's say they get a little further ahead.
Yeah.
That could have been then instantly a big denial of that ult coming out, catching the players correctly. A couple of seconds the other side, they get picked up just as they're getting low, just under kind of a bridge around the back of Tribox. These small moments between these two teams, I've got to say it though, the pedigree from Gambit is starting to kick in my mind. The full faith is showing with them as well.
It's the faith, and it's those sort of rounds where you sometimes criticize Gambit where they look a little tilted, right? It's like desperation plays. It's asserting dominance almost. It's kind of reminding X10 who they are, and this is a perfect example of that. I think it's so back and forth, and again, like you said, Cruz, if he's able to make that cross there, there's potential for that to go a completely different direction for X10. It gets me every time.
Simple great. Looks like they want to kind of give the idea that it could be this B piece, but look at what's waiting towards A. So if they hold their nerve, they're actually in the right place for this X10. And Gambit could be walking into a bit of a problem. I don't know if they're going to be able to read this, though. And there's the Hunter's Fury going to come out. Does it find anything? Going to force at least the dash away. Redgar not going to find what he needs here. Sushi Boys is just around the corner. He's going to hear these steps. He's going to call it out, and he tries to bounce. He thought it was done. He turned his eyes away for a second, but Cruz is at least there to get his back, and they don't know about Patty. They have no idea. Oh
my
no!
God, Nats!
What a heartbreaking miss for Patty Pat, and also what a great shot from Nats. Foxy's not done yet. There's still something to be said about this, as at least is 2v3 standing right now.
I don't think they got... Yeah, they can't get the res either. Nats is going to get the kill credit for that one, and on the back of that, Chronicle slipped the net. He's found some space towards B site. Initially, Scary set up for some kind of retake, at least on the backside of B towards Nest. And Defo now on red alert here, but you can see already, Foxy might even find this.
Oh god, the timing! The timing is horrible, and Defo! What's going on in between these two? Defo's just going to get the hell out of there. Why would he want to stick around on that? Now he's got a better angle to play with. He can try and catch the timing just right. Scary's been pinched in CT, and there's the shutdown. It's 12 for Gambit. And X10 starting to feel the heat. It's not just map point, it's match point. And this is the quarterfinals between these two. X10 have pushed Gambit further than most of us could have predicted. But again, a little unfortunate for Patty there. And again, Nats, quick as anything.
The adjustment is insane from Nats there. Yeah.
You don't get to miss.
No, you don't. And again, that's the margin of error that you're kind of allowed versus Gambit. Nats punishing Patty there.
Toxins going up.
Rifles.
Walking mid.
I was going to say rifles across the board at Spectre for Sushi Boys here, but nothing towards A side other than the spy cam right now. They're looking to get very aggressive towards bottom mid. They're here so early, Lauren.
Yeah, but I think Nats is watching this, or at least keeping an eye on it. Yeah, Redgar gets called in, gets the first here. That's the first nail in the coffin for X10. Spike gonna go down. But would they expect the second layer? Doesn't matter. Nats is posted on this one. He ain't gonna be moving. Def on the other side, can't quite get away, but Shados has his back, and it looks like with all the hopes and dreams that were coming together, maybe the chances, it's just going to be down to two. Patty and Scary with it all on their shoulders. Chronicle tries to get one, he does get the second, and Gambit, 13-7, semi-finals calling their name. But on the other side, X10, exceeding expectations.
Absolutely.
Pushing Gambit so far.
Which so few teams have done, right? Again, there's so few teams you can throw into that mix. And again, you're talking about previously at Masters, I said this before map 1 started, you know, there were maps dropped, but again, you put that as a byproduct of the opponent, right? X10 have come out, like you said, exceeded all expectations. And honestly made this a really interesting series when arguably with the veto and the way that map 1 played out, you would lean away from that being reality.
Of course. But reality is a curious thing for those guys on the screen. They played their hearts out. I think everyone has fallen a little in love with what X10 have done here. Against all odds.
They made us believe.
Exactly, and that takes a lot for me and you. We're cynical bastards, but those boys, there's something to them. To force that sort of performance out of Gambit, as said, is a rare accolade and not many people get to do it. And they were smiling, dancing, giving their all the way through. And even on the other side, Gambit forced to bring out the big guns. Chronicle having some big moments. Defo, the land beast himself.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, as said, I'm critical of Defo in my own time. I will always watch him online, and again, in this one, to me, he was incredible.
But a big positive as well coming out of this is that performance on Fracture in particular, right? Something that's maybe out of the comfort zone and maybe taking a leaf out of Durka's book, right? But making that look good for Gambit in a way that actually you come into this and you read into some of the interviews, and it's the question, the preparation and the adaptation, the versatility of some of these guys. they want to go away and reinvent themselves, lean on their strengths they've already demonstrated, that there is a really, really good indicator for me.
Gambit on the screens. Obviously, Berlin was a huge moment for them. Then moving forward, we get to see how far they can take this. Now, I'd say coming into this one of the favorites. Hard to deny it, you know, throw Liquid up there. I mean, Sentinels at one point were as well, but they get to move forward here. They get to look for the next opponents. But I think for the first time, we've seen Nats truly countered.
Yeah, and that's a statement in itself. That map 2 performance by X10. And again, it's a credit to something regionally this team probably didn't have to deal with, right? Yeah. And again, actually identifying potential weaknesses in the side of Gambit. How often do you have to see them, like I said, put a contingency behind Nats, anchoring a site, right? So X10 exposed that, and I'll be honest, look damn comfortable doing it.
I hope we see more from them in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Genuinely, I really, really do. And I think the big takeaway from this already, this being a quarterfinal, that was potentially a finalist, pushed to a third map, made to look uncomfortable and unable to prepare on map 2. This changes a lot of my expectations now going forward.
Hey, at face value, look at this. This is a huge opportunity for Gambit to kind of stabilize and find some confidence or comfort here in the playoffs, right? In order of proceeding further into this. And I come away from that thinking they didn't really find that in terms of the main objective, right?
Yeah, I feel like I've left this game with more questions than answers. That obviously in the semi-finals we will find out those answers for. However, before we get anywhere near that, we have plenty more to be played out. And let's have a little look at the playback from the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. That's the phrase I wanted.
Both teams are fighting for a semi-final spot here. Will the fairy tale continue for X10, or will the big bad
Welcome back to Champions, where we've got one last quarterfinal ahead of us, and it's sports of Fanatic versus KRU Esports. I'm here with Bala and Jess to break it all down, to close us out before we head over to Verity Music Hall for that semifinals and that final. Gambit taking the last one, going to face the winner of this. And Bala, when I spoke to Redgar, he said that his heart is kind of hoping for KRU to see them do it, and that there's something that tells him, kind of makes him feel like it might happen, but that his head says Fnatic, and in some ways he wants that rematch against that squad.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of different people's stories right now, right? Everybody is captured by KRU after they win over Sentinels, but on the other side, there's Fnatic, where we know they're Lanimals. We know they can perform on a stage, and at a certain level, they made a lot of fans with that too.
Well, let's keep talking about this Fnatic roster, because as it's been talked about, their group from the start of everything was considered the group of death, the toughest one to get out of. But they took down Cloud9, they took down Vision Strikers to get that 1 seed out of their group. We've used the term Lanimal, and I think, again, it very much applies to this squad.
I mean, it's not even just the entirety of the squad. It's also the individual players stepping up in their roles and specializing. And I was speaking to a couple of the talent in the back room, and I said to them, I like the fact that each of the players in the roster has a specialization. They know what they need to focus on, and whilst they might have a little bit of jovialness around the game, they're very serious about what they do, and they put up the score as a result.
I realize this is a bit of a joke, but you actually said don't hurt the wrists, man. If you do fall, roll into the shoulder. Don't brace with the wrists, man.
You're an actor.
Yes, I am.
He's an actor.
He is, I know. So, we are kindred spirits.
I'm just telling you, you fell for the bait.
He tricked you there.
That means he's a good actor. That's how you know a good actor, right? Oh, my God. I hope I get to interview Boaster at some point later in this tournament, because somehow we've avoided each other up to this point. You talk about individual stars, though, on this lineup, and we'll talk plenty about Boaster, I'm sure, throughout the competition. I want to talk about Durka. This is a guy that, if we call all the way back to Masters Reykjavik, captured a lot of people's hearts and minds with his play.
Yeah, I mean, and back then it was a lot of the time on the jet, and this time around it feels different, right? It feels like this is more than just, the normal role that he plays. This feels like he is not only playing at a level that he could carry the team if he needed to, but he's also just doing what he needs to do constantly with his Rays or with his jet.
And it's not even just that he's doing what he needs to do. He's above and beyond. Do you want to know how he looked in groups? Number 1, ranked ACS. Number 1, ranked damage per round. Number 1 in the entire tournament, ranked KDA. Number 1 ranked KDR.
Damn.
I'm going to stop there, because I feel like we've gone down the list enough that I might not have any stats left over for the man, but he ranked number 1 in every single one of them.
Do you have that damage per round number handy, not just the rank? Because I am kind of curious.
No,
sir.
Okay.
Well, let's follow it up, because we've had some peeps dropping some massive numbers on singular maps. Of course, you want to find it map to map, and we'll see if we can do just that. But it's not just him hitting with the shots. It's his use of utility as well, and I think that's part of what Ball is talking about, where it feels a little different. It's not just jet op play or jet gun play. There's that utility focus from him too.
I mean, this is really what I want to highlight, because Doug and I have been complaining that we don't have metrics to show you how these players are using their utility. So how about I show you through, I guess, some visuals instead. The man has been able to capitalize on his paint shells time and time again. Where I first saw it was Tower on Fracture, that power position in the top corner next to B side. That's the one that he usually reigns supreme on that map with, but there have been multiple kills on every single map. He gets boombot kills, he gets paint shell kills. These are the kind of, whether it's assists or outright kills that he gets, that is adding to the fact that he was number 1 coming out of groups in those categories.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why Fnatic's Fracture is so scary right now. It's literally a play just like that. But it's more than that. With Fnatic, it's always, why is that happening? Why is he getting boom boombot kills? You have to ask yourself that question. And it's because they are so strong with all of their utility from all the different players, whether it's a dart from Boaster, whether it's, you know, a Gravwell from Mystic, or different combinations. They're just consistently hitting them and forcing Durka to have massive impact with that nade.
Why is he getting boombot kills and why am I getting boombot killed? That's a pretty standard question I ask on a daily basis. Also, too, that raise, yeah, I do that plenty. The raise and the breach, though, was another combo that very specifically Redgar cited when he thinks of the Fracture meta, which still feels very undetermined. Those two agents, though, he feels can find a lot of combinations. And again, I think Fnatic is one of the teams to be able to show us just that. I do want to dive in to the team, though, and where their confidence is at. Let's hear with Magnum about whether or not he thinks they can win it all.
So guys, my name is Magnum and I'm player for Fnatic. We are pretty confident in winning of this tournament. I think we are unique and mainly in the way that we are actually taking our coaches super seriously. I think we are one of the most, if not the most disciplined team in here. I think that's our strongest side. Whoever is in our path to win the champion, we are coming for him.
Citing discipline as perhaps their biggest strength when it comes to a comparison between them and other squads here at the tournament, which again, to me, just feeds into this brilliant matchup that we have in front of us. Because if you've got discipline on one side, you have sheer ferocity on the other. KRU, you probably need to look no further than their celebration in taking down Sentinels to see how much it meant for this roster to get pushed to the point where they are right now.
Yeah, I think you've got discipline, you've got set strategies on Fnatic's side, and you've got pure grit for the side of KRU. I mean, this is one of those teams that I said coming into today that if there was to be an upset, I expected actually to come out of KRU. X10, love the team, but this team, this is the real dark horse. Cloud9's gone, baby, and guess who picks up that mantle now? It's KRU.
Can KRU do it?
I definitely think that there's merit to that question, right? To the answer, yes. I want to answer yes, but it rests on a couple of different people's shoulder, right? You cannot have a situation where Nags is not fragging in that first map like he did on Fracture against Sentinels. Those are the types of things that I'm looking at. I'm looking at Kesnet, but I'm also looking at Mazzino on his various different roles. He actually was, and it wasn't cited a lot when we were talking about it previously, but he was one of the most impactful players on that team as well. So you look at the range of players that they have, it's not necessarily the same way that Fnatic is actually stepping up and strategically breaking down a team. While it does happen, I think it's more on an individual level.
I think the call out on Nagzet is a big one. He has just been, as a long-standing member of the squad and a consistent performer, at least when they're in winning positions, you're going to look to him. And we'll later talk maybe a little bit about what Kesnet, the newest addition, brings to the squad, and particularly what it means for this matchup specifically against Fnatic, because that's one of the big change-ups. But Nagzet, we just got to talk about him on the Jet if we're talking about Durka on the other side on those duelists.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy in my mind that saved the game against Sentinels on this second map right here on Haven. It was unbelievable, the stuff that he was pulling out in man-down situations over and over and over after having such a weak, less than 60 ACS or something like that on Fracture. After that performance, he comes out and does that. That gives me hope that they can hang in the distance, like if the series goes a distance.
So we got some small glimpses of it right there in those highlights, Jet, but we talk about utility on the side of Durka. I think, what do you think, Nagzet? You do think those kinds of Blade Storm moments, those maybe 1v2, 1v3 kinds of scenarios where he just pulls rounds back from the dead.
I mean, many people have seen me get on the desk, talk about his headshot percentage and whatnot. Well, how about I show you in these clips instead? Because what he's able to do with these Blade Storm, that's where he's consistently picking up those orbs. They want him to have the Blade Storm because that's where a lot of his impact and multi-kills will come from. That's where a lot of his headshot percentage comes from as well. And the reason I wanted to highlight that to all of you is that we have two big hitters on both sides of the spectrum going head-to-head today. Well, look out for those specific things. Look for the utility from the side of Durka and look from the Blade Storm for Nagzet. If he's missing it, something's going wrong.
Well, we talk about the sheer willpower that it took for them to take down Sentinels and make it to this point. One of the newest additions to the squad was a big reason for it. That's Kesnet. Let's hear from him, though, about how it felt to take down the #1 North American team.
Hola, mi nombre es Kesnet Deus, juego por la escuadra de KRU. Todos demasiado feliz, como un logro para nosotros ganarle a un Tier 1 que ganó una Master en Islandia. No puedo explicarlo, es muy bueno el sentimiento que tengo. Yo creo que la TAM tenía que dar este paso que dimos nosotros contra NA y ahora podemos sorprender bastante más. Como siempre, un saludito a toda la gente, que sigan apoyando a KRU, que esto recién está empezando. Muchas gracias, los quiero a todos.
We love you too, Kesnet. We love you too. Keep bringing the fire to this stage out here behind us. Let's start reframing towards map select.
Sure.
Particularly on the side of Fnatic, I'm curious because of how close their matchups have been. Yes, they've won 2 consecutive series to get to this point.
Yep.
But if you even just think of that Cloud9 series where it's 13-11, 13-11, and 14-12, and then same Vision Strikers, 13-10s, really tight matchups.
Yeah, you kind of think, I think you're leaning towards the fact that maybe they should start thinking about switching up what they want to play.
Well, it's just how do you decide whether or not it truly is an advantageous map for you, or if it is something you need to maybe rethink.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because in my mind, the way that they played on those maps as we get the first 2 bans in is actually a good thing. The way that they played, even though they lost those maps, I think they were close enough and good enough that it was fine.
Gotcha. Well, it's the 2 newest maps, Fracture and Breeze, that go out the map pool. KRU gets the first choice. They're taking us to Haven.
Yeah, look, that's not a surprise to me because obviously outside of all of the maps that you could sort of pick, I was also leaning towards Bind. I know I keep saying this every time I'm sitting on the desk with KRU, but I keep thinking, what's the Bind? What's the situation there? Why don't you want to go to it? What's the decision making
You're not going to go to it against Fnatic. Right?
Sure, but you're not going to go to Fracture against Fnatic either. So do you pick the lesser evil of the 2, considering you have struggled to pull a win?
I am surprised that they banned Fracture just because they played it, right?
Yeah.
So that's something that they clearly are comfortable with.
So the question becomes, does Fnatic pick up Bind? But I will also reference on the Haven pick that it's been 3 Haven games across their 3 series so far for KRU. So it's a very comfortable map. They've played it plenty in the last 7 days.
Yeah. Scary, though, because Fnatic is a team that will prep the crap, and they've had a lot of time to do so. So Icebox second, that is, pretty standard for Fnatic. KRU hasn't played it at all so far this tournament. So, yeah, I mean, that's a given, honestly.
And they're 2 for 2, exactly, in their 2 series here on Icebox. So a natural selection for them. Now we move to 2 more bans before we find out what our third and final decider is. So this is where... Who do you want to take out Split, though? Because I'm still leaning towards the get Fnatic off Bind. Oh, you want to go to Split? Okay, I would love to go to Split, too.
One of them must go to Split, and there goes the Bind.
That makes sense to me.
There we go. That goes off the board. And, I mean, even though I know I keep speaking about the fact that in historical time, Bind has looked not too bad for KRU, they themselves do not want to go down that path. And Bola said it best. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, and purely out of the fact that I just want more Rays, man. A little more race.
I'm a little disappointed in the way that they played this veto. Not with the maps that Fnatic is getting here, just because, honestly, I think about it, and I think that KRU is a team that's wanting to ban Icebox and Breeze. Yep. Usually Breeze, right? But Fnatic perma brands Breeze, and they did it again. My question is, can you have floated that so that you can have the advantage of them having to ban it themselves later on?
That's true. Really play the mind games in the map vetoes. The trouble is, you're in a position now, Baller, where you either need to play the safe game in the vetoes and not play something that might come back in your face very quickly, and also the mentality. Let's not forget that KRU is one that goes off momentum very, very well. So if they were to start off slow, that would be a really bad omen for them into that series, I think.
I think that's actually perfect, right? Because you're talking about the mentality that it is, and you actually can get a glimpse because they did not float Breeze. That means that they are playing it as safe as possible against KRU, so you can see what they feel in this situation.
A lot of respect given, but I like that we're asking the questions, especially when we get down to this point in the tournament. And again, every team needs to be playing from map vetoes through the gameplay itself at their absolute best. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, we're diving into that first map and Agent Select. We'll catch you back here in just a bit.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
am I rooting for? Fnatic.
Welcome back to Champions, where there are 5 teams left standing, but only 4 can remain at the end of the day. Let's get out on stage, meet Fnatic and KRU to find out which one will be left standing to move on to the semifinals. Fnatic, the 4th of our EMEA squads, and KRU, the representatives left for the entire world, looking to take them down and take that final semi-final spots. I feel like there are always 2 battles out here on the Champions stage, the first of which is the stage entrances. The second of which is the 3-map series. I'm not quite sure who won this one. Maybe the hair reveal or the bald reveal is enough to take it for Fnatic this time around.
It's the ball buff, my friend.
That's
We've been seeing it through and through.
And both hit the Atso too.
Yeah, exactly. It works for Link and Team Liquid. Who knows? Maybe it'll work for Fnatic as well. We've talked a bit about it. We know which maps we're going to. We're going to kick things off on Haven. I'm extraordinarily interested in this one because it's one of those maps that KRU has played so often here at Champions, found pretty tremendous success on it, most notably taking that final map off of Sentinels to push them to this point. And it is where one of Fnatic's few losses here at the tournament has come, however close it was.
Yep.
And the interesting part about the first two maps, actually, Haven and then Icebox, is when they played at Iceland, which was the opening match of Reykjavik, when we kicked off all of LAN for Valorant, that's where we started. Haven and then Icebox for these two, and it was a 2-0. So not only is this a very important match just in terms of the tournament conditions by themselves, but it's a rematch here for KRU, and they want revenge as well.
I like you bringing the rematch back up, but Jess, the important thing to note there is there's one really large difference, a change in the roster for KRU. Kesnit coming into the lineup and has as well been one of the top performers on this roster, and a big reason why they're here to get that rematch against Fnatic.
I likened it to sort of bringing in someone who brings a sort of fresh perspective on how the game is played, because Kesnit does that. It's the way that he is able to position himself, and he paces himself in a round, understands his utility can be used in unison rather than just solo, and we'll see whether or not the agent he picks here today on this map, because it won't be a mirror matchup. It shouldn't have been a mirror matchup. Baller, it shouldn't have been.
It's not quite. Because we do still have double duelists on the side of KRU with the Reyna.
Sure, but
we
the
do
Raze?
have Fnatic is swapping off of the Raze that they have played or
Baller,
did
I
play
just did a
last
segment
time.
on
Looks
this,
like
bro.
the paint shows aren't that important.
Come on, man. Fnatic's like, we love that, Jess, but no.
Yeah, it's Haven, and I actually think that specifically against KRU, you do need a Jet Opper, right?
Okay.
Just the way that they play. And I honestly think that was kind of one of the reasons why Sentinels wasn't as, they had obviously Tens playing the Jet still, but they were not quite finding that value out of the op when you have people who are eventually going to be dry swinging based off of the lowered amount of utility that you have.
All right, well, we got the comps locked in.
Yeah.
I want to know where the two of you stand on this. Do you match with Redgar's head or Redgar's heart? Is it Fnatic or is it KRU coming out in this quarterfinal?
I hate to do this, but my heart and my head are with Fnatic.
No!
Damn!
No, man!
I was setting a precedence of, like, if KRU was going to do it, they're going to do it today, and this is going to be the first map. And, like, that was the hype in my head. Unfortunately, Dash, they have to do it on map 1, or I don't see them winning this series at all.
Okay, but do they do it? That's what I want to know.
Pitch me at halftime. Pitch me at halftime, bro. I can't do this. I can't sit here and be
All
like,
right,
yes.
well, I've got the faith. I'm going with KRU on this one if they can take down Sentinels and if they've got the kind of energy coursing through their veins that they had when they achieved that upset. I think that's the kind of team that could come in and really throw Fnatic for a loop.
That's what it's going to take. That is 100%. It needs to be heart. It needs to be energy. It needs to be faith from everybody right here. And I know we don't have a crowd, but still, they're going to feel it from here, even though everybody's at home.
I can't sit here and give you a genuine prediction because I don't know what that looks like. How does that feel, them sitting in their chair going, we're going to have to do a major upset against this team? We have no stats. We have no history other than the Sentinels game to look forward to. But I'm like 50%. I can't do a double.
Okay.
Just a 1 for now. And if we get to halftime and things are looking good, I might raise my right hand.
Don't get me wrong. I would still, by far and away, consider it an upset, right? I mean, it is. I mean, naturally, it's the 1 versus the 2 seed, right? But beyond that, just from the level of play, the consistency and cleanliness by which we've seen from Fnatic, again, talking about their composure and just finding that extra gear here on LAN, I think that is going to be a tough thing to dismantle. Whereas when you look at the Sentinels upset, Sentinels is a team that has been hot and has been cold. They have looked fallible in the past, and so if you catch them in the right way and on the right day, you can absolutely take them down.
Yeah, but I think the big thing here for KRU is that it's a little bit extra pressure because they're not done meeting their expectations here. They made it to this part already. They've gotten to the quarterfinals losing to G2. So for them, yeah, they already hit an upset. And sure, that was the best thing that any of the minor regions has done against a major region. But they still have to make it past the quarterfinals, and that was their goal to start off.
I'm just looking at the nitty-gritty here, doing a little bit of micro-analysis, and we turned around and we said that Fnatic likes to read into their opponents. They had days to watch things here. Well, if they have watched KRU, they'll know that they're an A-heavy team by far. Hitting A over and over and over again. That is a lot of the win condition on this map for KRU. So if there's predictableness, I'm already reading it, and I'm only looking at one stat. Is there more that Fnatic has been able to do in this time? They're the team to do it, so I'm worried for KRU. Don't be slapping what you've been doing previously, even though it's worked. I don't think it'll work when Fnatic know your game plan.
Well, then you're looking at your man Boaster there, right? To have figured that out and to be bringing the strats to the squad here today. On the point about expectation, though, Ball, I like that you bring it up, and I just want to take that and kind of zoom out to a macro perspective, which is if getting past the quarterfinals already is the expectation for KRU in terms of that next step, my God, what that says about kind of just the global level of competition and how it has risen throughout this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it matches based off of what they've done so far, so it's not necessarily expectation that's based in reality, I think. That's kind of where I want to go with that, but it's still one that I think is achievable for them, and they're pushing for it. So, I mean, to get back to the original question, the expectation might be that for KRU, but they're going up against Fnatic, and this is the hardest battle that they've ever had.
Yeah. And by the same token, maybe a little bit of a chip on the shoulder of Fnatic as well, right? Because this is a team came to Reykjavik, missed out on Masters 3, and so when we talk about that expectation, I don't want to misrepresent as we talk about how good they are and how far we expect that they're able to go, but they are going to have to still show us that they can do it with their play. The players are ready to dive into the server for Map 1 Haven. We've got Riv and Doug standing by for the call. Gents, enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Dash. Riv, we will enjoy it rather thoroughly.
Lots.
And as we think about this matchup specifically, yes, there's this stakes, one semifinal spot left on the line, but Riv, we haven't seen Fnatic in a long time.
Yeah, 12-3, 6 days. It's been a while, but they've had a lot of time to look at everybody else and see what they might have to put on the table. The last time we did see them, that were all three, it was what? Haven, Icebox, and Fracture. We see a few of those in here, except the Fracture, it's going to be split in the end, so who's tested on that if we get to the third map? We're going to start it out on Haven. Oh, I've been waiting to see this game all day. That first series got me so pumped up seeing every single region bring their A game. And that, Doug, that's, I think, what's going to have to happen as well for KRU. Digging deep into the individual skill level of each player here, because we know Fnatic handles their own, even if the teamwork isn't there.
And not only were they digging deep into individual gameplay, but they just dug deep into A long, right? Yes. You just saw him, or Nagzet, excuse me, off of the smoke from Delzik, takes all of that space down long. I want to see if they do end up rotating that way. You've got the alarm bot out from Magnum, so I hesitate to think that that is where they want to go, but they could just be expecting aggression from an opponent.
Standing ahead.
Fnatic says we are perfectly fine to feel this out. How aggressive do KRU want to be? And that is Fnatic definitely reading how KRU has played the early rounds on a lot of maps. C is hardly what we've seen from any team throughout the tournament, but that's going to be a first here for Fnatic.
Flash comes through, Durka dashes forward. He's been an absolute menace up until now, and he continues as he's already gotten two onto Delzik and Clausen. Off of that, Fnatic are going to have full C-side control, get the spike down. Only two left on the side of KRU here to open up this bad boy, and that might be all they need as Kaznik gets one with the Ghost. And that Reyna, man, that Reyna in pistols is so good. And she has light armor. Well, had light armor. It's gone now, along with the rest of the health. The Star Duelist battle that we've highlighted, first round, goes to Durka.
It does indeed go to Durka, and he just seems to have, like, this playoff feature. Well, you'll see him going crazy. I feel like we always see him towards that sewer area, picking up a first frag. If something hasn't happened in the round, that's where you can kind of go for a little bit of comfort. Here, they lost Mystic early, but they were already in the site. They didn't need the controller to hold it, and Fnatic come out with that first round.
KRU only bringing a Marshal into this next round, and they do have a Sheriff, it looks like, in the hands of Kesnet. So that was the one thing that we talked about. The desk highlighted it as well, man. If Kesnet's on one, there's a chance for something special here. But like he's got to have a pop-off performance. Really, Riv, as you were mentioning at the beginning of the series.
He really does, especially to bolster the rest of the team and make them feel good about pushing forward. The eco round here, Delzik does pick up a frag on the side of KRU, but it looks like it's going to be a quick 1, 2, 3, 4. Nagzet will be the 5th for this Fnatic second round.
Yeah, showing up a bit late here. You can tell as they wanted to go back to C. We saw it in the previous round. They feel confident, at least pseudo-confident, up until this point in their ability to hit C through a garage split. It just hasn't netted very much success. And yes, this round can be heavily attributed to the fact that they didn't have any guns to fight back with. Semantics, really.
Yeah, you could go there.
But yeah, for KRU, that has been their MO early on.
Yeah, and it excites me to get into that first gun round. I said I was ready for this matchup. I'll tell you why, is because both of these teams subscribe to their own way of playing. They don't sit there and say, how can we counter this? How can we counter that? It's head-to-head when it comes to what they feel like they can do. Nag's doing a little bit of damage. Mystic goes down for another round. He'll be on the rebuy, maybe hurting the Astra util a little bit, but first gun round shouldn't mean too much. Everyone should have what they need here, and KRU will look to try and grab one in their favor.
So we mentioned Durka a couple of times already. You see he's gotten a great start to this map, 4-1 at the very beginning of things. And I want to see how they choose to set up. Again, it looks like we're going to end up at least on the western half of the map in some form or fashion. And that's the thing. If KRU continues to take this long control on the defensive side, then yeah, they can continue to hit that other side just fine.
And with Mystic going down, you can actually see it affected a bit. He goes for Ghost, so he can keep the amount of stars the team needs to get through this gun round. Let's see where they decide to push. Again, very patient, absorb anything KRU will give them.
Well, and it seems like that's what they're prepared for, right? Like they've been waiting for this aggression to come out. We mentioned the alarm bot round 1, the turret out to point right at Garage as well. Like they're waiting for some of that to come their way.
KRU says not this time.
Yeah, no, not now.
Spikle is down over there by the hay bales, just into grass and mid. And again, third round, they go up the gut here. And this is actually towards the KJ util. So they're fine to go with that, test out what Klaus has for them. And util for the drone is going to be first off, and it is a follow coming in from Magnum.
Oh, that's a great start.
Yeah, it's a great start.
From Delzik, we'll see if the gravity walk. No, he's able to walk away from it. You saw the Rain-Alir go up as well as Delzik tries to stay backside, tries to stay alive. His position's been given away, though. You still got Spectres, a Spectre and a pistol on the side of Fnatic. Certainly not what they want to bring into this, but Durka. Oh, it's Delzik, you're right. Mazzino goes up top. They clean things up. KRU on the board.
Such a quiet but accurate round from KRU. Fnatic didn't want to push through their own smokes. They felt like they had the aggression on the front side of the site. Backside didn't need to be worried about. And what in the world? Delzik coming through to pick up a few for himself as the team just swarms in and takes that site. Great job by KRU to pick one up for themselves here. And now Fnatic is pushed back onto another altered buy. We'll see how they get through this one.
Yeah, I was actually just about to draw attention to that. You can see how economy has kind of impacted
Okay, they switched it to guns.
Up until this point, yeah, they just bought up. But you can tell even through that, considering perhaps a Guardian or something of the such, weren't fully convinced. I like the spot that's been taken away from Kesnet. He's made his way all the way into Cubby, and Riv, I don't know that the drone spotted him. Oh, the drone didn't spot him. Durka drops. He's able to get away.
Uses the smoke against them. Nicely done. And Doug, with KRU picking up a few here, I also feel like Fnatic is trying to condition them to say, oh, we love C this map. Yep. We super love C. Yep. And we'll see if they start to trend away from that so far, because they have been shut down on their way in so far.
And there's a pinch that we've been waiting for from Nagzit, but Domo's ready for it, right? Like, they were waiting for that pressure to come in from A. Finally, we see some of that manifest itself. And they handle it just fine. Now, off of that, it seems like they want to lean into that, off of that pick they had onto Nagzet, try to go over towards A. They are 1 point away from Kesnet having the Empress online, and they do have a decent amount of utility to work with.
Flash comes in. Stars are down there from Mystic, and they're going to be able to take the site pretty handily. It should be 300 across the team if they get this plant down. They're going to hesitate it for a moment, fake plant to see if they can draw anyone out, and now they're just giving time for KRU to rotate at this point. This is going to be even tougher.
I don't know. I do like the setup that they have, but yeah, this is interesting. They're just letting the clock burn down. Kesnit's drop. They want to feel a bit more comfortable before they go down. A couple of kills go either which way. Mazzino still playing up top. He gets dropped. Klaus on the swing. The spike isn't able to go down. I don't know that they're going to have time. Boaster swings out as well. Klaus gets 4. For KRU as we're tied up at 2 apiece.
Klaus gets 4. Doug, that's not something we say often. Usually Klaus is a final rotator with the team, being the one to kind of trade the kills, but for him to be coming up right off the bat is huge, because you can still expect Nags and Kesnet to be doing some work. Fnatic don't find the answer they want as they head to C. It goes to A, and they really just seem flustered to get it down. So many conversations maybe going on there that didn't work.
1 enemy remaining.
This is a big pickup.
You mentioned Klaus is normally one of the late rotators.
Yeah.
Right? And technically, in this case, he still was, right? The round just took so long.
That's a great point.
Yeah, that by the time he showed up, everything was still before him. He still had a shot at everything. Fnatic on a light buy here. A very light buy, but the Blade Storm for Durka, we just saw him with a couple of blades.
Kez
still has some to work with. Great start out from Kesnet.
Instantly towards that garage area. Second one for him. They used the drone to clear that last time and get him in safe, but it's going to be a 1-2-3. Doug, it was too fast. I'm sorry. We had to just keep going.
No,
3-2.
Listen,
holy Crew.
Prime Gaming Flawless coming out for Crew, and it was off of the fact that Fnatic didn't have much to buy.
No.
Right? I think I want to say I saw 2 Sheriffs, but other than that, it was just classics, right? Like, they couldn't punch back in a meaningful way. And it was off, and really, once Kesnet had that opener in Garage that we just saw, it really was kind of easy picking there, right? Like, we've seen this Garage long split, what, 3 rounds now?
Yeah. That maybe it's the conditioning. Maybe they actually feel like there is a mold to break there of Crew's defense. We'll have to see it. Now it just seems like they're setting up across a default instead of really pushing themselves into grass right away on the side of Fnatic.
And it doesn't look like Magnum had enough to buy a turret. That's why we don't see it planted up on Garage like we've seen the last couple of rounds. See, he doesn't have it in his inventory as well.
Yeah.
Seeker's coming out. Oh, Mizzino's taking a decent spot, though. He's going to challenge this. Durka's already on the site. There was Mizzino. He's able to get one, but Fnatic managed to get onto the site, managed to find the opening that they need to establish control, and this time, the spike goes down much faster.
That's a bit more of the Fnatic we're used to seeing. They just take the space. Yeah, there's a bit of util used, but there's confidence in the shots. They get the opening angles, and now they have the post plant. What can Crew do? The 3v4 is set up.
See the lockdown coming out.
Oh, is there a Molly?
That might have. No, Kesnet's going in. Kesnet's able to get one.
Predicts a second, maybe. Comes in. Klaus again. Good for another.
Oh, you can tell he kind of wants to swing. Durka's in a great spot, though. Durka's able to get the third. Klaus on the tap. Isn't able to hold it. The flash in his face. He has to take the fight to Fnatic's door, and I don't know that he's going to be able to do so. His attention is divided. His interests are split. He's got to go right at him, and he's not able to do so. Durka gets the 4th. We're tied at 3.
Oh, the tight moments. Put the turret on short. Go for long. Put the turret long. Go for short. Oh, so many decisions, but Fnatic played it really well. You can't blame anyone on that for truly just getting in their own head to try and get the frags first. Great pickup kills, 3K there for Durka, and that's what I mean, just going in. This is what we're used to seeing the Fnatic team do.
Yeah, Durka's a bad dude, man. He's been farming, he's been feasting this entire tournament, and it just seems to continue, right? Like,
yeah.
And that was some of the questions that we had, Riv. Like, they'd been off for 6 days. Like, are you going to be able to carry that into this? And yeah, Durka's fine.
He's fine. He'll do great. Especially, they're saying, back on that jet. It is something that he actually brought to Haven before we saw the Rays come through in this tournament, and now he just feels confident to be that duelist to go straight in and up the gut to be here, Doug.
Oh, that Hunter's Fury is going to be a problem. He wasn't able to get the spike down. You see Doma had to peel right back.
He had the mind game there. That should have been an easy frag. Jumping across, Klaus saves himself with a hoppy hop. Kesnet and a frag.
They want to fight B, and you see on your minimap, Nagzet had already taken C long. You expect some of the pressure to come in, but Crew have already taken B site. Fnatic are glad to give it up, though, because again, you've got Durka. Durka's able to get a 2 out there, but that's all he gets. Boaster's in a good spot as well, waiting for that fight to come forward. They know it's coming. It's just a matter of when the lockdown comes out. Boaster's in a brutal spot. He gets dropped by Delzik, not able to land the shots. See the lockdown coming out as well. Mystic the swing. Woo! Delzik drops him. The defuse comes through as well. Crew take the lead right back.
4-3. So much confident pressure on the way in as they just make their way into a lockdown and say, you know what, we can finalize this round before we even have to worry about that. Also, that's the ult down for Magnum on the side of Fnatic. So the little things going the way of Crew can start to be that monopoly that they need. Pumped up about these rounds, feeling very good so far that they kind of have a read with just this set defense they're playing. They keep Klaus in Garage. He spreads his util from Garage to B. You have the utility from Delzik on C across the site, and they've been rotating really well here. Fnatic back onto an eco route.
I think that out shot went right between his legs.
Nutmeg.
Pretty sure. And you heard the Blade Storm come through for Durka as well. So he got tagged up a little bit, took some armor and some health damage. But that's still in play. We highlighted the op at the beginning of the round. You just saw that drone come through from Zeno, and off of that, Nagzet can follow, take some of the space away, and try to find more of an aggressive spot with that operator. I believe he just took a shot at Boaster, too. Has to back up.
Oh, he turns around at just the last moment. Oh my word, the cat and mouse games right now. Almost sees another one. I think they can hear that flight. If you see where Nagzet's pushed up, you should be able to hear long. So audio cues are still being given. That's kind of why you see patience and movement from KRU. Wow. Klaus to open up the round again, knowing they're confident to peek these angles first on the eco of Fnatic.
Do they find an opening here? It has to be off the Blade Storm, and there it is. There's an excellent start. He's going to have a chance at plenty more, too. You see the Cloudburst, the Pop Flash right on the other side, and Durka goes in aggressive. He's able to get a second dash away.
No way.
Doma shows up for the third. Control in favor of Fnatic on a light buy with pistols. They've been able to upgrade a couple of weapons, too, to make this a bit more of a fair fight. KRU, with numbers against them, have to somehow figure out if they want to retake a side. I don't think they do, Riv. They have the operator, just carry it into the next round. Great round out from Fnatic on nothing.
And they pick up some weapons on this too. Ults to be used in the next rounds. And they now have gone towards A. They conditioned a few rounds to C. And that time they found just Delzik there for the first time. And Durka, there's I don't know how to put it. I say there's like a fear that he's the only one being able to open everything up and get these frags. Like, how much can he continue to do that, right? Doma was able to come up with a kill there, but it seems like it's all been on the back of Durka so far. I mean, he loves that pressure, but how often is that going to work now?
Well, and it's not even about not just loving the pressure, but I think the composition is built for it, right?
It's
and I think Fnatic have done such a good job of giving Durka that space to do his thing.
13 and 5.
Yeah, exactly. The Astra utility, the Sky utility as well. They've done such a good job of giving him the space, allowing him to do Durka, right? And it's worked.
He does. The last time these two played at the Reykjavik quarterfinals, he had a hell of a game as well. Even better towards Icebox, and we'll talk about it when we get there. But here on Haven, starting to put up the rounds and keeping Fnatic at 4-4 as we start off round 9. Bit of this mid control once again with the turret to make sure KRU's not doing that mid push, and then Fnatic can set up.
They may not be doing the mid push, but they did the A push again.
Great call.
You saw Nagzet, and it was also Kesnet who took short. But the alarm bot? Here. Yeah, the alarm bot should give him away. Blade Storm doesn't land.
KRU is doing these little things where they pressure short, they pressure long. It's really great to see how your opponents are going to react to things, make them play a little sweaty, a little off the regular strat they want to run. And now space being given up and space being taken towards this A lobby as they use the stars to get themselves to safety.
Now remember, Nagzet has that Blade Storm. Had to give some of the space back up off of the Trailblazer, and again, Fnatic find themselves going back to the C split that we've seen a couple of times through Garage.
Nice Molly utility, keeping it out. Delzik with another spam through the smoke, and the Phantom doesn't give Fnatic any idea of where it's coming from.
And the Nano Swarm delayed their exit out of Garage. Now they want to continue to push forward, but the thing is, KRU has already arrived. The reinforcements are here. The Hunter's Fury's coming out, but Fnatic are able to find the openers that they want. Bolster gets one, gets a second with the Hunter's Fury, as well as Fnatic take the lead again, and they're going to get the money off the plant. That was gorgeous.
You know what's great, Doug, is when you get an answer to your question the next round. Can they do it without Durka? Hell yeah, they can. They absolutely wipe the site as they work their way into C. Durka goes down to a spam through the smoke, and the team's still confident to make it work. Now he's got the operator. This could get scary from the side of Fnatic.
Well, and for KRU, you've got nothing but pistols, right? You've got a little bit of armor in Kesnet, Delzik, and Mizzino, but other than that, they don't have much as far as guns go, so you start to feel some of this shift as far as momentum and as far as how they're going to be able to balance things out. This gun round is a big deal as we near the end of this first half. KRU goes in aggressive, and it's traded. That's a win if you're in the pistol.
Little spammy spam there. Found one through the box. And that's slowly a weapon to pick up. Mystic very right to watch that angle to make sure they don't lose his gun.
Klaus, what are you up to? Klaus, what are you up to?
Spike down,
Klaus. Just really playing outside the Klaus norm that we have seen him play. I love the aggression coming out of him right now. It's going to be Durka into the site. Dashing in, doesn't care if somebody's a foot from him. He'll use this operator exactly how it needs to be used.
Man, you can tell they do such a good job of Doma flashing just on the other side of Durka's Cloudburst. We mentioned it, I believe it was in the previous round, and you see how some of this, like, they've ran these setups, right, playing off of each other's utility so many times. It's so clean when they do that. The spike goes down.
Do they do it?
And they did upgrade 2 weapons, too. The lockdown comes out. They're going to have to give that space up.
Great call. The weapons make the consideration viable to put that lockdown, since they can now trade through the smoke that's going to be put up by Mystic. Kind of suck them or push them off, pull them away from the spike, and make sure that they will not have anything. Doma! That's exactly what he needs to do. And you know Dirk has got the operator right behind. Oh, Nagzet, you have your work cut out for you with 6 bullets.
Nagzet, go fight, guy.
2 triple double dink. Triple double dink and you're good. He doesn't have to on Durka, so he could save some rounds. Oh, Durka's gonna take him out.
The triple double dink, of course. It's so easy.
Obviously. We grow up learning that. Another round for Fnatic. Do they start to separate themselves? Now that eco was just enough room for them to find how to stack the economy and get this read constantly out of garage. I think we'll see that be somewhere that is going to be a first touch for both teams as they back off to see if they can get the first kill from that. When Durka gets more kills, he's just going to be setting up Blade Storm real fast too. He's almost halfway there.
Doma looks really good bald.
He understands the buff that comes with it.
I mean, it works. Some people can't do it. Doma can.
I don't know, maybe we need to try.
No.
Okay.
No shot.
Oh.
Maybe if NA wins this tournament, I'll try it.
Did they see him? Oh, he's out. Nags at dash. Ooh, I like that. We're keeping our hair. So still towards the middle. A very big push by Fnatic towards A, but I love how they're hovering the backside of the map to say, you know what? It's almost 6-6. Let's grab these few rounds. How are crew playing these final ones? Are they pushing? No, they're not.
Well, and the thing is, we've talked about how crew have taken this space so many times. Fnatic this time taking the fight to them, going into the space that they understand that crew is taking the space, right? Nagzet has swung out into spawn a couple of times to take a challenge. We mentioned Doma was wise to it a couple of rounds ago, so they understand this has been crew's plan. Oh. They're going to push into it. You see the Cosmic Divide coming out, but they want to go anyway. Durka gets the opener. Durka gets a second, but he's not able to get much more as Vizino trades it out. But Fnatic still with the numbers that they need. It's all on to Klaus and Delzik, and they're nowhere near the site.
Dog, that was such a sick molly. Magnum threw a molly from long over to the short spot, hit Nagzet, and they almost got him on a gravity well too. Just little things that combined there for utility just push crew off the site. Fnatic, that was awesome.
And off of this crew, you can tell they're just going to save, maybe try to find some exits, but understanding that we're so near the end of the first half, carry those rifles in.
Yeah.
Economy has to be in pretty dire straits here for crew. Remember, just 2 rounds ago, last round, excuse me, this is the last round, they only had pistols.
It is. It does seem like they're kind of scrounging up whatever change they can from those couch cushions here. And Fnatic is going to pressure out towards long together. And respect for crew there too. They say, yeah, we can get guns out of their hands, but they can do quite a bit of damage to us as well. 7-4 now. Fnatic putting a little more gas into their executions here. And here, thank you so much, Obs. I love you. And it hits right as he's up in that position too. He's like, oh snap, I can't get out of this. Whew.
It's just not working.
Yeah,
it hasn't worked. The last couple of, really the last 4 rounds, as you can see on the timeline, have been so heavily in favor of Fnatic. It seems like they have finally figured out the sauce that crew have been working around.
Yeah.
And Fnatic, they've just kind of had their way. And look at the buyout from crew. That's why we saw them save the way they did. You have 2 Spectres and a Bulldog.
Get Mazzino this alt orb now. Protection comes out. He squats, he grabs. All right, Hunter's Fury is there. Now play the post plant. Play, hey, how much util can we make them use before they get in? And can Kesnick get a pop-off shot? He does. Instantly peeking out. Like I said, that garage door is a big first touch point for each of these rounds. And again, it comes into play for crew. Minute coming up onto the clock, so a lot of time. We have not seen the teams wearing down the clock to the last few seconds, but we may see that pressure round come out in just a few here. Jump peek. Jump peek kind of alerts the opponent to someone's also there. You're usually not jumping if you're the only one in sight, so they can almost infer there's a bit of a lean towards the C side, and you see Fnatic start to change what they were going to do.
Right here.
This feels like a very dangerous pinch if you're Fnatic. You've got Kesnid, who's already in garage, and you have Nagzet, who still hasn't given that space back along that he took earlier. Couple of pings coming out on the minimap, presumably understanding that Nagzet is likely pushing forward. They're going to go towards B, and they're going to have that turret to work with. Seekers come out. Oh, what a great start out from Durka. That should open things up so well.
No Hunter's Fury for the last round. The alt orb was a focus, and they're able to drop it right away. They're just taking the options out of crew's hands, one after the other, and there's the members going down. Boaster strangling the side. Doma gets a frag for himself, and Doug, It's only going to be one more as they round out that one. 8-4 on the first half.
And this is honestly kind of what I was hoping to see out for Fnatic, given how seemingly on thin ice top teams have been in this tournament. You've got to be able to walk into this series, and you've got to be able to do so cleanly, avoid any potential disaster and heartaches that shouldn't have to happen, or heart attacks. It's just been very well handled by Fnatic to kick off this first half.
Boaster getting boasty there. You can see the rest of the squad as well. Definitely starting to come online as the map started to get further and further in. And I mean, who can come out with the power at halftime?
We're going to throw it over to Dash and the rest of the folks on the desk to break down the first half. Dash?
Thank you so much, Doug. Took them a couple rounds to find their rhythm, but Fnatic, they do get there. They string 5 in a row together to end the half at 8-4. So what started working? What changed? What did they find?
I like the fact that Riv pointed out that they were trying to condition KRU. Okay, we're trying to hit C, we're trying to hit C. And I said on the pre-desk that for KRU, they love to hit the other side of the map. Whereas conversely, Fnatic, they are known 9 times out of 10 to be able to go push C, especially throughout this tournament. The 80+% of their plans have been over to C. So for them to go, this isn't working for us, this is what usually works, let's change it up or do a bait and switch, then they started to find the rhythm of what was going on in that map.
Yeah, but they clearly needed time. I mean, there were so many blunders in that first 5 rounds or something like that. Honestly, Durka is the guy that got them out of it because he was consistently hitting his shots and getting in positions to save rounds over and over. You think about the bad drone, you think about the bad spike tossing around similar to this where they're on A and he tosses it from dark trying to get it down. So much good stuff from Durka, but after that, Fnatic started heating up. That double molly was beautiful.
It wasn't even until round 6 where they stopped doing this weird bait, plant, peek us please, through the smokes, do something, use your utility. It was odd to me because usually when you have site control and you know there's no ultimates to stop you getting that plant down, why not just plant it? Why are you baiting it out? I mean, your players are going to be there for the crossfire anyway. Do you really feel your gun is going to be superior to the crossfire of your teammates? Not until round 6, that's when I felt the momentum shift for their attacks, and they worked out the fact that they're not, as predictable as they necessarily need to be.
18 kills for the man Durka across 12 rounds. We had asked the question, why swap from Raze to the Jet, but the Jet seems to be working for him. I do think, though, that they needed that from him, as we mentioned, with the slow start to carry them through a number of rounds that could have gone the other way. And to throw some assurances out there to KRU fans, they were down with only 4-round wins on the defensive half against Sentinels, then brought it back to a win when they swapped to the attacking half. So we'll head back to Riv and Doug to see what they've got as they move over to offense.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yeah, Fnatic have shown that they're pretty formidable on the attacking half, but as he said, can KRU find any semblance of success? And the thing is, Riv, they're going to have to do it quickly because this is going to get out of hand if they don't.
Yeah, it's true. Fnatic grabs this first pistol round, and it seems like they may have almost sealed the deal with the pace they are at here coming into the second half. No, it's going to be KRU on attack. They get to put that a big aggression that they may have wanted to put on defense out. Instill that fear into Fnatic.
This is really interesting. I like how KRU are taking B. The spike is still back towards spawn. I think if they hit an opening in the link towards C, you've also got Delzik who's playing down towards C long, so they can split through that. Essentially a garage C split, but a bit wider. But it doesn't look like Kesnet was able to get the opener he was looking for on B to be able to work that. And you even see the respect out from Magnum. He pushes all the way back into defender spawn.
And this setup, too, kind of tells a story of how Fnatic has been playing a lot of their rounds, even with guns. They are fully happy to retake.
Yes, they're also fully happy to take this fight. You've got the utility out from the Sova. Doma goes forward. It was the drone. They were able to get what they wanted, push in, and take the space away. And now KRU are going to try to push right into that.
Would you expect more there? Probably not. It seems like KRU did. Boaster to trade one back. Boaster again! Oh my word, we just saw from him one of the final rounds. He comes up big on this one too, and they closed in on that A lobby real fast.
And I like what KRU was trying to do at the beginning, but you're right. Like, they dial up Fnatic, do aggression at just the right time. They play around the Sova utility to take that space away and to just say, hey, listen, we've got a lead here. We're just going to fight you. Right? And the onus is going to be on you. You better be able to fight back. They couldn't.
I think that's one of the strongest things you can do when you have a lead, especially in an FPS game, is set the tempo. Make your opponents play to what you want, whether that's the fake pushes or fake them out with a utility forward and fast. It looks like, doesn't see him. It almost baits him in, but Durka just looking for a different angle. Another shot going through. No tags coming through. He gets dropped immediately, and that's going to be a Marshall that they could pick up. A little time from now, they're going to have to wait on it.
Looks like they want to go towards C through this garage. Like we mentioned, you've got the turret as entry out from Magnum. Let them know what kind of shenanigans they're up to. And off of this, it's off of the turret contact that they just got in garage that the rest of Fnatic takes A. Again, look at how far up both Boaster and Doma are.
And the alarm bot lets them know the read's not B, so they can easily flank back to this, only expecting one person mid and the rest probably in C. KRU's going to do their damnedest here to push through back towards garage, and Fnatic is slowly creeping around, killing all of the possibilities, so they know KRU is going to be window maybe.
Oh, Magnum.
Oh,
Magnum,
dear.
They're just on the other side,
He's looking sight.
Mystic has to swing out or they're not going to spot it. Oh, no, he gets dropped as well.
Holy moly, the quick 1-2 from Delzik and Kesnet. Their aim is spot on for the situation. Are they going to be able to grab this round? Next it, and there's Delzik too, Doug. KRU snuff that second half lead from Fnatic down just a little bit, and in a huge round, that's second. Wow.
And it was that double outside of garage that really kind of opened things up, right? Like, Fnatic had the setup that they wanted, right? That should have been okay. You had Mystic and you had Magnum in a position to where Mystic can swing out and catch that, but they swing out and they just drop both of them off of those sheriffs, that we were talking about previously. That's a great answer from KRU. You mentioned if Fnatic win the pistol, there's a good chance it goes sideways, and it may be lost. They just punched right back.
And you could see how much Fnatic was reading that. They're like, they will push. They just had the wrong angle. Oh my word. KRU does love to push, and they come up with another round because of it. Now towards B. Spike is just picked up, and this is kind of a replication of their pistol round. Now with weapons, they get a little further in and stay happy to stay.
Klaus manages to get the spike down. It's just pistols and the Marshall in the hands of Durka, but Fnatic not with much to fight. They've managed to take A lobby control as they've been able to do the last couple of rounds, but the one difference is they've sent 2 down C long as well. So you've got Boaster, who's the only one really still playing towards the site. Everything else is going to be around the flank. The alarm bot's there. The Vandal's there as well. Nice shot out from Durka. Is going to re-challenge and land the shots onto Mazzino. Very well played.
He catches Mazzino in the I think I can situation, and he cannot jump out the window. That's a quick weapon for Boaster. Doesn't even want it. They're moving forward quickly here to take more space and see what they can find before grabbing the weapon. Always thinking twice before they make a mistake, as Klaus does drop the Marshall, and back and forth we go. Fnatic repairing a few of the mistakes on that one and make sure they come up with the third round of the second half.
These pistol rounds.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, these pistol rounds have been nuts.
Yeah.
Riv, like, think about the previous round that we saw, then think about this one that Fnatic almost got their way back into it.
Yeah.
Right? It was off the pressure that they were able to apply. Poor Delzik never had a chance there, and it was off of the pressure coming in from the extremities.
Yeah.
It was too much, and ultimately the time was the problem, right? Like,
I literally muted the spike in my brain as I was watching that round. Like, I did not hear beeps. That is absolutely terrible. You can take $10 off my paycheck. We're on a timeout. As things need to calm down, we reset. I don't think many teams expect the second half to go back and forth when it is so close here. We can see Fnatic chatting it up to make sure they are covering the right things, playing a bit of that retake game that they love so much. As KRU have found a way under their skin here.
Well, Riv, I hesitate to say that, and the only reason I hesitate is because this is what we saw at the beginning of the first half.
That's true.
Right? Like, it was a little bit back and forth. Fnatic figured out what was happening on the side of KRU, and they were able to run away with it in a pretty considerable manner, right? So I wonder if this is a bit of the same, right? Like, KRU, Fnatic are feeling them out. It's all right. Give them a couple of rounds. See what it looks like, right? See what they're throwing at you, and then you adapt.
15 seconds left on this timeout. All of KRU coming together in these few rounds. We saw a lot of what Klaus was doing in the beginning. A little bit of Kesnet, Nags coming up with their frags here. Team for KRU definitely has to come together as a whole when we see their wins. They don't really have a Durka that will always go off, right? Nagzat can be there for a bit, but it does seem like Kesnet, thank you. Sorry, that's actually the name I meant to say. But it does seem like it requires more of the team to be behind that for KRU. See what they have for this round 16. This time we do see Magnum playing over towards the A side, just keeping that bot in garage covered with his distance.
You can tell Domo was trying to run over to clear out the drone so that Durka would be able to stay there undetected, never get spotted. Domo just shows up a bit late, and off of that, Durka has to give that space back, right? Like, he's not able to hold that angle anymore.
And instantly, yeah. They just say, hey, we'll retake fully on A. Don't want to lose just one member on the way in. It's not worth it. And the spike will rotate towards A for Klaus.
And it's actually those minor, those like split-second tiny things, right? Like if Doma shows up a bit earlier, the drone is clear, Durka can stay in the spot, potentially gets one, maybe even more. But off of that, Crew take the space, and it's because of that that they're able to open up and get the spike down on A.
Oh, Delzik, how much damage can you do? You can make or break this round with your positioning right now, and one frag is his. Now, Fnatic have to worry about a little bit more than just the retake.
The problem is Mazino's there as well. The smoke kind of keeps him alive for now, as Dome is able to take care of him. Kesnet falls as well, but Delzik still has to be dealt with. Oh, Delzik, they don't know! They don't know! Delzik gets a third!
As long as he can stay alive up top, Nag's doing what he can now from Hell. They have the rotation from Long. It's going to be the 2v1.
Delzik had nothing doing, man. He had his heroics at the beginning of the round when the element of surprise was still a factor, but ultimately, they probably should have known he was there after the first kill. The kills 2 and 3 probably shouldn't have happened, but once they knew exactly where he was coming from, that 1v2 gets so much more difficult, and he was so weak as well.
So well orchestrated. Fnatic is not saying we'll send 3 from the front, 1 from the back. They are flanking with 2, executing from the front side with 2, and making sure all bases are covered here. Oh my word. Yeah.
Was that a go back home?
I think so. Warm up the bus. They don't want to warm it up just yet. 6-10. They are still very much in this one. Back to weapons here. Alt points just on the cusp here for Kesnet and Klaus. Mazino close as well if he can get some frags this round, and Delzik can do a lot with the Cosmic Divide. Can they roll these together into a few rounds here on the second half? It seems like Fnatic has a bit of a groove and a read on what Crew is doing.
They've again managed to take some space off of the utility from Mazino, right? Once again, Durka gets pushed off. They're not able to hold that angle anymore. And Riv, you mentioned retake for Fnatic. It looks like exactly what they're trying to do. A heavy dose of pressure dialed up C. That's going to get Boaster's Hunter's Fury online.
Putting multiple things on their plate, why not?
Well, and it's interesting, I'm actually really surprised that Crew allowed that much space to be given up, knowing that Boaster was 1 point away from the Hunters.
True. See, their focus, that's kind of like what I said before, is that they play their own games. They're focused on where they want to go and how they want to play it. No mollies there for Magnum to throw into the corner. And it looks like the lockdown will disperse the site. How's it going to happen?
I've been waiting. That's what I was waiting for. The Hunter Fury to clear that out. That's going to allow their lockdown to go out. Seekers are coming out as well. And you've got Mystic, who's crept his way up towards B. He's going to get a good pinch on it if he gets the timing just right, but he's going to have to hurry up because the rest of the crew are starting to work their way onto the site. You see they're trying to fight forward, but Magnum shows up in his lap. Klaus is able to do a bit of the same as well. It's a 1v2, all that remains. Hasn't it? He's got his work cut out for him. The spike ticking away. He's able to isolate it to a 1v1. Boaster goes forward. Kesnet lands the shots. A Red Bull clutch. Vamos, Crew.
That was an incredibly big round for Crew. They would have been on an eco. 11 for Fnatic. Pressured with their backs against the wall for round 12. That saves the day for now, Doug.
Kesnet, bro, you were highlighting, what was it, a round ago, 2 rounds ago? Like Kesnet, whenever, like, it's hot and cold for Kesnet, right? It's not consistent, but the hot is hot. It's very hot.
Oh, it gets there quick. Definitely singeing a little bit of the edge there. Boaster goes down, can't hit him coming out of the dismiss. And another round for Crew is the thing is when Crew is finding these rounds, it's so touch and go to the last second as Doma starts this one off with just that to Kesnet.
See how much more damage they can do with these Sheriffs. Or the Frenzy. Frenzy works too.
Yeah.
Right? I'll take that.
Trade it up, get a Phantom. Now we got a Phantom and 2 Sheriffs with a Blade Storm.
Crew have managed to find an opening towards B. And you see off of that, they're not just content to take the space. They want to take the fights too.
And word.
Perhaps a bit of regret coming through there as Boaster just decapitates Mazino.
He's had these sneaky spots. We saw it in Garage. He got the click on the Kesnet, grabbed that gun. Quick Sheriff shot there for Boasty, and he picks up another one. 3v2. The retake is something they are not a stranger to. Oh, no. Cannot get the dash out.
here we see these Phantoms really make a difference. It's just Mystic who had that Phantom. He finds himself in a 1v2. Boy, I thought.
The transfers this event have definitely surprised us. That one coming up just short there as KRU does make the shots count, but a beautiful attempt by Fnatic. 10-8 as KRU starts to close that score gap. And you see on the squad, as I said before, with those kills, it's everybody participating. Yeah, we'll have Kesnet come up once in a while, but usually you don't see that top Durka score for a team like KRU. They all come together. That's when you see the powerhouse of this team.
Heavy defensive lean from Fnatic towards C. You see they've got 4 players over there, and it's just Doma who's playing towards A. And yeah, they have the Killjoy utility to hold B, but you can tell they had a sneaking suspicion that that's where the play was going to go.
Drone clear. Just makes it out. Nice check on the angles. Look, good discipline there. And KRU knows they've been able to take free space here. I almost wonder if that's like scarier when they get in. It's all too quiet to know what Fnatic has to throw back at them, and it is a gun round. The operator, the guiding light, as you see Sky just coming in with Doma there. As they take to the skies, KRU has a minute left in the round. That's changed to 45 with the spike down.
All right, so this time they're pushing in through window. You see the drone coming out from Boaster, but you still have Delzik in a really good spot to blow this up. You've also got Mazzino on the pinch. Timing is going to be so big on this Riv as Delzik creeping his way forward. Delzik coming up through the smoke, able to get a second. Mystic stops it for now, but Fnatic still have to get onto the site. They still have to take it back from KRU and then get the defuse. That's a great start out from Durka, but how much more have you got? They're still playing on the site. Klaus gets opener. Spike ticking slowly but surely. Kesnet's able to get a second. I don't know that Fnatic left themselves much time to this at all, Riv.
Hunt him down. Look, Kesnet smells blood in the water. Can he find it? Oh, the alarm bot comes back online. Klaus had just come in close enough, but it's not going to be the play. Oh. Being the one to be able to see through the wall, man. You're just like, if you had pulled the trigger there. Wow. 10-9 here. A great job by KRU to continue to string these rounds together and throw Fnatic for a loop. I wonder if it will be as easy for them to make their way into the site now. Again, another round for everyone to have a bit of a showing for KRU too. Delzik, Klaus, the coach. Feeling good. The vibes on KRU coming in hot right now. Ooh, you like these? The 3-set timeout. Fnatic wants to just get back in the round. I said, no. Let's recoup of how we are winning these rounds.
And I'm actually really excited to see what KRU show on the other side of this break, right? Like, you've got momentum, you've bridged the gap down to 1. Riv, you were mentioning just a couple of rounds ago that they've managed to fight their way back into this. So you call a timeout at a moment like this and you go, you've got to have something really special dialed up, right? Because this is a you go for the jugular.
Absolutely.
KRU, right? Like, you're hitting something good here.
And the conversation could also be play your game. Who did we just beat on this map? Sentinels, 13-11. Why not do it again? Ride that history. Make it more, right? KRU has that possibility. The strength we've already seen coming into Haven. And it's their pick. They chose this. They're ready to come in hot on it. So see if they can close these last few rounds. 3 in a row for them, their own timeout, and we're getting into round 20.
And it is going to be a fast hit. They have the Hunter's Fury in Mazzino's pocket, and this is a 5-stack C. We haven't seen this, but the thing is, it's also pistols on the side of Fnatic. It's just the operator in the hands of Durka, and he's not there.
Setting up for one of their first fast Cs, or at least a full C with all 5 here in No One Garage. All the stars are down on the backside of the site. Mystic picks one up, delivers a little bit of medicine back that Fnatic was receiving down that C-long.
And off of that, it was off of the gravity well. Yeah. Sorry, that was so hard. The gravity well, and then the opener out just kind of stuffs that push. And it wasn't just that Kesnet dropped. They weren't able to get the ult into Delzik's hand, so the Cosmic Divide is not online. And both, really, Mazzino, Naxxit, and Klaus all took serious damage. The oomph behind that push, gone.
A little deflated. You're absolutely correct. Do they walk it up slowly? They know they're not against weapons here. Just the Sheriff Eco coming in. They up the gut, the Hunter's Fury, to clear the site and make sure everything to spawn entryway is nice and clean. And this is where we see KRU either push or really start to take control of the flank, and Mazzino's on it.
And if there's an opener, they can drop the Cosmic Divide out from Mystic as well. That operator continues to be a problem as Durka's able to get another one. They're just so weak. I think Fnatic can win this thing with just pistols. Yeah, it's getting worse for KRU.
Oh my word, Nags, it does drop one.
And they've upgraded weapons, both Doma and Magnum have, but Klaus doesn't seem to care. He's still playing backside. Oh, Magnum, you monster. Magnum comes up so big there for Fnatic. It was off of the openers they got with the Sheriffs. Gorgeous out from Fnatic.
The way that Fnatic is playing the flanks in, prioritizing so many members, it takes control for anybody also at C entry at the top side to not move. If they lose those 2 members at the top side back of C, then the 3 flanking are really not going to matter. They're going to have to strat out and go to garage and to long C. So Fnatic is just putting so much power into these, I wouldn't say retakes, the flanks before the retake. Yeah, calling it out, saying here's the pressure, 11-9. This is going to be eco, so they can have a full buy on final. If that's the case.
And this is more of a buy than we just saw.
Yeah.
Out from Fnatic, so it's a little something. But KRU want to go fast. Durka has to get away through the Cloudburst, save that operator for now and reposition. But have you checked Doma? Doma's in this corner. Oh, you didn't check Doma, man! Doma's there for 2. Durka's op gets the second as well as all fall down to Delzik. As Delzik's able to get 1, but he still has 4 more of Fnatic to deal with. At this point, do you save the Spectre? Surely not, right?
Rip and roll it, man. They're going to go right for it. He sees Magnum, a good bit of damage, armor off, right? You're asking for little things here. The whole kit and caboodle would be every kill, but that would be a Red Bull clutch for the ages, Doug. He's like, damn, I just had this gun.
Yeah. Not quite what he was looking for. Creep forward. Yeah. It was just too much. For Delzik, I mean, that would have been dang near impossible. And that gets Fnatic to map point on this opener. I think it's been a lot closer than people expected, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right? KRU certainly just kind of refused to go away. But off of this, we've seen it's much like the first half, Riv. Like, Fnatic, they drop a couple of rounds, but it seems like they finally figure things out, and it's at just the right time. Another timeout for KRU.
Only being their second round loss, it does not give them the full 2,900. They're looking at 24 that goes back into their bank account, so they were really hoping for a few frags there. And they have to bring themselves together. Icebox is not going to be any easier of a map, Doug. Last time they faced off, yeah, Dash mentioned it on the desk, it wasn't Kesnit's BNJ, but Durka went off in a 10-0 First Bloods.
That's not bad.
10-0 first encounters.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, it's okay.
Durka's only going to get better as you get to Icebox, and he's already been putting on a show here. It really requires KRU to be able to almost avoid him at certain points at this point. Yeah, 9 to 12, they have to. Yeah, that's the lowest hanging fruit. Avoid this guy. By the way, he's everywhere. But you're right, it has been a much closer game, albeit KRU kind of pressuring into those final rounds. Once they do find that groove, you're like, oh my God, they've pushed through. They've wiped Fnatic, and Fnatic seems to quickly adapt and read that. Now with the way they've been flanking, it seems to shut KRU down. KRU timeout almost over as both teams get a bit of discussion in a possible final round here of our first map of Haven before we get to Icebox.
And look at the buy again from KRU. Spectres.
Yeah.
So they weren't even with that lighter purchase in the previous round, it wasn't enough for them to buy full rifles into this. And it's not just the Spectres. 4 of the 5 members have light armor.
Yeah, round spent 8,300 for Fnatic, right? You have everything. You were already bolstered up. Let's see what they have. The utility is there for KRU. They have possibilities to vary up the way they've been playing this. Oh! Just towards the top. Nice tag out. Doesn't get anybody in garage, though. And they're going to go for, what is the pistol round variation again?
Well, and the thing is, like...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, look at the nanostorms. Look at the setups that they had from the Killjoy utility. And Fnatic are fine to give this space up. They've shown that they're comfortable with that excellent swing out from Doma. A little ping pong. Gets him the opener onto Klaus. Kesnit pushing his way forward. But that lockdown could be a problem. They have to give that space back. You've got to keep an eye on Delzik on your minimap as well. He's about to get into an encounter. Magnum falls. Delzik gets that. That keeps him alive, at least for now. Doma on the defuse, though. Doma at least got it to half. Nags it, they have to go. They have to take some of this space back. Fnatic are so comfortable to just sit here. And so far, so good. They've been able to do it, but they're dancing back and forth. A 1v2, Mystic falls. KRU live to fight another round.
Oh my word. Just a little tricks. The game's being played right now. Like I said, when KRU does pick up these rounds, they seem so wild sometimes, and they thrive in it. They're loving those situations. A few more guns back in their favor. We may see a slowdown of this round, but Doug, I feel like the pressure play from KRU, the speed, going quick, is the name of the game for them.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, Riv. Like, they want to go fast, right? Like you said, that's the name of the game. But Fnatic also are fine with it. They're like,
They're like, okay, we'll just back up.
Exactly, right? Like, yeah, go fast. Yeah, invest utility. We're not going to contest it, and we're going to have the utility advantage when we're fighting for the retake.
2 more rounds, we get to overtime here. That's exactly what KRU needed to do to take down Sentinels on this. Oh, right in the face. Kesnit in that same spot as last round, picking up these pivotal frags.
When he's hot, he's hot.
Supernova right now. This guy is exploding for the squad, and there it is again. Turns Mystic into a black hole as he goes down. Empress is up if he does need it.
He was really off of that last kill, and he continues to take space. He's pushed his way all the way into garage, into window. So Fnatic on notice here, all towards A, and they've got weapons. It seems like, I mean, they may want to save this. They still have that operator for Durka as well, and with 3v5, yes, you're getting into crunch time as far as the map goes, but it looks like they're going to want to carry that into the next one.
Man, Kesnit, he knew he had to put a bit of that backpack on, and he has just forced his way through garage. Through B last time, we actually saw him take an immense amount of damage from the mollies from Magnum as he went around the right side of the site. So, oh my word. He gets these frags, and he is feeling very good. Hunting a little bit himself, too, versus 3 members of Fnatic as the rest of the team is just hanging out.
And the 4th member, really, of Fnatic, there was the turret.
Yeah.
That managed to save the day because that got contact onto Kesnit. They knew where they knew where someone was coming from, right? And he has to kind of give that back up and give up his attempt at getting some more kills and hurting Fnatic's economy a bit more. But as you said, Riv, Fnatic, I mean, they're at the finish line.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they've had it. They've been able to at least get this far, and they've had some opportunities. But KRU, they've dialed stuff up at just the right time. They've been able to take the space, and as you mentioned, Kesnit just like going off, right? Going off on one. And it isn't just the kills, right? The kills are fun, the kills are flashy, but it's the space that they're able to take off of those kills that apply pressure onto Fnatic. They have to give it back.
And Fnatic sees it. They're like, wait, Kesnit's already spawned? Okay, we have to reconsider everything about rotating back over. What you're going to see in this round, ultimate for Klaus, could be picked up at the backside. Boaster's Hunter Fury takes that down, but you're guaranteed a Blade Storm and Empress.
It's an op battle. You've got Durka and Nagzet, who should be able to swing out at just the right time. There, oh, Durka's not able to land anything. There's too much there. The Hunter's Fury goes out as Nagzet going hunting, but no one's there again. They are able to give that space back and stay alive long enough to fight for this retake. Yes, Klaus gets the spike down.
And the Hunter's Fury is used before, but Klaus gets it with the plant. So now he can put his ult down, and they don't have Hunter's Fury to lock it out. Fnatic have to now be pressured on this retake. They're already on the flank.
And Boaster falls. The caller for Fnatic not going to be around to see this thing through, at least in normal regulation time. The pinch coming in from Fnatic. And they've got 2 members in Cubby. Dalzik's able to get the first. Durka has to give that space up as well. He's pushed off the angle. The operator not finding any success, but he's going to attempt again, and the second time works just fine. But is he expecting one more? He's not! KRU, they look dead! But we're going to overtime.
Deja vu, Doug. KRU brings it to overtime once again to these powerhouse teams. They have something else in them on Haven that just gives them that energy to push it all the way, and we're going to see what kind of pressure now they can put onto the Fnatic as we're going to be switching up sides. What a last round, too. So confident the space they took, and then this time setting up a little bit more for the Fnatic flank.
Gosh, this is so dope every time.
My word. I think it's Kesnit right now holding up the world for KRU. Obviously, the rest of the team doing fantastic, but oh my word.
And I wonder at this point, how do Fnatic adjust on the defensive side, right? Because the retake. Oh boy. Oh, forget it.
Wonder no more.
Yes, and Nagset glass cannons his way into this, right? Like he has an operator, no armor.
Scary.
Fnatic don't have the same.
It's a bit of a breeze.
See, on the attacking side, we talked about the C garage split. Well, looks like they're going right back to it. But KRU are already rotating.
Yeah.
They know this is a really fast response out from KRU.
They're going very hard.
Oh,
The first
gosh.
frag, Gravity Well pulls him out, though. Boaster and Magnum come up big.
Oh, Mazzino! Oh, Delzik falls. Mazzino does it again. Mazzino's got a third. Magnum in the 1v2. He doesn't even have the spike. And the Hunter's Fury in this overtime round. Oh, it didn't tag him. Boy, that was close.
Right on the coattails.
And off of that, he's able to, he gets a chance to reset the round, to play things out a bit more to his pace.
This is what we used to call Gladiator. If everybody was still in spawn, you get to go out by yourself and see how much damage you could do. Well, he's forced into this Gladiator position now in a 2v1.
30 seconds left.
Or I should say that 1v2. He's got a tough task ahead of him. An operator's going to be watching a hard angle. Maybe that makes it easier for his retake if he can find one of the two. And know that op's in hand, he can push. Love the turret setup.
I want to see where he landed for that shock dart. He only had 67 health.
Hit
Yeah,
the outer
that was
bolt.
not insignificant. 14 HP. The plant goes down.
Wait.
As the lockdown does as
Oh, yeah,
well.
he's good. He's good.
But he's so weak. He's so weak. And they know where he is. The jump down Mazzino from up in heaven gets the fourth on the round as KRU are going to get the lead in overtime and get the defuse.
For a second, I thought Nagset was just going to op it through, but then you can push Nagset if he starts to op your lockdown. So, still, last round of an overtime. Well, the only one of that half, so lockdown was the good play. And now we are switched up. Oh, my word. 13 here. Can they make it happen?
Mazzino. Dude, the timing on that, the pinch in garage was so good. And then for him to manage to get the third on Dodoma as well, it wasn't just enough for him to get those two. But for him to get that kill back towards sight, it was just so good.
Here.
Jerka with an op. It's going to be a challenge down A main. Is he going to get a shot at any of it? Oh, he gave that, excuse me, it was Jerka, yeah, with the op. This is a brutal cross. Kneecap, oh!
No way. What a shot. Nags coming up when most needed. And he pulls the operator out of the hands of Durka here. He waits for another one, knowing that they've played two towards the end of this A lobby. So much patience from KRU right now. Spike's still down, and they're in positions to take a few fights here.
Enemy tagged.
I wonder how much info they get off of this drone. Wasn't far enough, and really the timing was just a bit off too. Now you see KRU rotating back from the space they took A to reset the round. And really, they haven't taken much space elsewhere. It's not like you've got Delzik who's made his way into Cubby on long or anything like that. But they do still have options before them, and they have the numbers advantage to work with. Oh boy.
Oh,
Mystic.
we've seen so many of those this game. Right down C-Long with the Phantoms. He's pinged out. They're going to give the site for now.
Yeah, but it's so big because it gets it back to even numbers, and Boaster snatches that back in their favor. Mystic does as well. Boaster gets the third. We're going to dance again, Riv. We're not done on Haven.
The boa of Boaster strangling out KRU as they try to hit C. What a play for him to come in with 3 there. See how this happens once again. From the side, just clotheslines them.
And it was really Boaster playing around his utility, right? Like, yes, he gets the information off of the dart, but they also, as they're funneling out of long, they have to clear that out. He swings at just the right time to where their attention is focused on that. It's just easy, right? Drops them.
And Doug, again, another $10 off my paycheck. I had looked at the wrong stat. It was regulation KRU beat Sentinels in. So forget that overtime stuff. This is KRU taking Fnatic to overtime here on Haven.
Riv, you keep this up, you're not going to have a paycheck.
I know. Negative, I'll be paying everyone back. A minute 20. Lots of time to play here, but it's not going to be needed. We're already into A.
The spike dragging a bit, but that's okay. The openers have made their way onto the site. Fnatic has control. The 3 remaining members of KRU are going to have to do this from a retake, and you've got Nagset with the operator, no armor again.
Spike plant.
He's going to have to do something gross.
3v3.
And Durka's down in hell, too. Yeah, he's weak, but he's in such a good spot. You've got the turret that's going to play contact. Oh, Durka swings out just a bit. You can tell they're going, wise to where the utility would be coming from. Dirk is able to stay alive. Oh, but Nags is off. Nags gets 3. We talked about how he needed to be big. Now Boaster's going to have to do this himself. Nags it on the half. He looks like he's going to stick it, and it doesn't matter. Boaster falls. Crew takes the lead right back.
Let's keep going the distance. Who needs a second map? Let's just keep seeing this one going. I am so amazed how each team is able to pull off round after round to keep this one going. And I see 29 and 17 there for Durka as well. Then you have Nags putting up shots like this on the other side. Overtime, everybody's starting to step up here. And we'll have to see how this one goes for the side of Fnatic.
Killjoy utility set up all around B. I wonder where Crew are going to take this thing. They haven't, I mean, admittedly, it has been a bit back and forth, but I feel like their B hits just haven't always worked. I like this out from Durka, though. Oh, he's just not able to land the shot that he needs, and then he gets punished.
Punished more than once recently. They just seem to have his number at short or long here, Doug.
Durka, the Fiend, we highlighted him so much at the beginning of the map, and for good reason, but he seems to have fallen a bit flat here late on Haven, at least in the last couple of opportunities. Magnum playing in the smoke, waiting to see if someone's going to push forward. No one's going to take it yet. Repositions to a safe spot.
Somehow they find that first frag so many times. And I think they know Dirk is going to give it to him long. Then they play it slow. The jump in, the focus, the bait. Is it enough?
Well, they know that Magnum's there. Is it going to matter? As Doma's able to take care of Kesnet. Oh, but this push comes in from long. Magnum takes care of that as well. A 3v3 left for the site. The Spike is going to have to rotate out. A is not safe.
Or is it? As they head back. Oh, my word. The mind games right now, Doug. The mind games. They're going to go back. They ran out just enough. So where you saw Magnum, he heard those audio cues. Now they cut audio and walk back into A to reaggress. Fnatic back to that flank position. Do they pull back, though? Yes.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, this is... Things felt funny. They go back. Boaster's up in heaven. He has one shock dart. There it is. Right into Klaus's lap. Not enough to deny the plant.
Out of charges.
Spike ticking away. This Fnatic are going to have to fight for this retake. And again, you have Boaster who's up in heaven, and you imagine it's going to be played off of that dart. Delzik.
One after the other.
Yep. Mystic creeping his way forward. Drops the player in hell. Not able to take care of Klaus, though. Delzik gets a second. Oh, Delzik gets the third as well to clean things up. Crew, they take Haven. What is this?
Vamos Crew, that's what it is. Oh my word, what a match as well to find themselves down at the half and then put up such an aggressive half that pushed forward, that found more space and encroached onto the territory, that defensive territory that Fnatic thought they had. Round after round, it was Crew's, and they bring it back into overtime to take map 1. This was their pick, Crew's pick on Haven.
And you know, you wonder when you take down a team like Sentinels as Crew in a series that nobody expects to go your way, right? Like, you have the high, right? And I think the question after that is, how far can you ride that high, right? Like, how much magic is left in the tank? Because oftentimes, teams can't carry that. They fizzle out. But for Crew, at least for now, at least on Haven, they've managed to show that it wasn't just a flash in the pan. They're not ready to go home yet, really.
And Doug, I usually miss these. I tell myself to remember all the time. Let's think back to Crew's 3-round win self-timeout, where they collected their thoughts, composed themselves, and made sure they could still run that strategy. They didn't fall into complacency. They didn't think they were winning just because they could hit a site and their shots were better. They reset and kept it varied on their site takes. That's when we saw them start to hit B again, and Kesnet really just started to shine.
Kesnet started to shine. Mazzino had his moments. Nags did as well.
Klaus.
And it wasn't just skills, right? Like, I was just reminded after seeing it on the replay when he worked his way into garage through window, managed to capture 2 members of Fnatic that were working their way out towards C. It was a death trap, right? Like, and if Crew can continue to find those windows to cause serious problems, this could potentially be bad.
I just want production. Can we just shorten everything? I want to get in the next map real quick. That's your job.
All right, you got it. We're going to a break. We'll be right back.
I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. And I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set with the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy.
Welcome back to Champions. If they can do it to Sentinels, they can do it to you. And Fnatic gets a taste of KRU on Haven. Yes, it goes the distance. It goes to double overtime. But they found it. They show that grit that we talked about in the pre-match. The same thing that let them overcome Titans in the past brings them to taking down Fnatic in map 1.
Same exact situation, too. Yeah. You know, a rough defensive side. And then all of a sudden they move to the attacking side and they just start to dominate. I really like how they played. Honestly, their IGL was out calling Boaster in the mid-round, especially when Fnatic was on the defensive side, even when Fnatic had made adjustments in overtime to start winning out those rounds that KRU was on their attack.
It's not even that. We were sitting here when we got into halftime and Bola was like, oh no, I think this might be over for KRU. And I was like, hang on. They have one redeeming quality. Is that on Haven specifically? They're pretty attacking sided. They know exactly what they need to do. And well, we saw that in its full force. But what I will say, there was a standout man throughout it. And I'm glad the stats zoom up on your screen as if I spoke it into existence. Delzik. How many times was he lurking in attacker spawn, catching off those flanks? And mind you, Fnatic was flanking with triple power behind it. And Delzik was still able to take 1, 2, sometimes 3 in his wake. And I mean, the fact that Fnatic could not understand that Delzik had done that in previous series, and he did it in this series as well, that is a fatal flaw in their preparation on Haven.
Yeah, 100%. The other thing, too, is that he actually was the person who was striking down Fnatic's first game plan, right?
Yep.
Which was those C-splits, which was how often they were taking that garage control. I saw him spam somebody through the smoke at least 3 times on that C take. So many times, and they're not able to do anything to stop it. And then in overtime, too, this man comes out big over and over.
Just making it so difficult for Fnatic. And while we talk about the amazing first half out of Durka, for Fnatic, it was a bit of a step down on the backside. And for Nagzet, who was almost non-existent in the first half, while definitely not shooting to the top of the boards, found a couple necessary shots. We saw the confidence to still bring, as Doug put it, the glass cannon into some of those overtimes, going up, no shields, and really putting a lot of the confidence behind hitting that first shot.
Nagzet started off the series against Sentinels very slow. And we were right to say that it was one of the worst performances we had seen from him individually on a map. On this map, he started off slow again. And I went, okay, here comes the curse, though. Does he then pick it up into the latter maps, or does he pick it up into this map himself? Yep. And it was like, as the rounds progressed, he was sucking the power out of Durka, and Durka started to slow down. He was missing shots uncharacteristically. And I started to think to myself, is he having his power drained by Nagzet? Is Nagzet getting more and more powerful as the rounds go on? I'm like, hang on a second. The roles have switched, and it's almost like Nagzet had become Durka, and Durka had become powerless.
I feel like it's a spectrum of power, and I'm sure that pendulum will swing throughout the entire series. It was a 28-round map, Bala, but I know you picked one out in particular that you wanted to run through.
Yeah, because I think this shows not only the strength and the weaknesses of Fnatic, right? So this is the round where they hit the double molly on short, and they catch him in the gravity well. Okay? So the other thing that I don't think we noticed was that there was also a drone to push him out and into those mollies, and then a dart as well that Durka dashes in to catch him. There's the dash, you saw him, and the perfect scan for Durka to get him through the smoke. He's into his own smoke through the wall. That was gorgeous. But I will say that creativity is what is costing Fnatic rounds. Okay, specifically on defensive side, I'm seeing them run a setup where they're retaking A, but they have actually a kind of a stack over towards that side because their Killjoy is reaching all the way into garage with his utility, and that's not something you normally see, but that costed them, and they were not willing to adjust because they wanted that to work so many times. That's the kind of thing that I think is costing Fnatic rounds over and over and over.
We asked about those stylistic sort of matchups between teams throughout. KRU, could they have been the kryptonite for Sentinels due to that stylistic play? I'm arguing here whether or not there's rigidity on the side of Fnatic in the fact that we understand that to be quite strategic. That's all well and good, but KRU is dancing around this. They're putting on their jazz shoes and they're just going, whoop, this is how we maneuver all around this set play. And because Fnatic, as you said there, Baller, might be a little bit rigid that they want this so desperately to work, they're just reading around it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? There's pros and cons to everything in this game, even if you do consider it a strength. If our creativity is a strength, that's all well and good, except for if we're reaching for it too much, or except for those times when we're just getting out-mechanicked, right? And when that happens and you keep going for creativity as opposed to going back to the fundamentals and the basics, it can really bite you, especially when a person like Kesnit is hitting the shots. I know he wasn't top of the table, but time and time again on that attacking half, he is trading 1 for 2, 1 for 3, and we're going to take a look at him in the Aim Lab pre-match shoot-around.
Yeah, he was punishing them. There was so many times that Fnatic had an idea that they want to go for, right? Whether it be a C-split, whether it be something, let's talk about the C-split. They're going through garage, for example. They're throwing a molly and a smoke onto the garage window. That's very common, very standard. But the problem is when they get, when Delza gets a kill through the smoke or something like that, they have to pause for a second. That molly's gone, and now they don't have anybody to cover because they're so trusting in the strat, the idea, which is there's nobody going to be coming through that because it's mollied. If it's delayed too much, they don't have a backup plan.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the redundancy is now for this team, is that they know that these strategies that they're putting forth aren't always working, and when they do work, they're fabulous, they're awesome, they're almost flawless. That's great, but KRU is working out very quickly that these strategies can have weaknesses, and if they can find that tiny little gap and that little weakness, that's where they can insert themselves, whether it's that opening kill, of which they were able to force Durka onto a negative opening kill engagement, weren't they? So that's pretty damn good.
I don't even need to think they need to find those gaps. I think they will come naturally by the way that they are playing.
Well, that's interesting, too, though, because we consider how much they had to fight just to push Fnatic into overtime and ultimately take it in that second bout of overtime on their own map pick. So we're not going to oversell the 1-0 scoreline. It puts them in good position. It's what we talked about needs to happen if KRU wants a shot at the series. But now we turn our attentions towards Icebox, a map that Fnatic is even more comfortable on, taking 2 out of 2 victories in their 2 plays here at Champions.
I said it from the beginning, if KRU wants a leg in to this series to be able to make yet another upset on the board, they need to win map number 1, purely because I think Icebox is so good for Fnatic that you really would be trudging up, the Himalayas in with no shoes just to be able to win that bout against them. So for me, Split is not a very good map for Fnatic on my books at least, and even stylistically, I don't think it'll be great unless Durka is popping off. So this is where Fnatic has to win and has to hope it carries over.
It might be a mountain that you think you're going to climb, but honestly, what I'm seeing, the blunders coming out of Fnatic in that last game, I think it's just a hill in my backyard.
Okay, all right. How big is it in your backyard?
Yeah, I haven't been over to your house. You haven't invited me, bro.
You living in the mountains or you living in a flat landscape?
Here's what I love about this. I get the X10 vibes. I know that this is a composition that's very standard for KRU with the double duelists, right? But it's kind of that same stylistic mismatch that we've seen X10 take to people on a map like Icebox, where you have both the Jet and the Reyna again. Let's see if that kind of speed and explosiveness, having the double duelist, can overcome that extra bit of utility that's being brought in by the side of Fnatic.
Man, I'm just looking at this and I feel like I'm a fish out of water right now because I wanted to see recent form from KRU on this map and I don't have it. I can't give you any kind of indication as to how they performed on this map throughout this entire tournament because they haven't. So where does this sort of put us now? Does it put us in a position for Fnatic to play their own game rather than try and play the counter game because they don't have that there? I would like to think so, and maybe we see a little bit more Fnatic flair.
If I'm prepping for Fnatic, though, this is what I'm doing, right? I'm staying on site. I'm not playing post-plant because Fnatic is so good in the post-plant situations on their defensive sides and their attacking sides. But the rest of it, I'm just playing as normal, right? Obviously, we don't know really too much of what normal means for KRU, but you know that Kesnit's going to try to get in some aggressive positions. Nags is also going to be trying to join in. They're going to double up, especially on that A site. And then you'll have your other players trying to lock down the other side of it. I think the mid is going to be very, very, very important here because you know how often Fnatic likes to go for audibles down that middle.
There are so few plays on this map for KRU. They haven't played it since Masters 3. They dropped it twice while at that event, most recently in that quarterfinal loss to G2. So what they're trying to eclipse, and if they want to do it, it's possible that they can overcome the hurdle that they weren't able to last time around, but doing it on a map that has been, in some senses, the bane of their existence.
Yeah, and I was talking about splits or preferences on sites to plant on Haven on map number 1, and both teams had a very, very particular site they liked to hit. That was their win condition. You look to KRU on their attacking side, and yes, they're starting defense on every single map in the series, but they have a perfect split on plants, so they are comfortable on both sides when we get into the attacking half.
Well, KRU are looking to do the unthinkable. They've bought themselves a map advantage, trying to lock it up in a 2-0 fashion. For Fnatic, they want to extend it, and they want to book their ticket to a semifinal. We're back over to Riv and Doug for the call.
Thank you so much, Tash. Yeah, we continue to call it the unthinkable. But if it just happens so many times, surely it is no longer unthinkable and it's just thinkable, which doesn't sound very good at all.
Already thought of. Oh, what a first map, and I can't wait to see what we have on this one. Dash mentioned it already. September 17th, the last time we saw KRU competitively on Icebox. And now they get to chill out with Fnatic, who played it just 3 days ago, tested against Vision Strikers to a 13-10 game. So a little bit of difference in who's warmed up on this map. We'll see if KRU can still come in hot, though they are defending first here, Doug. And I mentioned it before, Durka in first encounters when they did play this map against KRU in Reykjavik was 10-0. Can he replicate that?
Dude, that feels like 2 lifetimes ago. That feels like forever ago. And I'm not even just talking about the fact that Reykjavik was a long time ago, but I feel like we lived 3 lives through Haven. Right? Like I'm gonna get the salt and pepper by the end of this series. I'm gonna look just like you. And the thing is, like, you mentioned Durka, and for good reason, but remember the second half of Haven.
Exactly.
It wasn't how he started. It wasn't the same performance that he had at the beginning of the map.
Both teams getting these slight reads on each other that are really turning the tide, and how something that got them a lead in one half will do almost nothing in the second one. Just means they're one, playing their own games, but also adapting to the small things that they're seeing while sticking to their guns.
All right, Fnatic, what's your attack look like?
Oh,
okay.
It's the Sage Wall.
Yes, and it's another fight. This one going in favor of Fnatic. As Doma comes up big with 2 there. I love that aggression early on, but Fnatic, right, like, this is kind of, I don't want to go back to, well, I guess I do, technically. Want to go back to Haven because that felt like the pressure that they were expecting, the aggression they were expecting the entire time. It didn't come. This time it comes, and Fnatic weather it just fine.
We saw Fnatic doing a bit of that Sage Wall as well in their game. Oh, trade for trade, Doug. 3v1 though. Mazino's tough times.
Right, and Magnum has armor. I mean, he's getting closer, but now he's got 7 HP. And the spike continuing to tick away. Boaster has shock darts. He has health. He has time. Mazino, not nearly as fortunate to have any of those things.
1 leg.
Well, almost catches the timing. That shock dart misses. The second one does as well. Flies right by his face. And so do Magnum's bullets.
Dude, it's just as a player, too. You're like, oh, that was the play. Oh, nice sidestep. Just so many things happening there. And Mazino doing a very good job at actually being able to suss out one fight. Unfortunately, Fnatic knew what he was trying to do and played it really smart for the defense there. We are one round towards Fnatic. The Marshall gets picked up by Durka, but as well as Nagzat. Let's see if these two meet. And they are geared to. I expect the drone to be coming around that corner first with Durka.
Fnatic leaning towards B. The Marshall. Oh. That wall going to deny and delay this fight for just a moment. You see the dash away. Durka not able to hit the moving target. And they reset. At least for now. You still have some room that you may be able to find with this Marshall, but the thing is, Nagzat's there! Great shot out from Durka! My goodness, man. He's back.
Yep.
Oh, he's back!
Just tagging him left and right. Another one yellow. Do they know it, though? He's going to take a few shots, turns around. What? Lands on that. I think he was still accepting the kind of jolt you get from landing. Still makes the shot. And now Klaus kind of forced to rotate through kitchen here, grabs a bite to eat, but is probably not going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, no, surely not. I mean, maybe one.
Little armor, never hurts.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Sure. Take what you can.
And take it all.
So bad, man.
Take it all. Durka had taken a few shots there from going through, but I'll take a third round Blade Storm. That's what Durka's saying. And whew, so far, those first encounters, I think, are coming up pretty hot for him.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, Durka's back. That's a really great sign if you're a fan of Fnatic, if you are Fnatic, because we mentioned it. That's the other thing about a single duelist, Riv. That's the other thing about a single duelist is Durka, like you mentioned, needs to be the one to do the things,
exactly.
right? Like he needs to be the one to pop off. So if he's having a start like this, that bodes very well. It just has to continue to carry. It didn't on Haven, it has to be here.
Right, it didn't on Haven. That's what Bala was saying as well, is we're on this half. Can he do it still on second half? Or do crew find him out once again? Nags knows the Jet v Jet action is here at A, and Blade Storm's out, so not so much of a peek from him anymore. What an early round to have Blade Storm on. Only have to buy up for the bonus of Sheriff. They're going to have decent money if they can still get a few frags here, too.
Well, but I really like this out from Fnatic because they have the tools that are needed in the Blade Storm and in the Bulldog to make this more of an even fight. Think about this. Normally, it's Vandals and Phantoms against Spectres, right?
Yeah.
That often doesn't go your way. But for them to be able to kind of equalize things a bit off of those two weapons, but they've got to be successful. And Durka's Blade Storm finds none.
Plant walls down. There it goes here. Into Doma. The team set up a bit of a defense already. Flank is being watched by Mystic.
Shotgun comes through. The res onto Durka as well. But Kesnit just is able to mow them down. They're sitting ducks. They can't find any room to breathe. As Kesnit says, you didn't get the ace, Durka, but baby, I did.
Oh, locking it up so nicely by Kesnit. That's going to be the ace coming through. Yes, they are on the Champions round 3 there. And crew feels good about that. So Kesnit already online. First map seems to be flowing through for him, and he is not ebbing on this one. He just keeps taking the shots, and rightfully so, as he should. If you are feeling confident, you know you're up against Spectres, they're going to keep peeking you. Take the shots.
Shoot or shoot, bro.
Shoot, shoot. That's it.
Shooters, shoot. And now off of this, I mean, Fnatic are going to be able to buy up. Right now, they're in a bit of a better spot. Durka has that operator.
Yep.
We'll see
Early
if
Blade.
Klaus can deal with it. Oh, that's a great way to deal with it. Just don't give him a chance to shoot.
Yeah, a lot of teams you'll see actually have the Sage Viper there, slow or just a pit. Say, hey, no early rush. We don't want to deal with anything right away, and that one stops Durka from being able to get a first hard angle with the operator. Drone's going to go through mid. It'll clear past this smoke. I think actually Mystic just dropped that, so they get a little bit more vision behind. They did see Mystic down in spawn, so they know a bit of the rotations towards B. That's why we have this lean here from crew.
And you see Magnum on your mini-map still hasn't left back A. In fact, is starting to step forward a bit. You also have Mystic who's playing back in spawn, waiting to see if someone's going to push forward. The spike hasn't made its way out yet, and I'm not fully convinced that they want to do this yet, Riv.
Cheeky. Dalzik put his wall up, and they're like, wait a minute. I don't know if I like that or not. Aside of Fnatic, they're kind of wondering whether they go in. What's the trick here? They destroy the wall right away so they can get a vision of what it is and now have a bit of encroachment onto that spike plant spot.
Oh, that was tempting.
There you go.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that was tempting. Doma gets the spike down. You still have Magnum back towards A while the rest of the action happens on B. It's already the opener for Doma. As Dirk is able to get one as well with that operator looking for a bit more. Oh, the leer in his face! Not able to land the shot, but Doma does. 2 Vandals left on the side of KRU as they make their way forward. A 2v4. An excellent setup, but that's going to help. Empress online.
And Nags is coming through mid. He just dropped Magnum on the way over.
Nags on the tap. See if anyone swings out. Anyone has the balls to bait it, but Doma gets the third. A 1v2. Tough. Yep, that was it. That kill, that was the decider. He can't fight this.
Too many angles on that B site once you're just only lonely. And it is going to have to be a backup. The Vandal is saved there by Nags. Doma going down in the situation. And that'll actually help KRU just a little bit with what Fnatic has to deal with. Okay, Boaster grabbed that. I was like, wait, did he grab him all the way around? Because I was watching the mini-map for a second on the other side. So Kaz and Doma going for it right now for the frags. Durka still right behind him there. Fnatic at 3-1 as they squeak another one in with that round.
That operator, as you mentioned, still carries into this next round.
Big pickup.
Durka with it. Perhaps a challenge towards B long again. And KRU defensively, I mean, it's early and they have found some, but not a ton. And it really, the success that they have found as far as frags go have been off of playing around the Sage wall to get an aggressive, advantageous spot, right? To like boost yourself into a better position, but that operator pushes it back.
Delzic's aggression on that too. He didn't have much to buy. He's already in the Spectre and Sage wall was the last pennies in his pocket, but he still goes for a forward play. Love to see it. Fnatic plays that safe though, and they're more according towards A at this point. As the drone comes out here, they'll get a bit of information. They don't have too many ults up to use. But I think this will just be Fnatic playing the elevation on the way in.
And I think that play from Delzic is kind of what you were alluding to earlier, right? Like it's this swagger with which they play and aggression regardless of what the setup is. They like to fight. We saw it from X10. We're seeing it from KRU as well. And it seems to be working. The most terrifying thing about an opponent is someone who has nothing to fear. And KRU play with that in mind. Reckless, seemingly reckless.
And that becomes such a difficult situation. We see that a lot where Fnatic did everything. They used the util. Drone went over top, but there was then a separation of 5 to 10 seconds after they saw things on the drone. Anybody is anywhere in the site now, and once the gas drops, they don't have all the angles cleared anymore from the drone. KRU take that one nicely to make it 5v2.
Yeah, and Fnatic can't get to the spike. And look at where the spike is on the minimap.
Exactly.
Right, they can't get anywhere near it, so at this point, if you're Durka, maybe try to catch one with the operator, try to hurt some economy, and Mystic has to be careful to see if anyone's flanking around. And that obviously that's not going to be the case, but you see the setup. This is very defensive. This is very, we've just got to keep whatever we can to go into the next round. But yeah, KRU in that one, and it was early aggression, right? Down B long, as you mentioned, pushed off Durka, not able to get a good angle with the operator. Yeah. And then they just fought A.
And that's
right into their lap.
What happened last time Durka tried to peek? Standing on a Viper's Bite right away. They're just like, no, you cannot do the first thing you have planned for each round. It just seems like KRU's able to stop Fnatic from that. And Fnatic have never had trouble doing a mid-round strat, but for Durka not to get the opening frag and then Fnatic not really be able to position him to do so after the fact is hurting.
And you see it hurt economy as well, right? Boaster, Doma, Magnum, just pistols. It's Fnatic playing this a bit more carefully. Seemingly expecting aggression again. You see they're not moving up very far at all. They're playing the beginning of the round a bit slower. Now they move their way towards A, up towards 410.
And KRU replicated the Sage wall at B.
Yep.
Pushed up on. Delzic trying to get an opening frag. And Mazzino clears one. They definitely didn't see Mystic though. Mystic could have a push towards mid.
Durka, the opener with the operator. Remember, this is just a really weird mixed buy. The two guns that Fnatic had other than pistols are the ones that get them the openers. Nagzet's got to come up big here. Doma's in his lap.
A little bit of a one-way. Tries to catch this as he can get himself out. Doma will still want with a Sheriff. Why not try to take the shot and grab a Vandal in a 1v1?
Oh boy.
The
timing. Magnum, you got to turn around. Oh, Durka! Durka's able to land it with the operator. A 3v2, and they've been upgraded weapons. Boaster has one as well. It's not just a pistol anymore.
What a turnaround, Doug. Oh, wait.
30 seconds
left.
left.
I was going to say they had some elephant feet when they were making their way into B, but they're able to trade a frag there.
Durka manages to get the third with the operator. Drops. But the damage has been done, right? Like, Hesnit's left in this 1v2 situation that he doesn't have any idea really where they are. And surely you have enough time to get the spike
10 seconds
down.
left.
Yeah, Boaster should be able to do so with a second or two to spare. And Mystic wise to it. Yeah, the problem with Kez, actually there were a myriad of problems there for Kesnit. One of them, he was outnumbered. Number two, he had no idea where they were, no idea where the spike was going. You saw him kind of hover around B and then slowly start to rotate back. But at that point, Mystic, expecting where that rotation was coming from, positioned himself in a spot to cut it off. And at that point, it was just textbook.
And look at the first frag Durka had to find there, though. KRU is not peeking the far angles for him to grab. He literally had to be up in maze on near 410 to find that first one. Where you can see how much it is Durka in the front going for that frag. No one was really near him until they backed up. 4-2. It does not look like B will be the push play because it is going to be the Klaus Viper pit right away.
Yeah, and you can see, right, like they're rotating away. Nagset might get the opening if they go rotate mid. Yeah, he's made his way all the way down two. You've got the drone as well. The tag! The timing wasn't there, and Mystic was waiting for it. What a shot.
Wow, read like a book, Doug.
Yeah, Mazzino tried going in as well. Gets dropped at the hands of Doma. Well played out from Fnatic. Kesnit, you bad man. Op drops.
Oh. Little audio cue plays, really smartly done to walk up to the wall and not think he just needs to shoot it to create pressure. Now a 4v3, Viper's pit still there, and they know Klaus will be working out of that. Still, it's going to be a Fnatic plant B.
And what I love is that understanding that the Viper's pit was down B long, they still wanted to go B, right? Like they still made their way through, and it was while exploiting mid. That was the way that they found themselves onto the site. They have numbers advantage now. It's just Klaus and Delzik left. And that might be enough. Delzik's going to heal himself up. There's somebody right on this 50. Magnum knows exactly where he is. Boaster. Doma clean things up at the end. Got a little dicey, but it works. Fnatic gets a 5.
Yeah, it seems like Fnatic is starting to read the way to break KRU down. A few people here take the fight, know that KRU is going to push, and I think this is what we saw Fnatic trying to do on Haven at first. They'd stay back, they'd wait for KRU, and KRU would not come to them. KRU stayed back on their own doorstep. Now KRU is getting a little bit more hyphy. They want to push forward, and it's starting to cost them.
And off of that, a timeout coming through.
Indeed.
For KRU, and you see going into this next round, it's just pistols. They don't have much to work with financially. So we'll see how they choose to approach this. Rav, I think you touched on a very interesting point, and it's the aggression with which KRU are starting to play more of, right? Like you called it hyphy, antsy, whatever it is, but you can tell. Yeah, you can tell like they're getting a little itchy, right? Like I want to go, I want to challenge, I want to take these fights, and you even saw it mid in that previous round. Like it was it Mystic and Doma, I believe, mid, who were just kind of waiting for it. They were ready for it. Mystic got that opener on the op, and it was set up well, right? The drone got the tag, then he swings out through the cover of the Viper utility to land the shots safely, quote unquote, and Mystic just destroys him.